I'm doing well, Orville. How about you? Hello. How is everybody doing today? With GoFest going on. And that's the beginning because you had to run and pick up a prescription you forgot about. Ah! No! 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 Okay, you know what? Okay, Aiden, how long is it gonna take you? Because I could actually just stall for like, you know, however long it takes. Because I can like, you know me, I'm good at stalling, right? I'm good at stalling. I'll find a way to fill in the time. You know? Probably. Hey. Oh, do I know what that means? I think I know what that means.
You know what that means? Fish.
Fish. Yep, that's me. No, we can't have you miss the beginning, Aiden. We can't. We can't. This is too important. So, I'm gonna do what I can to stall for time a little bit. Actually, you know what I could do? Maybe. Okay, emergency. Emergency! Change of plans! What do you call a fish with no eye? Fish! Fish! You know what that means? Fish! Oh my gosh. I seriously love that meme way too much. Like, seriously, I really should not. I really should not like that as much as I do, but I do. Okay, all right, what should I do? Well, I could start out just by reading this, this one fanfic that I wrote, you know? It's 8,000 words long, so it'll probably take about, like, probably take about 40 minutes, you know? But it'll do. It'll do. What's the difference between glue, tuna, and a piano? Something about tuning a fish, right? Yeah. I don't know where the glue comes from, though. To be fair. But I do like that part of the joke. Where it's like, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Actually, I have a joke. That's kind of in the same vein. What's the difference between a hormone and an enzyme? Think about it. Think about it. So the difference between the two is you can't hear an enzyme. Think about it. Think about it. actually hide the chapter, probably. Okay. So yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, here's actually what I'm gonna do to start out with. You don't get it? Okay. You can't hear an enzyme, but you can hear... You can hear, Think about it. Okay, so, oh, gee. It's a wild Mochi, better use the Master Ball. Wait, no! No, 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 no! No, no, no! You should save it for my evolved form. Humongous Mochi. How are you doing, Yubi? I'm doing fine. Played some Go Fest today. It was really cold, though, because of the wind being absolutely unbearable. Alright, so... Would I rather have the power to teleport, but each time you do, one of your favorite foods disappear? Or have $1 million, but you can't buy your favorite things? I think I would rather have the power to teleport. Because... my favorite foods only disappear. My foods only disappear if I teleport, right? But if I always have the $1 million, that means I can't buy my favorite things regardless. So, if I just never teleport, I'll still be able to have my favorite foods, right? Think about like think about it. Oh wait, you stalled enough so you didn't. I stalled enough so I didn't miss it. I stalled enough so I didn't miss anything. Woohoo! Let's go. I didn't even have to try stalling this time. I was just very slow. Wow. Okay, I guess I can, undo some of that stuff then. Well. Without further ado, Mochi! Without further ado, Aiden! Sorry for lack of story progress. You are on vacation, so try to do some story progress. Alright, no problem, Yubi. Honestly, you gotta write when you can. Don't feel pressured to write. Because, you know, schedule slips happen. They really do. You should like really, I am not one to criticize people for like having schedule slips because Lord knows I have that all the time. Like, never hold me to a schedule to create something because you will die of old age. You know what I mean? But okay, well, I guess I don't have to stall at all then. Well, geez, that's so nice. Because like holy cow. Because I was not actually because my Danganronpa fanfic isn't. I mean, I don't have a soundtrack for that yet, and that would have taken about 40 minutes or so to read completely. So, probably a good thing that we didn't do that. So, yeah, thank you, Aiden, for coming back in time, and also for not speeding. I presume that you drove safely and didn't run anyone over. I'm happy to see you too, Yubi. So how is everyone doing on this fine day? Fred. Oops, I screwed something up a little bit. Oops. I hope y'all are doing fine. Uh-oh. What? What happened to my Mochi? Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Yeah, the pharmacy was right around the corner from your house. That's all good. And you were there when okay. You were there when I went live. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, good. That's convenient. And also nice. And also, yay, no one had to die. Unlike, what happened in part 3. Am I right? Wow. But yes, how's everyone doing today? I hope y'all have actually had an opportunity to play Go Fest. Because I gotta say, I did. I have tried to enjoy it as much as I could, weather permitting. Weather's not been that great. It's been really cold and windy. Which is a shame, because it was actually somewhat warm on Friday before it started. And then overnight it went in the 20s, and it's like, gosh dang. Well, nobody died, did they? You don't remember anyone dying anyway. Well, I mean, you saw the explosion, right? You know? Because, May, Pikachu, Totodile, their status is unknown. Which means they're dead! Not come on, they wouldn't... Come on, he wouldn't off the person whose name is in the title. But come on, it was a pretty convincing explosion, though, right? Think about it. But yeah, I've been doing that stuff, and yeah, and I'm ready to read for y'all today because I had no Baldur's Gate last night because Jimbo's computer's on the fritz, and no D&D today. At least I presume there's no D&D today, but I mean, I guess even if there is, it would be later on. You just assume plot armor. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, probably. You're not wrong. Yeah, rip to Jimbo. Yeah, okay, so you heard that news too. Yeah, that's super unfortunate. So yeah, we won't be playing Baldur's Gate for a little bit, which is super unfortunate, but you know what? We'll make do. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a tab. Why don't I do a Google search? So okay. So I know what song to play for this. The downside is that it's this is not the official name for it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do some trickery here. There. I should do it. Okay. Okay, preparation set. And we are ready. Okay. Alright, we are ready then. Okay, so last time on May's Crush, Final Frontier, May, Pikachu, and Totodile blew up. And that's still the case. So, by all rights, they shouldn't have survived that attack. So everyone's operating on the assumption that they have not. So yeah, that's gonna create some problems, isn't it? Well, okay. Well, actually, no. Before that, Ash got kidnapped, and then May blew up. Yeah, she must not. She shouldn't have eaten all those Krabby Patties. I'm telling you. All right, and now we get to see more of the aftermath of what's going on and how Ash, in particular, reacts to it. And boy, let me tell you, it's a doozy. Chapter 27. A prophecy fulfilled. Oh, and that's P, not an F. Last time, May's Crush Final Frontier. Crap went down. Find out what happens next. Yeah. Thank you, DBZ announcer guy. I appreciate you. That's a very concise summary and very accurate. All right, chapter 27. A prophecy fulfilled. Ash had since calmed down from his hysterics in the room with Evergreen. Annabelle led him by the hand down the hall. She opened a door on the hallway and let Ash inside. The boy didn't bother looking up. She sighed and led him over to the bed, which he approached and simply fell over onto it. Annabelle stepped back. Are you hungry? Ash slowly shook his head. To which she raised an eyebrow. Do you need anything else? Just make sure Charizard's okay, he requested sadly. Alright. I'll go check on him now. I'll be back to check on you in a bit. Ash nodded sadly, and Annabelle left the room. The trainer turned over onto his back. May, he thought to himself. You can't be gone. He turned over onto his side. Pikachu, I don't know what I'll do without you. People I was closest to, the ones I loved the most, are gone now. Pikachu, all the Pokemon I had with me. Ash, knowing that he was alone, let his tears flow. They're gone now. May, she was so special. Ash thought back to the start of his journey, about Pikachu. We went through so much together in the days we always stuck together. We always stuck together. He shifted gears, thinking about the day he arrived in Hoenn. Oh, we went together, just the two of us, and there we met. Probably the only girl I've ever fallen for. She was pretty, fun, and after a few days, I knew she really loved Pokemon as much as I did. And then I started to love her, too. Wasn't much at first, but after I invested myself into her like I did my Pokemon, I guess it was natural, and she felt the same about me. But now she's been taken from me, with the same group of people that followed me since the first day of my journey, and followed me even to Hoenn. And May... Team Rocket! He growled. They're horrible! They finally took Pikachu from me. And they also took May. I'll never forgive them. His arm began shaking with anger. Never! He shouted. Ash? Annabelle squeaked, peeking through the door. He sat up and crossed his legs underneath him. Oh, hey, Annabelle. I checked on Charizard like you asked me to, she said. He's doing fine. I didn't tell him. About me and Pikachu, I mean. Oh, he sighed. He realized that he still had tears on his cheeks, so he rubbed them off on his arm. Thank you. Do you need anything else? Annabelle asked, concerned. Just some time alone, please. I need time to think. Annabelle smiled weakly at him. All right, Ash. I'll be just outside the door if you need anything. Ash nodded, and the salon maiden left the room. And so he fell back onto his back, once again, back to his thoughts. His backpack had found its way onto the ground next to the rather lavish bed he lay on. He sat up and took a better look at the room. He hadn't been paying attention to it before, but it was quite extravagant. A large mirror sat to the left, with the entrance to the hall directly in front of him. On his right were other dressers, and his backpack at the side of the bed. Ash reached over the side and pulled up his pack. He reached into the pocket he kept all of his special things, and he found the ribbon that he and May won in Kanto and pulled it out. He looked at it, thinking of the girl who once owned the other half. He stood up and walked over to the mirror and placed half of his ribbon against it. In the reflection, the ribbon was made whole again, a symbol of their complete love and trust in each other. However, the other half was held only by his reflection, and it was unlikely that he would ever see the girl he loved smile at him ever again. Returning to his pack, he pulled out a Pokeball. It had a small lightning insignia on it. He expanded it and gave the ball a tight hug. His best friend would stay on his shoulder, or would be held in his arms. That too would happen no longer. I'd give anything to see them again, he sighed to himself. I just can't believe that they're gone. He sighed and dropped the Pokeball and ribbon back into the pack, and fell back onto his bed again. Before long, he felt his stomach growl. I guess it's lunchtime, he sighed. Annabelle cracked the door open again. Ash? I thought I heard your stomach growl. Are you hungry? Ash laughed. Your hearing must be pretty good. I am a bit hungry. Is there anything you'd like? Annabelle asked, still not entering and giving him space. He thought about it for a moment before answering. Bring me some ramen, with a bottle of ketchup on the side. No, what's gonna happen? Am I gonna blow up? No, worse! Ash got kidnapped! And then you blow up! Technically, yes, that is worse. He's gonna go Super Saiyan. This Namek arc. It is yeah, you can see cracks beginning to form. Alright. This is not good for his psyche. As you can tell. Yeah, it's way worse. Indeed, it's way worse. I can't believe May left us again! Cindy shouted at the top of her lungs before slipping back down into the chair she sat in, hugging Happiny while she pouted. The Pokemon Center's lobby was rather empty. Trainers were staying away after the contest hall had collapsed, and there weren't any other reasons for trainers to visit, really. Brock lifted his head from his hands. I should have been paying closer attention to what she was doing, the breeder sighed. I'm sure she was laying hints that she was going to run off again. Well, all we gotta do is let the Pokemon nurses around the area know, and then we'd be able to find her, right? Cindy said, rocking the baby Pokemon. Lucy stepped back into the room and snapped her cell phone shut. I wish we had that much time, she said. But I've got other problems, and I would like it if you came with me, she sighed, looking to Brock. Her face became highlighted with pink, and she looked away for a moment. I mean, if you don't mind coming along with me. Oh, Queen Lucy! Brock said, sliding across the ground to her. I would follow you to the ends of the earth! Wherever you go, I will follow. No mountain is too high, no valley too low, no river too wide. Cindy lurched out her hand and yanked down Brock's ear to her level. The theatrics aren't necessary, she sighed. Happy! The Pokemon chirped. Anyway, Cindy said, looking up to the Frontier Brain, what kind of thing would we be helping you with? The benefactor wants us to go search for the Sapphire again. He believes he knows of the location, and I'm to head there to secure it. We're not going to be stealing anything, are we? Cindy asked, while furrowing her eyebrows. That wouldn't sit right with me. From what I understand, Lucy said, The sapphires in a cave where they used to be mined out. Apparently one large enough is supposedly left in there, but it's at the end of a confusing line of tunnels. What about May? Brock asked. When are we gonna go search for her? Lucy shrugged. Knowing her, she probably left to speak with Scott to see if he knows anything about Ash's disappearance. We might run into her, but we should be careful if we find her after she finds Scott. Brock sat up. What do you mean? What could Scott do? I'll explain on the way, he said. You want your Lucy? I know, right? No valley too wide. No valley too... Or no river too wide, no valley too low. Oh boy. Gotta switch tabs here. Oh gosh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Give me a second. Okay, it's gone. Okay. Curse you, time, curse you. I know, right? Curse... The flow of time is always cruel. Like a river's flow, it never ends. I think I'm quoting that Ocarina of Time quote correctly. I think I'm quoting Sheik properly. I don't actually know. I think I do. I played that game for like most of the time I've been alive. You killed them? The boss was not amused with his underlings or the report of what happened when they chased down the Pikachu and his previous caretaker. After all this time chasing that damned Pikachu, you end up killing it? It was an accident, Jesse pleaded. The Torts have gotten out of things like this before. I'm sure I don't want any higher-brained explanations, he shouted at them through the monitor. I want you to come to the base immediately so I can give you what you deserve. James rubbed the back of his head. That might take a bit, boss. What are you babbling about now? He asked, still irritated. Well, Meow stepped up to explain. In the panic when we thought we killed the toy pet, we kinda popped our last balloon. Then where are you communicating from, nitwits? He shouted. James looked over the rim of the basket. A remoraid hopped up and then back into the water that surrounded them on all sides. We're kinda going with the flow, Meow joked. Whatever, you morons, the boss said, exasperated. Just get here as soon as possible. With that, the screen turned off. The rocket trio let out a long sigh. Oh, I'm glad that's over, James sighed. My mime, the Pokemon added, mimicking his posture. What reason do we have to go back to the boss anyway? James asked his comrades. If we go back, something bad will happen. Why don't we just split now while the splitting's good? Do you know what he'll do to us if we don't show up and he eventually finds us? Jesse replied. Getting fired is the lenient punishment. What would happen then is much worse. That's too bad then, James sighed. I guess we better start rowing. Ah, Buffett! Okay, let you stop before you get press. No worries, Ada. No. Listen, Ada, we got your back. We got your back. We got your back. But yeah, so yeah, the boss is not happy. He's not happy. He's not happy. Annabelle felt herself almost vomit when she saw Ash take a swig of the ketchup after he had wolfed down several bowls of ramen. Ash himself cringed while swallowing the ketchup. That wasn't that bad, he coughed after taking a drink from a nearby water cup. Kinda good, actually. I can see why Pikachu liked that so much. Right. Annabelle chuckled uneasily. Anyway, Ash, I wanted to talk to you about Evergreen. Ash blinked, setting down the empty cup. What about him? She shrugged, just wondering what you thought about him. Ash pictured the mysterious man in his mind. He seemed nice, he began, but I don't know. Feels like I've seen him before. Annabelle was curious. Can you think of where? Ash then focused his mind and tried to recall. I can't really put my finger on it, so it must have been a long time ago. Annabelle leaned back in her chair before landing it back on its feet. I see. Evergreen's a really nice man, Ash, she said. Scott's always been a bit shady, but Evergreen treats me like a good friend of his. I don't know, Ash huffed. I mean, it seems like he's pretty nice, but I guess with all the weirdness with all the Frontier brains recently, I'm kind of suspicious. Why don't we go talk to him, then? Annabelle offered. Then we'll be able to put all these worries to rest, okay? Ash stood up. You know what? I'd like some answers, too. Let's go talk to Evergreen. Annabelle smiled sweetly at Ash, but he didn't notice. He had already gone back into his pack and pulled out the halved ribbon. I've got to know the full truth, he spoke softly. Annabelle felt part of her break off, but she retained her composure just the same. I'll lead the way, Ash. Yeah, big mad indeed. Super big mad. Also, might I just say I love Xenoblade music? I love Xenoblade music so much. It's so good. The building was comprised mostly of metal, as Ash saw as Annabelle led the way. Nearly all the doors were automated, but there weren't that many. In fact, it barely seemed like there was anyone else in the building. She led him down a long hallway with a few doors in it, and at the end of the hall was a rather grandiose door. Ash and Annabelle stood in front of it, causing the door to slide open, much like the doors in Cerulean City did. Ash realized that this room was different from the last. Evergreen was a rather important-looking desk, filling out some form of paperwork or another. The room was much brighter than the one they had first met in. Evergreen, Annabelle said, stepping in first and greeting the man. Ash wanted to talk to you about some things. Not just some things, Ash said, pushing past her. I have a lot of questions to ask you. Evergreen looked up and still wore a smile on his face. Ah, Ash, I'm glad to see that you're feeling better. Ash squeezed the ribbon still in his hand. I've got a lot of stuff to ask you, so we better get started. He pleasantly motioned him to take a seat. By all means, have a seat. Excuse me, Annabelle stuttered. May I stay here? I guess, Ash said with a shrug. And Evergreen still kept a smile. You're a guest. Annabelle responded to this with a blush and thanked the two. Evergreen leaned back in his chair. Now, Ash, what's on your mind? First off, why was it necessary to kidnap me? He asked, rather irritated. I don't see why you had to separate me from my friends. Evergreen sighed. An excellent question from an excellent trainer. It was for your safety, Ash. My safety? The trainer repeated, confused. Yes, Ash. I wasn't sure when Scott would make his move. Ash's gaze narrowed. What do you mean? Excuse me. I'm speaking out of order, aren't I? I suppose I should tell you how the Battle Frontier got started, shouldn't I? You know how the Battle Frontier got started? Yes. Because I knew Scott before he changed. Evergreen grew solemn. The love of money is the root of all evil, as they say. Ash blinked. Scott got greedy for money? Then why did he need a benefactor? Evergreen smirked. Isn't it obvious? There is no benefactor. Ash was shocked. Say what? How come? Scott just used this idea of a benefactor to protect his image, like a child telling his parents that the devil made me do it, or such nonsense. Scott planned to split the Battle Frontier around Kanto all along, and lied to the brains to get them to join. Why do you think he suddenly changed things once he got his seventh brain? You mean Brandon? Precisely, Evergreen acknowledged. Scott has been using this myth of the benefactor to protect himself. The Battle Frontier is actually quite profitable, and Scott has most of the money made from the work for himself. Then why doesn't he want the ruby and sapphire? Ash asked. Annabelle rolled her eyes. That's so obvious. They're huge jewels, Ash. They're obviously very valuable. That's why he wants them. Ash gathered his thoughts. So, Scott has been using the Battle Frontier to get rich? That seems so unlike him. I thought he loved watching Pokemon battles. Annabelle stood up. He tells people that, but he's just a greedy, greasy slime ball. Ash tried to further grasp the entire situation as much as, you know, as hard as that was to do. But then, does that mean he hired Team Rocket with all that money? Team Rocket is a horrible organization, run by its own lust for power, Evergreen said. But every organization needs money. I guess Scott had enough to be able to buy their services. Ash's hands began to shake. So, when Team Rocket, when they attacked me, it was Scott who wanted. I see. Evergreen spun his tall chair so the back was facing Ash and Annabelle. I never thought of it that way. So that means that Scott is responsible for May and Pikachu's deaths. Ash crashed his fists onto Evergreen's desk. That creep! I'll never forgive him! Never! Annabelle swallowed the fear that rose in her throat at Ash's emotional outburst. I'll get him back! Ash roared at the ceiling, his eyes burning with renewed tears and anger. I'll do to him what he had done to me and Pikachu! I'll kill him! Annabelle fell out of her seat. Kill? Aren't you taking this a bit too far, Ash? His auburn eyes were cold and dark when he turned to gaze to Annabelle. He took them away from me, he growled. I'll take away from him tenfold! Evergreen smiled. Admirable spirit, Ash. But I believe you'll require training. Although I have opened the eyes of the Frontier Brains to Scott's underhandedness, he'll still likely have protection from Team Rocket when you find him. And with just Charizard, you'll be hard-pressed to match up to them in battle. Can you help me train, then? Ash asked Evergreen. You're supposedly the 8th Frontier Brain, right? That means you're powerful, right? I am modestly powerful, but nothing compared to your own strength, Ash, Evergreen sighed. Which is why Scott wanted you to come down here in the first place. What now? Ash sat back down in his chair. Scott made a wager with me. As an old friend of his, I constantly wanted him to change his ways. To be like he was when he was before he became so corrupt. So he sent a challenger to me. If I would defeat him in battle, Scott would sell off the Battle Frontier and give the money away to charity. If the challenger won, I'd have to become another one of his Frontier Brains. Scott sent you because you're such a powerful Pokemon trainer, Ash. Ash stepped back. I don't want to fight you, though. I want to fight Scott. So, as you can see, we are on the same side. Evergreen spun his chair back around to face Ash. I am also a fairly powerful trainer, and I will help you with techniques that will allow you to easily destroy Scott and any trainer that dares try to shield him from justice. Ash nodded vigorously. Thank you, Evergreen. I won't let you down. Head down to the basement, Ash, Evergreen said. I had your Charizard released down there so you could stretch, rest, and get something to eat. You should go talk to him. We'll train later today. Whew. So then who the F is this Evergreen person if the benefactor doesn't actually exist? And why are the Frontier Brains answering to him at all and not solely listening to Scott? I mean, it sounds like the question was answered there. It's like, you know, Scott's just a big old greedy meanie face. Charizard is the wrong Pokemon to leave Ash with when he's this mad. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I should have had to bring Muck instead. Well, I mean, you know. Muck isn't as much of a destructive force as Charizard is, you know, and, well, he has a nuke on him now, so that's gonna be fun. It also brings up more questions. It does bring up more questions, yes. But that's a part of what makes this so intriguing, though. The plot thickens. It continues to thicken. Ah. But now, that said, so we see a little bit more stuff happening. If Evergreen is telling the truth, does that mean Brandon and Annabelle actually aren't correct, but the other ones are? Yeah, that is also a possibility, too. But it also calls into question why Greta would be, like, so abusive towards him in the first place, but then again, I guess she did kind of lay out her reasons. And Liz seems like she doesn't want to actually be doing all that, but is still doing it anyway. I mean, like Brandon said, they all have their reasons for doing so. Yeah. Yeah, Greta is just being a 5-year-old. Yes, that is true. Very much so. But yeah, so we see a taste of Ash's cracking psyche, is rapidly deteriorating psyche. This is it's things are escalating quite a bit. Oh, but we haven't seen the end of this yet. Oh no. Okay. Chapter 28. Hospital Thrills. With one Pokemon down on each side and only 2 minutes remaining, MC Lillian announced from the floor of the arena, her sporty visor looking into the crowd. This Grand Festival match is almost over! Grand Festival? May asked herself, furrowing her eyebrows. As in, the Kanto Grand Festival? She looked across the arena to her opponent. It was a boy close to her in height, his green hair fixed according to his own specifications. His emerald eyes shot into May like a bad memory, and in his hand, he held a Pokeball, assumedly one of the ones that belonged to a Pokemon that was just knocked out. May surveyed the field, seeing her Combuskin squaring off against his Pokemon. It had a great coat with a large blade protruding from its forehead. His dark eyes glared at May's not yet fully evolved Pokemon, ready to prove himself to his master. This already happened, didn't it? May asked herself. Come on, May! She heard a voice call from the side of the arena. Looking over, she saw some of her best friends and her little brother cheering for her in this important battle. She grinned. Alright then, I'll have to win this, won't I? She pointed forcefully at Absol. Combuskin, use Mega Kick! Absol! Her opponent shouted. Use Iron Tail! The two Pokemon leapt at each other, Absol's tail and Combuskin's comb and foot both glowing as they brought them into their opponents. The connection could be heard throughout the arena. Both Pokemon pushed off from each other, jumping away. Absol, Razor Wind now! On the opposing coordinator's command, Absol spun around in the air and launched a blade of vacuumed air at Combuskin, catching the Pokemon midair before she could land. The blade exploded against May's Pokemon, and she tumbled across the ground, lying flat on her back. Combuskin! May shouted at her Pokemon. Please get up! Absol, the green-haired boy shouted. Finish it with Water Pulse! Absol formed an orb of water in the air above his head and brought it crashing down into the ground. The water splashed out in huge waves that engulfed Combuskin and threatened to engulf May as well. Combuskin! They shouted. Get up! I know you can! From underneath the rushing water, Combuskin's claw broke the surface, but the rest of her body was still held under the waves. Combuskin, fight it! I know you can get up and win this! Do it for me! Do it for Ash! May lurched up from her laying position to be sitting up in a bed. She let out a sigh, saying, Not again. I hate it when I just wake up and don't know where I am. The coordinator looked down and saw that she was wearing some sort of thin nylon robe. Moving her hands up and down her own back allowed her to discover 2 facts about this robe. Firstly, it was tied in the back by thin strings to keep it around her body. Second, it had no back, meaning that she was bare on that side. May then noticed that she didn't seem to be wearing anything else other than the robe. Her undergarments, gloves, bandana, all of it was gone. She remained silent for a moment. And then she let out a high-pitched scream at the top of her lungs. They began hyperventilating, as several men in long white coats began rushing into the room. They all began asking her questions. What's wrong? What happened? Are you alright? Check your temperature! I'd be alright if I had more clothes! The girl shouted, covering her body with the blanket she was under. Someone get these perverts out of here! Get out! A familiar feminine voice called out. All of you! Yes, ma'am! All the men shouted at once. They quickly filed out of the room and left a single woman inside the door. May blinked, continuing to cover herself. Nurse Joy? That's Dr. Joy to you, she said, holding up a clipboard. I see that our little seashore girl has finally woken up. May blinked, allowing the blanket to fall from her shoulders. Seashore girl? That's what everyone's been calling you ever since you washed up here on the beach, unconscious, Joy said, indicating the name of the clipboard listing her as Seashore Girl in fairly plain handwriting. I'm glad that you're feeling alright. Yeah, but where am I? And where are my clothes? And Pokemon? May began to panic. Where are my Pokemon? Well, your Pikachu and Totodile are in the Pokemon Center waiting for you to come around, Joy began. But trainers are only allowed to carry 6 Pokemon. What were you doing with 11? Oh, not all of those Pokemon are mine, she said. 5 are mine. The other 6 belong to my boyfriend. The Pikachu and Totodile are his, actually. Joy turned grim. Oh, I see. We were able to find his Pikachu and Totodile because you were holding on to them when you washed up. We found no sign of anyone else. That's because he's been kidnapped, May explained, almost hyper in her explanation. I was taking his Pokemon with me and we were going to go find him and the people kidnapped him. And you ended up shipwrecked? Yeah. I'm glad Pikachu's with us. Otherwise Team Rocket would have him. What's this Team Rocket? The doctor asked. A group of bad people want to steal that Pikachu that my boyfriend has. I remember being chased by them, but it's all a blur now. I can't remember what happened that caused me to end up, well, in the ocean. On that note, we couldn't find a Pokeball that Pikachu was supposed to go in, Joy said. We think it was lost in whatever caused you to end up here. That's not it. And where is here, anyway? Oh, I forgot. This is Sevii Islands Dual Pokemon Center Hospital. It's one of the few in the world that treats both humans and Pokemon. Sevii Island? May gasped. This is where I need to be! The girl struggled to get out of bed, but Dr. Joy held her down. We still need to perform some tests. We don't know how well you are. Oh, come on! The coordinator complained. I have to get going! Just bring my clothes and Pokemon and let me go! Ash going Super Saiyan and Charizard is about to be turned into a war machine. Oh yeah, baby! Oh, I'm excited. we get to see some things we don't normally see in Pokemon. But yeah, she's not dead. She's not dead. It's amazing. It's incredible. Even. Poggers, you could say. Based as, based, even. Yeah, she's not dead! Woohoo! She lives to see another day, and to make an appearance in one of the recent Pokemon trailers from the Pokemon Direct the other day. Which is awesome! Because yay, made another appearance. Yay! She still exists in the collective consciousness. You'd love to see it. Alright, well, anyway. An emaciated Team Rocket finally pulled up to shore in their basket. It turned on its side, dumping out the Rocket trio onto the beach. How long were we at sea, Meowth? James asked. Only about 4 days, Meowth sighed. We've gone without food or water for longer, right? Oh, but... the Pokemon said, before it began coughing hoarsely. But I don't think we'll survive much longer without anything. Jessie crawled over to the boys and started crawling forward. Maybe the boss will let us have one last meal? James proposed, as the rockets climbed to their feet and began trudging through the forest towards the imposing building in the middle of a meadow. If we're lucky, Mal sighed again, not very hopeful. At least we're close to the base, Jessie said with a frown. We can get this over with. Well, you seem to be in perfect health, Joy noted on the clipboard. I guess we can let you go. May hopped out of bed, still wearing the backless nylon gown. Great! Now, where are my clothes? I had them washed, dried, and hung up in that closet over there, Joy said, pointing to a closet very close to where May's bed was. The Petalburg girl dashed over and opened the door, and all of her clothes did hang there as stated. At the bottom was her pack. She opened it up and found that the Pokeballs were missing. Which makes sense, she told herself. All my Pokemon are probably in the Pokemon Center portion of this building. She went through her pack a bit further and found the ribbon that she and Ash had won. At least, her half of that ribbon. She held it close to her for a moment before putting it back in her pack. Picking out a set of her clothes, she got dressed after sending Joy out of the room. She looked around for her bandana, though, and wasn't able to find it. Growing worried, she put all of her clothes back inside her pack and put it on before stepping outside. Dr. Joy, she began. Was there a bandana anywhere in my things that you found? Joy shook her head. Everything that was brought in, everything that was brought in when that man found you on the beach was in that closet, other than the Pokemon who were in the Pokemon Center. May groaned. Oh, I can't believe I lost it! If it's that important to you, Joy said, leading May down the hall, go find the man who brought you in. He may be able to show you where you washed up, and it may be nearby. How long ago did I wash up on the island? About 4 days ago, Joy said, after thinking for a moment. You just kind of washed up on the beach. It's a miracle you'd survive whatever happened to you. May's jaw dropped. 4 days? I've been out cold for 4 days? Dr. Joy nodded. That's right. We've been feeding you through a gastric nasal tube to keep you alive during that time. May blinked as they turned around a corner. Gastro what? It's a tube that goes into your nose that we send food through to get to your stomach. Gross! May exclaimed, holding the sides of her head. Glad that's over! It's a common procedure. Nothing out of the ordinary. How far are we from the Pokemon Center part? May asked, just wanting desperately to change the subject. We're here, actually, Joy said, as they stepped around a corner. Another Joy stood at the counter, waving to the doctor. Hi, sis! The nurse Joy waved. I see that Seashore Girl woke up. Dr. Joy sighed. Yes, she did. She's ready to leave and wants the Pokemon that were brought in with her. Okies! Nurse Joy giggled and turned to go into the back room. She came back with Ash's Pikachu on her shoulder, and 10 Pokeballs held in her arms. Pikachu! The electric Pokemon leapt from the nurse to May. The coordinator caught her boyfriend's partner in her arms. I'm happy to see you too, Pikachu, she said, smiling while hugging the Pokemon close. I've got all the others here too, Joy smiled. I should probably talk to them about what's going on, May sighed. I'll do it when I find Scott. They'll want to know a lot from him too, I bet. For now, May put the Pokeballs in her bag and had Pikachu perched on her shoulder. She scratched behind Pikachu's ears and felt her hair again. I might just go back to look for my bandana for a bit first, she sighed. Ooh, ooh! Nurse Joy raised her hand in the air, like a little schoolgirl. I have something for you from the guy that found you. May raised an eyebrow. You do? What? It's his address! The nurse practically said, practically throwing the paper at May, who was just quick enough to catch it before it hit her face. Does he live on the island? Of course, silly! Joy giggled. Whatever, the doctor said, rolling her eyes. I'm going to go back to work. Sis, why don't you try to be serious just for a little bit? The doctor turned back the way she came and began studying the next page on her clipboard. The house is actually really easy to find. The nurse smiled. I visit the man who lives there lots. Is the house furthest outside town, heading east? And east would be, I asked, unsure what direction east was. Straight out the door, Joy pointed, giggling. The giggly, energetic nurse unnerved me a bit. Thanks a lot. Come on, Pikachu, let's go see if we can find my bandana. Pikachu, he said, as they left the Pokemon Center and began heading down the dirt road east. After that, he seemed to say something along the lines of, after that, we'll be trying to find the others, right? Like I said, May explained again, we'll have our powwow when we find Scott. It'll be a great opportunity to make sure everyone's on the same page then. Pikachu reluctantly agreed as the couple continued on the path, heading to the outskirts of the town. Didn't they say Scott lived on Fire Island? Yes. Yes, they did. Getting Primal Kyogre as a partner in Masters. Let's go! No! If her eyes are blue, though, you think she would have, like, Primal Kyogre, you know? I don't know, I think I'm basing on, like, some of that fan art that I saw that one time, back when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were coming out, or, like, they were announced. You don't like where this is going, then? I don't like where this is going. But it's okay, though. Things will be fine, probably. Probably. I waited 4 days for you to arrive, the boss shouted at them. Next time, carry a spare balloon or alternative transportation or something. The Rockets quivered in fear at being in the boss's presence, hearing his thundering voice yell at them. We don't even see each other that much, sir, Jessie said, trying to lighten the mood. Why don't we all sit down to a nice lunch and we can talk about alternate transportation options? James and Meowth, both rubbing their sweating palms together, nodded in unison with Jessie's suggestion. Her patient Pokemon and James's Mime Jr. also chimed in on her behalf. Giovanni smiled. Yes, why not? He then pressed the intercom button on his desk. Please send in some refreshments for my guests and me. Jessie, James, and Meowth all watched as Rocket Grunts bust in many trays of food, causing the trio to drool all over their mouths. The lids were lifted, and many roast fowl, cakes, and other succulent foods all taunted Jessie's group. The Rockets admirably sat on their hands, making sure to not lose control of themselves as they sat, nearly starving, watching the food being brought in. Once the food stopped, the boss stood up and stepped over to the many trays. Aren't you going to grab a plate? He asked them. We aren't worthy! The quintet all cried, bowing in reverence to their leader. Once Giovanni had his choice of the foods and had sat down, Jessie, James, and Meowth all picked up their plates and began piling food onto them themselves, and then started shuffling all they could get in their mouths, with Bobbafett and Mime Jr. stealing pieces from their trainers' plates. I hope you're enjoying this last meal. The Rocket Boss smiled as he swirled the wine in his glass. Because the matter of discussion is now your jobs. The quintet all froze at that mention. No, go ahead and eat, Giovanni urged them. You'll need the strength. Strength for what? Meowth asked after swallowing his mouthful. I have a challenger I would like you to battle. If you win, you get to keep your jobs. That sounds easy enough, Jessie said, standing up, re-energized with the food. Just some challenger, huh? James was also becoming confident. I'm sure that your agents can turn this challenger into chow mein before too long. Wow, about that! My mime! Giovanni smiled. Good. Because if you lose, I never want to see or hear you ever again, as long as you or I remain alive. He spoke with a sternness expected of his position. Failure to remain away from my organization and off its payroll may be fatal. Am I making myself clear? Crystal, Meowth gulped. Don't be so afraid, Meowth. Jessie put her hand on his shoulder and James did the same. It's just one challenger, James said, boosting his confidence. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it, especially since it'll be 2-on-1. All right, Meowth sighed. But I still think that there's something fishy going on. You knew Evergreen was Giovanni. Dun dun dun. That's why the Frontier Fear is listening to it. I don't know why I'm I don't know why I'm giggling like a schoolboy myself. But, I am. And I'm enjoying it. May furrowed her eyebrows. Is this the place? Pika. The Pokemon nodded after checking the numbers on the rusted mailbox. May frowned. What a dump. The house was really small. It appeared to have one room, maybe two small ones. The outside was overgrown with vines, and the grass grew over Pikachu's head. The Pokemon climbed back onto May's shoulder after stretching his legs for a bit. Thankfully, the stone path was clear, and May followed it to the old wooden door. May swallowed her fear and pulled on the knocker and hit it against the door twice. After a few moments of waiting, she laughed nervously. Well, no one's here. I guess we better go look for Scott. Why go looking for him when he's right here? The frontier owner's gruff voice came from the cracked doorway. May's face turned pale for a moment before lighting up with anger. Scott? You! What did you do to Ash? Would you like your bandana back? He asked, still smiling. You have my bandana? Does that mean you're the one who saved me? May gulped. Come on in, May, Scott said. I know we have a lot to talk about. Scott opened the door to his home and allowed May to step inside. The inside of this house wasn't much better kept than the outside. Many maps, letters, newspapers, and other media were stacked in organized piles about the room. Scott moved a box of video cassettes off his couch and offered May a seat. The girl took his offer and sat down, as Scott moved over to a large, comfortable chair. Pikachu kept his ears alert and his eyes on Scott, still not fully trusting the man. I know you don't trust me now, Pikachu, Scott said, but hopefully you will after we're done with our discussion. Pikachu's not the only one who wants an explanation, he told him. She reached into her pocket and pulled out all 10 of the Pokeballs, releasing her and Ash's Pokemon. Scott's house shook as the Pokemon all surrounded Scott in the room, making themselves comfortable. They shot menacing glances at Scott, letting him know that he was under close observation. To this, Scott could only laugh. I didn't know it was storytelling hour, he joked. Well, surely you should know that, Scott, because it's Mochi Storytime! I had no idea it was Mochi Storytime, he joked. Oh yeah, so Scott was the one who found May washed up on the beach. What a coinky dink! Giovanni had led the Rockets and their Pokemon into a large arena with an open roof. I hope you're prepared, he said, smiling in a way that would frighten them. We're ready, Jesse said, confident of her victory. Bring on this challenger! We'll show what Team Rocket is made of! Giovanni smiled. Very well, I'll go let him know you're here. He walked away from the Rockets to let them plan, and headed down the hall to a room close to the opposing entrance to the arena. He knocked on the door 3 times. Yes, Evergreen. A youth with dull, urban eyes opened the door. They were still bloodshot from their late-night training sessions. His clothes were tattered and torn by the flames of his chosen Pokemon, as well as other aspects of the harsh training. I've managed to capture those Rockets who killed your beloved and partner, he responded. I've given them a wager. They may have their freedom if they defeat you in battle. If that's the case, the youth responded, they'll be lucky if they escape with their lives, much less their freedom. The elder smiled to the junior. That's the spirit. You need to get them back for what they've done. Yes, he responded. Giovanni led the team back to the arena, but left him behind a sealed door. I'll open it when the timing is correct, okay? The boy nodded. All right. My Pokemon is ready, right? I've made sure he's been well taken care of. He's ready for a good battle. I doubt they'll be worthy. I doubt they'll be worth one, but they never were. It spat. Giovanni left the room and returned to the side where Jessie and her crew were. Are you ready? He asked. As we'll ever be, the Rocket said, smiling. Wow, about that! Good. And now, Giovanni said, as he stepped back into the shadows, meet your opponent. The door slowly rose up, illuminating his tattered shoes and dirty pants. His sweatshirt was charred in several places, but his body looked stronger than ever. His hair was still dark and messy, but it also appeared a bit greasy, as if it had been washed for days. However, the biggest change the rocket noticed were in his eyes. Gone were the warm, kind orbs that glared at the rockets when his best friend was in their clutches. Now they were cold, dark husks. His eyes pierced Jesse, James, Meowth, and Wobbuffet and filled them with a great fear.
No,
Jesse swallowed.
it can't be.
James added. It is! It's the twerp! Wobbuffet! Wait, if Giovanni is evergreen, maybe Scott actually isn't a bad guy. Because if we all remember, Giovanni was the 8th gym leader after all, so the Pokemon League allowed him to run the gym. True, that is true! He said he'll have to get absolutely nuked by Charizard. Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. But hey, I mean, it's a move that Ash agrees with, which honestly is probably not a good thing, but you know, it's yeah, you know. You know. Granted, half the Pokemon League was also under Team Rocket's influence based on the manga, but regardless, well, but the manga is a different continuity, right? The manga, I imagine, would not be considered canon to the anime, and I mean, I doubt it would be considered canon for the story as well. Anyway, chapter 29. That was then, and this is how. Team Rocket! Ash cried out from across the field, his eyes burning with rage.
You'll pay! You'll pay dearly for what you've done to me and Pikachu!
James fell back in fear, Mime Jr. cowering behind the bluish-purple hair in his head.
We can't beat the twerp!
At least he doesn't have Pikachu! Meow swallowed hard. Come on, you two! Jessie tried, inspiring confidence in them while her own knees chattered. We can take a single twerp, right? Ash raised his right hand into the air and snapped his fingers sharply, causing the rockets to recoil in fear. The ground in front of the pallet trainer opened up, and on a raised platform sat his Charizard. The mighty Pokemon flapped his wings and huffed out a short breath of intense flames, causing the air to get very hot around the Team Rocket.
This could be bad.
James swallowed as he reached for a Pokeball. Oh boy. At least he doesn't have Pikachu, he's only got his strongest. Yeah, he only has the strongest Pokemon. He only has the strongest Pokemon. First and foremost, May said, sitting with Aipom and Pikachu on opposing shoulders, trying to make herself as intimidating as Ash himself would be in the situation. What have you done with Ash?
Zeroth and pre-foremost,
Scott said with a smile, reaching into his pocket. He reached into his pocket, keeping us cool under the pressure.
Here's your bandana back.
Embarrassment flashed brightly over the girl's face as she reached up her hand and snatched the bandana back from him. She tied it around her head sloppily, wanting to save face and return to questioning.
And now, first and foremost,
Scott answered,
I don't have any idea where he is. I'm not even sure why he was taken.
What do you mean you don't know? Well... Screw you, Panera! Curse you, Panera! I hate you! Anyway. What do you mean you don't know? May shouted, quickly losing face to the owner of the Battle Frontier.
I mean what I mean,
he said with a shrug.
I didn't order anyone to take him anywhere, so your guess is as good as mine.
But they were your Frontier brains who took him! May yelled again. Why don't you know?
May,
Scott said, rubbing his ear.
Would you please keep it down? I may wear sunglasses, but I'm not deaf. May helped out a fine to the man. But you'd better tell me what you know. I'll tell you why I don't know, Scott chuckled. Just calm down. The man leaned closer back in his chair, raising the footrest as the rest of the chair creaked and scratched due to its old parts and rusted joints. I run the battle frontier, and it was even my idea to create it, but I'm not really the owner. May's jaw dropped. What? After all this time, you're not even the owner? What happened? If it was your idea, how did you lose control? Scott sat up under May's barrage of questions. Slow down, May, and I'll tell you the entire story. He sighed, pushing for her to calm herself. That's like, oh, universe! Like, oh, universe 7 has only one fighter left. We can win this. All last time. All-time last fighter is Goku. Yep. Those two things just don't correlate. You wear sunglasses if you're blind, not deaf. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you may... I think he was basically saying, yeah, you may think I'm blind. Think of what you will of, like, whether or not I may be blind by wearing sunglasses, but I'm not deaf, so stop yelling. So, no, it is relevant, I would argue. But, you know. The purple-haired salon maiden was feeling quite conflicted as she trudged down the halls of the base that Evergreen called Brandon Ash and herself to. On one hand, man out of the picture for good, and Ash away from everyone he truly trusted, she could spend time with him, helping him cope, and she was really lucky, move on with his love life. After all, she thought to herself, he can't keep doting on a dead girl, can he? That's when she sighed. But he is, she reminded herself, leaning against a wall. Every night for the past 4 nights, she had snuck into Ash's room after the trainer had fallen asleep. And each night, she used her powers to read his sleeping mind. She infiltrated the boy's dreams, but could never manifest herself in them. She would either have to be an observer, or take on the role of someone else in those dreams. And that girl was always there. Even death could not break the love you felt for her and his Pikachu, but Manuel never really paid attention to him. He would see them in his dreams, and he'd talk to them like they were still alive. That girl would always be so cheerful and carefree. She would giggle at him, play with his hair, and even wrestle with him. Annabelle watched those dreams with mixed feelings. She almost enjoyed watching them interact, and learned a great deal about how Ash saw her, but at the same time, watching her shower him with affection tied her stomach up in knots. She was brutally jealous of this girl, who from beyond the grave still held his heart in her hand. After watching for a long time, the dream would eventually begin drawing to a close. It was easy for Annabelle to tell when. It would be when everything else began to fade away, other than those two. They would be absorbed in each other's features, and then they'd draw closer. The girl would purse her lips and close her eyes. That's when Annabelle would take on her role. She would put herself in that girl's shoes, and that girl's body. She would feel his warm, loving lips against her own. It was different than when she forced herself on him those days ago. He was resilient, immobile, and cold. In the dreams, when he kissed the girl, his passion burned forth. She felt the fire in him, his unyielding love for this girl. It awakened something in her, and she wanted to remain like that for as long as she could. But when both of them opened their eyes, Annabelle saw the girl's reflection in the apple of his eye, not her own. Annabelle would then stop watching, leave the room, and run down the hall as fast as she could toward her room. She would slip in as quietly as she could and lock the door behind her. When she was sure she was alone, she would sit down, curl into a ball, and weep. She had done this for the past 4 nights. Wiping the budding tears from her eyes, she resumed her jog to the arena on the top floor, where her boss and Ash were having a battle to test his newfound strength. The real question is what Scott's saying is true? True! That's a good question! That's a very good question. Who is actually telling the truth? It can be very hard to tell when you're hearing so many conflicting stories. I mean, I like the man Coben more over the love of his life dying. Like, doesn't that mean he's never dating? It's been like 4 days. I mean, true, yeah, it's been 4 days!
Yeah, give him time, Annabelle. Give him time. Give him time. A few years ago, Scott told his tale to May and all the Pokemon in the room, I decided that I would finally pursue my dream. And your dream was? They interrupted, her finger on her chin. You know how there are many exciting battles held during the Pokemon League competitions, right? Yeah. Some of the best battles I've ever seen, Ash, and we're in the Hoenn League. Normal battles are hardly as entertaining as those at League competitions. My dream was to have a place where Pokemon battles on par with those in every Pokemon League would happen daily. A place where the greatest trainers from around the world would gather for the toughest battles any of them would ever have. That sounds really awesome, he said. Annabelle told me a bit about it a while ago. She said that you had planned to buy an island in the Hoenn region and all the facilities would have been really close to each other. Scott nodded. It was to be a battling theme park. However, I ran into a large problem when trying to make my dream come true. It was back when I had 6 of my 7 brains and we were still a rather small-time operation. Where's my paycheck, Scott? Greta yelled, slamming her fist into the wooden desk in the corner of Scott's tiny home. And mine! Tucker stepped in behind her. I didn't take this job to work for free, you know! Hey, chill out! A man about Scott's age pushed his gloved hand out in front of the other brains. Under his large hat sat intelligent eyes, watching Greta and Tucker's every move. Why does it always come back to money with you three? Go back to the junkyard, Mr. Fix-It! Greta shouted at him. I need money if I'm ever gonna start my fighting Pokemon dojo. And I need money if I'm ever gonna be able to show off my finesse in front of a huge crowd, Tucker said. Dome stadiums don't just build themselves. An elderly man sat in the corner. His eyes were squinted and seemed shut as he sipped his tea. And here I thought that patience was still a virtue, he said. Old-timer, Lucy said, stepping in. While I disagree with their methods, they do have a point. You can't run anything in this world without the funds. Lucy, the man in the large red hat and lab coat, tuned her. Not you too. Nolan, you know as well as I do that without the funds, the battle frontier will never get off the ground, Lucy responded, her eyes closed. That may be true, the old man responded again, pulling gently on his beard. But for my estimates, we're close to having the island. After that, we need to take out a few more loans on things, and we can have our battle frontier. How do you figure that, Spencer? Tucker asked, rolling his eyes. There is no money in the coffers at all. Spencer smiled, beating on his staff. Well, if we all take out loans, I'm sure we'll be able to fill the coffers to the brim, wouldn't you say? Greta slammed her fist on Scott's desk once more. You've got to be joking! I barely own anything! I'm not gonna take out loans on the small stuff I have left! Scott pulled at his collar, feeling the pressure. I'm sure we can do this without having to resort to loans, he said, swallowing his fear and hid it behind a chuckle. You better by Saturday, or I quit! Tucker then turned from the large man in the loud shirt and left. Same here, Greta agreed. Suddenly, the cracked door slammed shut, and footsteps were heard dashing down the road. Silence hung in the air for a moment. That was probably young Annabelle, Spencer said. He then turned to Greta. You probably scared her with your harsh words, and then she fled when she thought you would see her. He then cracked a smile on his wrinkled face. She holds you in high regard, you know. A blush crept over her face. Shut up, old man, she huffed. Then the blonde girl dashed out of the room and down the road in the direction of the footprints. When they said that, it was Monday, Scott explained to the girl, who was completely absorbed into his story. I had to come up with a way to satisfy them. So how'd you do it? May asked. How did you convince them to stay? Pika? Pikachu was also curious, and acted as the mouthpiece for all the Pokemon in the room. I was desperate, Scott said. I was at the end of my rope, and after getting so close, getting so many powerful trainers together, I wasn't about to let my dream slip away. So I made the worst mistake of my life. I contacted a criminal organization and asked for funding. May's eyes widened. You mean? Scott nodded. I ended up getting an audience with Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket. So let me see if I understand you, Mr. Scott. A man in a large chair sat, petting his long cat Pokemon. You want my organization to fund this battle frontier of yours? Scott sat on his knees on the ground. More of a loan, actually.
I promised I'd pay you back as soon as I got the money. It's just that no banks will lend me anything to get started on. That's because this idea of yours is high risk, the Rocket Boss replied, petting his Pokemon. It's quite likely that I'd never see that money again. And I understand how your organization works, Scott said, bowing, quivering behind his sunglasses in the dark room. I'll do whatever you want if I can't pay up. Just don't hurt the people I've already got to join me on my side. I've come to you because I have no other options. Giovanni smiled at the large, groveling man. I actually like this idea. It could be very beneficial to my organization, Mr. Scott. I'll help you out, but there are a few conditions. May blinked. Conditions? What kind of conditions? The first was something that I was more willing to do, Scott sighed. This man's organization would become the owners of the Battle Frontier. I would simply be left in charge of its operation. And the second? May asked, half guessing that there was a second. I had to accept one of this man's operatives as one of my frontier brains. Scott, this is Brandon, Giovanni introduced them. He's one of my field agents and an expert on ancient Pokemon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brandon, Scott said, holding out his hand. The pleasure is all mine, Brandon smiled, though keeping his arms crossed. Scott held his hand in the air for a moment longer, but then dropped it to his side. Well, it's nice to have you on board, he said, forcing a smile, not getting a good gut feeling from the green-coated archaeologist. It's good to be on board, Brandon echoed. Well, yes, Giovanni interrupted. In any case, there are a few things that need to change about the Battle Frontier. Such as? Scott asked, not liking the direction the conversation was going. Giovanni told me that he wanted the Battle Frontier located in Kanto, not in Hoenn, Scott explained. Supposedly, so he could keep a better eye on it. But I know now that he's been using my brains to commit crimes. Well, some seemed more willing than others, May noted, Pikachu nodding in agreement. He probably tempted them with something they wanted, Scott sighed. They may be great battlers, but many of them don't have the most sterling characters. Tell me about it, May huffed. Animal was always getting jealous of me for having Ash. Scott nodded. I've noticed all these changes as the years have gone by, he continued. Tucker was easily the first to go bad, as it were, followed by Lucy, then Greta. Annabelle was always one of the good ones, like Noland or Spencer. But after her encounter with Ash, I could tell something had changed. What about Brandon? May asked. I mean, was he always a bad person, even from the beginning? That's one of the stranger parts, Scott said, leaning back into his chair. Brandon never seemed to deviate from his research. He was always looking for those ancient Pokemon. Maybe Brandon isn't a bad guy after all, May said, remaining hopeful. Maybe he just got roped into Team Rocket like you've been. But the fact remains that he's still a Frontier Brain, Scott reminded her. And all the Frontier Brains here in the Sevii Islands are loyal to Giovanni, not me. May nodded. And Giovanni's made them do really bad stuff here. Like kidnapping all those people on one island, hijacking the Pokemon contest on 4 Island, and kidnapping Ash! Scott smiled. I'm aware of what's been going on. He stood up from his chair and beckoned May over to the corner he trotted towards. After getting Skitty and Cyndaquil to move, he blew the dust off a large piece of electrical equipment. What's that? May asked between coughs. This is what I've been using to listen to the communications between the Frontier Brains, Scott said. It's the same signal I used to contact them using my personal transceiver, but they've blocked my signal. Here, let's listen in and see if anyone's talking. Scott flipped a thin metal switch on the box, and it sprung to life. Many tiny green and red lights lit up across the machine, each dependent on whether or not their particular switch was in the on or off position. Scott unplugged a pair of headphones that attached to the machine, allowing it to use its built-in speakers. The sound was grainy and slightly distorted by static, but the voices were clear enough to make out. May and Scott stood in silence as the voices conversed, not knowing that they could be heard. I'm on my way now, Greta's voice said, playing over the machine. Good, Lucy responded. I may need someone to run interference. Oh yeah? Greta replied again. And just what are you doing? I've got Brock and his friend helping me look for the sapphire, the Pike Green responded. Oh, barf! Greta hacked over the connection. I don't want to hear about your boyfriend, okay? He's not my boyfriend, Lucy sighed. but he was very insistent that he helped me in any way that he could. His little friend was more skeptical, but I was able to convince her that we'd be stopping Big Bad Scott and Team Rocket from getting their hands on. Kids are really easy to trick, huh? Greta giggled for a moment. You're barely older than Ash is, Lucy stated, starting to get annoyed. On that note, how is he doing? He's fine, Greta huffed as May's face lit up with glee. Ash is alive! May squealed. And Annabelle is watching after him since his girlfriend and Pikachu are dead, Greta continued. May's jubilation was cut extremely short. Really? Lucy guessed. Are you sure? The boss's Delibird caught it all on tape, Greta replied. Those bumblers that follow Ash around shot her boat with a rocket launcher, blowing them to smithereens. They haven't seen any trace of them. Oh dear, Lucy whispered. I better not let Brock hear about that. Isn't he supposed to be looking for the sapphire anyway? Greta asked. Well, we're looking through this place called the Dotted Hole. The door's sealed behind us, and the only things written are in Braille, so we're lost. I think we're making headway, though. I just need you to stand guard. Where's Tucker? Greta asked. Brandon said that he sent him to you. Tucker's following behind us, Lucy whispered quietly to prevent from being overheard. But far enough away to not get the attention of Brock or this girl. All right. Greta was beginning to get bored of talking to Lucy. I'm on my way now. I should be at the Dotted Hole in a little bit. Scott abruptly cut off the machine. What was that for? May stomped. I knew they were going to say something else about Ash. We don't have time, Scott said. Can't let them get that sapphire. Why is it so important? Do you know about Pokemon Network machines? Scott asked. Oh, May frowned. Well, a bit. A man named Celio was working on one when Ash and I arrived on one island. He sent us to get the ruby from the volcano, but Tucker beat us to it. Network machines need huge gemstones to function. The signal is amplified by the vibrations of the gemstones that allow it to connect to other communications networks around the world, Scott explained. I've been listening to this thing since I returned home, after meeting the two of you in Pallet. I know that Giovanni wants a network machine of his very own, to allow him to tighten his grip on the Sevii Islands, and he already has a ruby that will work. If he gets the sapphire, what will that mean? It means that he'll be able to transfer the Pokemon from any other region to right here. And with all the Pokemon an organization like Team Rocket has, we'll never be able to defeat them, Scott responded grimly. Since they have Ash, that means that if we don't beat them, we'll never get him back! May jumped into action. Did you pay attention, everyone? She asked the Pokemon. Ash is in trouble, and the only way to save him will be to get that sapphire before the bad guys do! All the Pokemon called out in general agreement with May. Holding one Pokemon between each finger and one in the palm of each hand, she recalled all the Pokemon except for Pikachu into their Pokeballs. Dropping them back into her pack, she turned to Pikachu. Are you ready for this adventure? She asked. Pika Pika! He responded. Yeah, let's bring Ash home, she thought she could hear him say. We better get going, May, Scott said. We'll need to move fast. May blinked. We? Why do you want to come along? Well, besides the fact that I live here and know my way around, he smiled, causing May's head to tilt to the side in embarrassment. I feel responsible for getting Ash in his nest, so I want to help as much as I can. May held her fingers up to her eye in a square shape. With this new ally, May's detective agency continues on the trail of the thieves. Will they be able to stop them from claiming the sapphire and save May's handsome boyfriend, or will the forces of evil prevail? She asked a non-existent audience. Scott called from outside the house. May, hurry up! Flushed with embarrassment, she took off out the door, following Scott down a trail that led out of town, and towards what appeared to be a canyon. Also, might I just say, I love this song so much. It's like my favorite song in the Kingdom Hearts series. Oh, I love it so much. I love it whenever I get to use this song. Ah, seriously, I freaking adore Link to All. It's like my favorite song in the series, in the Kingdom Hearts series. I love it so much. It just sounds so hopeful and stuff, and oh, I love it. All right. You're not giving me understand where she's coming from, but and breakup, and a breakup, it's death. But I mean, you know, it's like
Can a dead person consent to being dated? Like if Emma Watson dropped dead, could I just say that, like, I'm dating her? I mean, she couldn't say no. Why'd I bring up Emma Watson? No reason. Brandon worked for Team Rocket to begin with? WTF, I never would have seen that coming. You have all people you'd never guess that. I know, right? Crazy. But you still feel like Scott can't be trusted. But hey, you know? So base, like the song? The song is base? Please tell me you mean the song, right? You mean the song, right? I seriously love this song so much. Oh, Emma Watson? Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, thank you. I do have, thank you for telling me I have base tastes. Also, listen, I had a crush on her since Harry Potter 1, all the way back in, like, 2000, so, like... Listen! Listen! You know, since I was 10. So, you know. One of your many wives. Oh, you know what? Fair. Fair enough. Alright, so the next chapter. And I wish there were, like, a good way to, like, fade out YouTube videos. Actually, I wonder, is there, like, a... Okay. Firefox. Plugin. Fade out sound. Ooh. Sound adjustment? Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay, hold on. I need to find this. What's up? Dun 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 dun. You know what? I'm gonna try it. You know what? I'll just try it. I'll just try this plugin. Hold on. Sorry! Give me a sec! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Sound adjustment plugin. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, that... I also just set it to like 10%. Okay. That... This is not a great plugin. This doesn't really do what I want it to.
At least not in the way that I want. Oh well. Ah, okay. Well, you know what? This'll work for now. I guess for now, it'll function. All right. So now that that's over, we are getting even closer. We're getting even closer to the part where my stuff gets red. Oh no, I have to make a choice for a song to choose. Oh, what song do I choose? Oh, what song do I choose? Oh, this is gonna be. I'm leaning towards the second choice. I think it's gonna be the second choice. Gosh dang it. Okay, y'all don't know like what kind of like thing I'm deciding at the moment, but know that it's a hard choice to make. All right, chapter 30. Good night and blasting off. The flames on the Pokemon's tail were bright and vivid, and his blue eyes cut through the rockets like a finely sharpened katana. His large, powerful wings could support himself, his trainer, and at least one other person in a speedy flight. The flames he had already expelled from his mouth were enough to cause them all to sweat large, thick drops. Team Rocket! Ash called the gang out of their trance. Are you gonna choose your Pokemon, or I'm gonna have to have Charizard turning to cinders without a battle? We've gotta do something, Jesse, James said, holding out his Pokeball in his hand, motioning his comrades into a huddle. We may have a chance if we work together and attack all at the same time, Jesse said. That means you too, Meowth. What? Meowth gasped. Are you nuts? That thing'll fry me to a crisp! If we all lose, we're fired anyway, right? Jesse rationalized. We might as well give it our all. What about Wobbuffet? James asked. If you can counter Charizard's move with the right one, we'll have an easy win. Wobbuffet! The Pokemon added, wanting to try. Okay, I'll use Wobbuffet, Jesse said. Then we've got a plan. Meowth and Cacnea will attack from the sides, and Wobbuffet will counter when Charizard is led close to him. Right! James broke the huddle. James broke the huddle and faced down the flame Pokemon. Go Cacnea! He said, tossing the Pokeball. Go Wobbuffet! Jessie huffed as she tossed the Pokemon out herself. Go Meowth! Meowth shouted as he leapt into the side of Wobbuffet, opposite Cacnea. This ought to be good, Ash laughed. You can all have the first move. Wait. Oh, weird. Okay, so that plugin doesn't even work for Smash Custom Music. I see. Okay then. Oh well. Cacnea! Circle around Charizard and use Pin Missile! James shouted, silently worried for his cactus Pokemon. I'll use my Fury Swipes! Meowth dove towards Charizard, claws extended. Ash grinned. Charizard. Push him back with Whirlwind. The mighty flying Pokemon harshly flapped his wings, blowing Meowth back towards his party. The Scratch Cat Pokemon tumbled and landed at Jesse's feet. Get back in there, Meowth! The woman shouted at him, stomping her feet. Meowth pulled himself upright. I'm going! He said, leaping back towards Charizard. Meanwhile, Cacnea's arms were fully extended, and sharp needles flew from the ends of her arms towards Charizard. The fire flying type merely held his wings closer to his back and deflected them by activating a steel wing attack. When Meowth leapt closer again, Charizard picked up the Pokemon by his neck and tossed him into Cacnea, causing Meowth to absorb further pin missiles and knocking both of them to the side.
Cacnea, Meowth!
James called to them.
Are you alright?
I've been better, Meowth groaned as Cacnea repeated the same thing in her own way. The Pokemon came to their feet and saw Charizard heading closer to Wobbuffet. Jesse! Meowth shouted. Charizard's coming in! Time for Wobbuffet! Right, Jessie said, gritting her teeth. Wobbuffet, just hang on and wait for that Charizard to attack! Ash grinned again. Charizard, let's give Wobbuffet a trip with Seismic Toss! The Pokemon roared in agreement and wrapped his arms around the blobby blue psychic Pokemon as they took off from the ground. Seismic Toss? Jessie gulped. That's right, Team Rocket. Ash chuckled, grinning fiendishly. Since Charizard won't be touching Wobbuffet when he crashes into the ground, its counter is worthless! James! Meowth! Jessie cried out. Do something!
Cacnea! Bat Meowth towards Charizard!
James called out in desperation. I'm ready when you are! Meowth nodded to his fellow Rocketeer. Cacnea nodded with a cack, and with her glowing needle arms, smashed Meowth into the sky towards Charizard. All I've got to do is free Wobbo, right? Meowth spoke to himself, readying his claws again as he flew towards the somersaulting Charizard. Charizard, begin your descent! Ash called out, and crash into Meowth on the way down! What? Meowth's eyes widened as Charizard began to dive right towards him. He held out his claws above his head, but it was to no avail. The heavier and more powerful flame Pokemon barreled through Meowth, sending him hurtling towards the ground about as fast as Charizard was going with Wobbuffet. His crash shook the entire arena and shot dust up all around him. Meowth! Jessie and James both gasped at the same time, their eyes widening. Meowth! They began charging the battlefield, racing towards their fallen comrade. Charizard wasn't finished, however. He used the speed of the fall to hurl Wobbuffet towards Cacnea just as James scooped up the Pokemon in his arms, as he and Jessie ran towards Meowth. The Pokemon crashed into the two rocket grunts and hurled the three of them towards where Meowth lay. They crashed around their partner, each of them with a dazed look on their face. Quickly, Jessie and James struggled to their knees and then picking up their Pokemon.
Cacnea!
James cried weakly, his whole body throbbing with pain. Wobbuffet, are you alright? Jessie asked, her arms tiring. Wobbuffet, he weakly replied.
Meowth!
Both Jessie and James said, pulling the Pokemon up by his arms. You fought with everything you had for us, Jessie finished. His eyes half shut, and a crooked grin on his face. Meowth spoke raspily. What are friends for, you guys? The Rockets all threw their arms around each other and began crying. We tried our best, but that twerp's too tough, they all shouted. Wobbuffet! Cacnea! Their sad reunion was cut short, as Ash's Charizard, still glaring at them, landed a few feet away. He huffed at the piled-up team. Ready to finish him off, Charizard? Ash asked. The flame Pokemon nodded as the Rockets recoiled in fear, their boss's words echoing through their heads. Because if you lose, I never want to see or hear you ever again, for as long as you or I remain alive. Failure to remain away from my organization off its payroll may be fatal. Am I making myself clear?
I guess this is it, guys.
James gulped. Off to the big Pokemon Center in the sky! Meowth sniffed as tears ran down his face. It was a good run, boys. Jessie's fearful expression darkened. You two are the only friends I've ever had. I hope you two enjoy paradise while I get what I deserve. We all deserve the same thing, Jessie! James objected, taking her by the hand. We'll never split up! Meowth added, his paw. Not even death will split up this group! Ash's jaw dropped as he thought about applying Meowth's line to his own situation. Charizard! Overheat! I never want to see them again! The boy shouted as he fought back his own tears. Charizard began forming a ball of white-hot fire in his mouth, as his body began changing colors to a deeper orange. The intense flames fired from his mouth, engulfing the rockets in less than a second. A huge explosion followed, launching them into the sky and out the roof. "We're blasting off again!" they shouted, the fire still clinging to their bodies. Ash fell to his hands and knees and began to weep. "What have I done?" he began cursing himself. "I just sank to their level! I did something horrible!" Evergreen stepped out from a protected box. "Don't fret, Ash. You gave them justice. No one should be allowed to take a life without forfeiting their own. You did the right thing." He choked on his tears. I don't know." Evergreen turns towards the door to the stadium. "Annabelle, I know you're watching. Come here." Blushing bright red, the salon maiden scurried over to Evergreen and Ash. "What is it, sir?" "Our champion is feeling distressed," he said. "Escort him to his room so that he may rest, and please attend to his every need." And I know I don't have to ask you to do that, he thought, knowing Annabelle could hear him. Annabelle's blush deepened as she took Ash by the hand and helped him to his feet. She began leading him like she did a few days ago, leading him to the same location as before. Oh boy. So, okay, so the decision I had to choose. So I had to choose between Aqua Dark Dive from Kingdom Hearts 3 and Unfinished Business from Xenoblade. Just for a sample, in case you're not aware, sounds like this. Both songs composed by Yoko Shimomura, by the way. Ultimately. I don't know if she arranged Dark Dive, but I know she composed Unfinished Business, which is the English title for the song. It's called Unfinished Battle in Japanese. But Unfinished Business sounds better in English, or it feels less stilted. So that's what I refer to it as. And also when the beat drops. Also when the beat drops! I'm gonna move right to the part where the beat drops. Like, Good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Song also plays when, like, revenge is being had, you know? So you can definitely see why I had such a hard choice, right? Isn't this great? Ah, man. You don't even think Charizard can learn that? He had a scroll of whirlwind. It's fine, Aiden. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, just chest. Ash can't even use whirlwind. And also, counter still does affect seismic toss. But also not. But not if it knocks him out first. Which it kind of did. I mean, think about it. Counter doesn't work if the Pokemon faints before it can use it, right? And what if it's not holding a focus sash? So, I mean, this explanation might be wrong, but technically, the end result is the same, right? Hey, you let the tilt get to me? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But still, at least! Come on, okay, but still, if anything happened correctly during that fight, it was the music choice, right? Like, you saw, like, how, like, I had such a hard time choosing a song, right? Like, oh my god, it's just, I love both those songs so much. It's so hard, man, it's so hard. Anyway. May, Pikachu, and Scott continued down the path towards the canyon. May shrugged her shoulders. I don't even know really where we're going, she said. Where are we headed again? There's a place on this island called the Dotted Hole, Scott explained. It's said that it was used for mining sapphires by an ancient civilization. Lucy's already there with Brock and your other friend, and they're trying to claim the sapphire for Giovanni.
How do we know there's a sapphire there? May asked as they continued on the path.
Well, I'm not sure, Scott replied. I just know that if Lucy's source was right, then they've almost got a sapphire, and we can't let them keep it.
May nodded. All right, I understand now. We may not actually find a sapphire, but if we do, we have to keep it from the bad guys.
Right.
Scott said.
And we're actually almost... And we're, actually...
Okay, that's not... Hold on.
And we're actually almost...
The large man was caught off by a loud crash that had suddenly happened further ahead down the path. What was that? May gasped.
I don't know,
Scott said.
we better find out.
He then turned to May.
You better lead the way. I don't have any Pokemon, so I'll need you to protect me.
May nodded in agreement. They ran ahead on the path through the thinly wooded area until they came to where the crash had originated. Dust had been whipped up in the small clearing along the path to the dotted hole. A small hole, made by the impact, was almost directly in the middle of the dirt path. As May approached it, Pikachu jumped from her shoulder and landed a few feet in front of her, sparking and ready to protect his trainer's beloved. As the dust settled, May heard a loud moaning coming from the shallow hole.
Is it over?
I don't know, the woman responded, but at least we're together. Wherever here is, a third familiar voice responded. Ah, Buffett! He said, exhausted. Acne, Wait a second, May shouted as the denizens of the hole came into view. Team Rocket?
That turns out somewhat of a misnomer.
James sighed, scratching the sore spot on the back of his head. It's the Torpet! Jesse gasped. Does that mean we're in heaven? Meow's eyes lit up.
Either that or she wasn't as innocent with the twerp as we thought.
James sighed. May's face lit bright pink. It's not like that! You're not dead! We're not dead? They all spoke with disbelief. Their surprise quickly changed to glee.
We survived again!
Ah, Buffett! Cacnea! That means that the toy pet is alive too! Meow said, grinning, his grin widening. Does that mean that the toy pet had no reason to try to kill us anyway? You all saw Ash? May asked, her heart skipping a beat. Jessie rolled her eyes. Help us out of here and we'll tell you everything. May motioned for Pikachu to go back towards Scott, and then reached down, not fully trusting the rockets. Jessie took her arm and pulled herself up and out of the hole. James clambered up her long, shapely legs, and Meow stayed on his back. The trainers then turned and called their Pokemon into the Pokeballs. There now. Talk, May commanded. What did you mean by a misnomer?
You know,
James tried to explain.
a misnomer, but mistake in the use of a name.
What do you mean? May was becoming further confused. The boss gave us the big boot bye after we were beat by a porpoise boy toy and his challenging Charizard. Yeah, I'll try to explain. Our jaws were on the line, but no matter what we did, we couldn't hurt that Pokemon. We didn't stand a chance. You mean Ash battled on behalf of your boss? May gasped. Jesse nodded. He told us he had a challenger. I would have never thought it would have been the twerp. He was very different as well. May scooted closer to the woman. Tell me more! How is Ash doing? Does he look well?
That may be a bit of a stretch, James said. He did look healthy, but the lad looked like he had just survived a hurricane.
May felt a chill run down her spine. And those eyes! Meow shuddered. It gave even me out the creeps! May shivered again. Are you alright, Torpet? Jessie asked. May stood up, her teeth clenched. We haven't got time! We've gotta go find the sapphire and stop it from falling into Team Rocket's hands! Biga Biga! Pikachu rejoined the girl on her shoulder. As May tried to walk down past them, the former Rockets all threw themselves around their legs. Please, take us with you! They cried simultaneously. May's eyes widened. What? Why do you want to come with me? We got nowhere else to go, James cried. Since we've been kicked out of Team Rocket for good, we need a new job. Please let us be your flunkies, Jesse pleaded. It doesn't pay very well, Scott said, trying to dissuade them. We don't care, Meowth wept. We gotta make it up to you somehow, May. I'm very sorry for splitting you and Ash up. May gasped. Did you just call me May? Meowth stopped himself. I did what? You call me by my name, he repeated. Not Twerp. Yeah? Meowth swallowed. That means... May smiled at the realization. That means you really are sorry. I guess I am. Meowth was surprised with himself. I really am sorry. We're sorry too, Jesse and James pleaded. Please. May smiled. I couldn't split up such a dynamic trio, she said. You all are really good at what you do. You say that, Jesse sighed, but we were never able to catch Pikachu. But you all stick together no matter what. He tried to motivate them. It's just like Ash and me. She became grim. Jesse took May by the hands. These two lovers have become separated by a fiendish plot, she announced to her cohorts. And as agents of truth and love, we have to see them reunited. Right! James and Meowth nodded and smiled. All right, you can come with us, said May. But no trying to catch Pikachu. Meowth hopped onto May's shoulder, opposite of Pikachu's perch. I wouldn't dream of it! Pikachu and I are pals! Pikachu looked at the normal type Pokemon with much confusion. And it isn't gonna be an easy trip, May continued. We're gonna end up fighting nearly every frontier brain there is. We'll fight them too then, Jesse flared up. We have to redeem ourselves. We'll stick with you all to the bitter end, James vowed. No man left behind. Ah, about that. The Pokemon popped out of Jesse's Pokeball in agreement with the blue-haired man. Or in this case, Meowth joked, no twipe. As Meowth, Jesse, and James began hopping ahead down the path, Scott came in close to May. Are you sure it's a good idea to bring them along? He asked. As good idea as any, May said with a shrug. I believe them. They've shown they can be good people when they want to. And right now, their heart is in the right place. But we should be careful of them, Scott warned. They might turn on us as quickly as they turn to us. May smiled and looked up the path. I'll keep it in mind. Hey guys, she called to the former Rockets. Do you even know where you're going? Jesse, James, and Meowth all dashed back to the Pokemon coordinator and the operator of the Battle Frontier. I guess we should have asked that first, Jesse laughed. Where are we headed? May rolled her eyes and began explaining as she allowed Scott to lead the new party of 7, counting Wanafit, towards the dotted hole. Ah. It is true that counter and mirror coat don't work if the user gets knocked out. Yeah, So, right for the wrong reasons. Counter was worthless, but not for the reason he said. That and Overheat and Steel Wing. Charizard can learn both of those moves, and Seismic Toss. Yes, he can learn those moves, I presume. Wait, I do a good Meowth impression? Are you serious? I feel like I do a pretty bad one, honestly. I'm no, what was Meowth's original voice actress? I forget her name. It's like, I don't remember. It really sounds almost just like it. Oh my god. Well, that is an honor. It is an honor to hear you say that, Aiden. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. It's a fun impression to do, honestly. It's kind of like doing my Joey impression from Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Like, dang, your hair really does look ridiculous. What the heck's your secret? L'Oreal, because I'm worth it. Yeah, actually. What was, I'm looking this up. Original VA. Okay, second one. Okay, he was voiced by Nathan Price for the first 30 episodes, but the one most famous for voicing Meowth was Maddie Blostein. And Maddie Blostein was a trans woman, actually. I did not know this. Oh well, doesn't really change anything. Yeah, that's still voiced by a woman. So that much I did know. But yes, that was her name. And she has unfortunately passed away, I'm pretty sure. Rest in peace, Maddie Blastine. So, Maddie Blastine really did go to the big Pokemon Center in the sky. Yeah, it's sad. But yeah, they are very impressive. Yeah, she did such a good job with Meowth. It's so like her voice for Meowth was so iconic, you know. So I try to show homage in the best way I can, you know. Okay. Ah, that's over. Something went down the wrong tube there. All right then. Chapter 31. Candidate for an important listen. Like what happened those days ago, Annabelle led Ash into the lavish room, prepared for him. He stumbled into the room and fell on his back under the bed as the salon maid had reached into the door. Is there anything I can get you? Annabelle asked. Ash sighed. I guess I'm a little hungry, he said after a moment of silence. Can you get me a cheeseburger? She said with a giggle. You always get cheeseburgers, Ash. You're so predictable. They both had a good laugh, but then the tension rose in the air again. Annabelle, was it right to do that? Ash suddenly asked. She raised an eyebrow. Right to do what? Attack Team Rocket while they were defenseless, Ash said, choking back some tears. Tarzan had already won the battle, but I went ahead anyway. Annabelle stepped over and sat next to Ash on the bed. I think it was right, Ash, she whispered. I think what you did was right. How do you figure? Ash asked, not looking directly at her. What they did to Pikachu was horrible, Annabelle whispered. He was your best friend, and they took him from you permanently. What about May? Ash looked over at her. Well, yeah. Annabelle blushed twofold. One through embarrassment, and one because Ash looked directly at her. May too. I just thought that Pikachu meant more to you than she did. Well, you thought wrong. Ash said, I loved May and Pikachu equally, and I'll never forget either of them. Annabelle rolled her eyes after turning her head away. Are you gonna plan a funeral for them or something? She asked, concerned, coloring her voice again. No, not right now. Not until I get Scott back. Not until I avenge her. I guess this is all gonna be on your mind then, she asked. He nodded. Team Rocket has always gotten what they deserved. He's already gotten what they deserved, he said. He closed his eyes for a moment. And when he reopened them, there were the dark, cold pebbles that had shown themselves when he had unleashed the attack on Team Rocket. Scott gets what he deserves. It'll be a much harsher punishment. Annabelle scooted off the bed quickly, frightened by Ash's expression. Maybe you should think about it a bit more, she said, swallowing her fear. I'm gonna go get that burger. After the lavender-haired brain scuttled out of the room, Ash was left alone once again with his thoughts. He thought about Team Rocket and what their motive could have even have been that day. What had happened could have been an accident, right? If there was anything he knew after all those years of being chased by them, it was that, deep down, they were really nice people. They would never try to hurt May or Pikachu, especially Pikachu since they were always trying to capture him. He never really allowed them a chance to explain themselves. He allowed his hatred for them to take control. Hatred. Ash remembers speaking about hatred once, to a good friend of his. It was a sunny day in familiar surroundings. His good friend was crying, angry and upset. He had kneeled down beside her and tried to comfort her. It was a strange situation. There was someone who hated her, too. Someone who hated her to her core. When she was about to make the same mistake, he stopped her. He grabbed her arm and whispered something in her ear. Never say you hate anyone. He recalled that day very vividly. He recalled his feelings when he spoke with Evergreen those days ago. All those days had been consumed by rage, feeding into himself,
causing him to become more angry and vengeful. What's happening to me? He asked himself. What am I doing? This isn't like me at all. Ash felt his hands clench. But why do I still hate Scott? I can't shake it. I can't just forgive him. May. Ash closed his eyes again and recalled the last moments of her life. She was with Pikachu, his best friend, searching for Ash himself. And in an instant, their fragile lives were stripped from them. He'd never see her smile again. He'd never hear her voice whispering in his ear again. He'd never feel her warm body leaning up against his. The warmth of her lips, the taste of her breath. All of it was gone. What Scott did was wrong, Ash, Evergreen's voice said, coming from the door. Evergreen! Ash started, quickly sitting up on the bed. What's up? I was feeling concerned about you, especially with the look on Annabelle's face when I passed her in the hall, he said. Are you feeling okay? Ash turned away from him. Not really. I feel confused. Are you sure what I did was right? Evergreen placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Of course, Ash. People who do bad things need to be punished. Someone must carry out their punishment. I guess so. Ash closed his eyes. Can't we just forgive and forget and move along? Will you ever forget? Evergreen asked pointedly. He took a few seconds to think on this, before finally answering, No. No, I won't. And how would you feel if someone else was killed because of Scott? Evergreen questioned him again. Because you didn't stop him. I would feel terrible, Ash responded. But, Ash, in this world, you must be strong to protect that which is yours. If not, someone will take it away from you. Just like Scott took May and Pikachu, Ash replied, Evergreen's words taking root. Evergreen smiled, though Ash couldn't see. That's correct, Ash. If you want to prevent this from happening to you or anyone else again, you must take action. Ash nodded. You're right, Evergreen. I'm sorry I doubted you. That's fine, Ash. When Annabelle comes back, I'll have some important news for the two of you. Rubies! Sapphires! Emeralds! The former Rocket Trio shouted as they led the way down the road. Maybe even some diamonds and pearls! Meowth laughed, skipping ahead. Actually, just sapphires. They laughed uneasily, Pikachu clutching the back of her head tightly. We've got to stop the bad guys from getting it. Right as rain, Madam May, James bowed, rather dramatically. Madam May? May stifled an embarrassed giggle. Jessie huffed and stepped a bit ahead of Meowth in order to get a better look at what was ahead. As much as it is hanging out with the peanut gallery, Scott coughed, we need to get there as soon as possible. Well, we can stop kneading, Jessie called from the turn in the path. We're here! May stepped in front of the red-haired woman. She looked across the small grassy field to the small stone structure standing in the middle. It looked like a large rock, but she could see two stone pillars, that with what looked like a stone door between them. There seemed to be intricate designs on the front. Leaning on the door was a familiar brawn girl who seemed to be nodding off in her extreme boredom. May's eyes were transfixed on the arena tycoon. The last time she had seen her was before Ash had disappeared. The images of Greta's transgressions against Ash flooded May's consciousness. And on top of that, Annabelle, Greta, and Tucker haven't been seen since you and Ash had a battle with the girls, Rock's words from several days ago, quaked through her mind. It's likely they're in on it too. A red fire seemed to be growing in May's sapphire eyes. Jessie looked over at the Pokemon coordinator and stepped back as the normally calm May had a glare that would strike fear into even Ash's Sceptile. Before anyone could ask what was wrong, or ask her to stop and think, May dashed out from between the trees at full speed. Pikachu desperately tried to cling to her shoulder, but his grip slipped and he tumbled into the short grass at the Hoenn native's feet. Greta scarcely had time to look up before May had tackled her to the ground. The Frontier Brain looked up in surprise to see the girl sitting atop her, her fists raised in anger, and a look that could cut Greta to the soul. Greta felt her face turn bright pink as she cringed and screamed at the top of her lungs. "What's going on?" The Tycoon panicked. May only grunted from behind her clenched teeth and slugged Greta in her cheek with her balled-up fist. Before May could lay her other fist into the girl, Jesse and James quickly pulled her off Greta, each restraining an arm. "Chill out, handkerchief girl!" Jesse grunted as May tried to pull forward.
Why did you tackle this blonde bring to the ground?
James asked, also struggling against her strength. You took it from me! May shouted, an untold rage from within her boiling forth. Ash! Give Ash back! Pikachu! The small yellow Pokemon desperately dove between the restrained May and the surprised Greta. He held his arms wide apart and tried to calm May down. Greta was still too stunned to speak. Scott had finally caught up to the scene as Pikachu stood there, trying to calm the trainer down. What's going on? He asked. Meowth, who had been watching this entire scene play out, offered his commentary. Well, May's mad that this kid kidnapped a toypy boyfriend and wants to clobber her. Scott rubbed his chin. I see. Give him back to me! May continued screaming, the girl. She broke free of Jesse and James' combined grip, left over Ash's Pikachu, and tackled Greta again. May pinned the girl in such a way that her arms were trapped under May's legs, leaving the formidable brain with no way to defend herself. The coordinator brought her right fist into Greta's mouth, splitting her lip and causing a small amount of her red blood to end up on her unmazed white glove. Wait, stop! Greta cringed, tasting her own blood. May brought her left fist into the other side of Greta's mouth, knocking the brain's face the other direction. Please stop! Greta began to cry. I'm sorry! May paid her pleas no heed. She brought her right fist in the girl's eye, knocking her head into the opposite side once more. Please, stop it! Greta started to bawl. I'm sorry! Stop hurting me! Please! May picked up Greta by her collar and pulled her face up. The anger from before had not ceded from the face of Norman's daughter. She recoiled her fist again to land another blow in the girl's face, when a voice from her memories called out to her. No, the call voice told her. Let's not sink to Harley's level. Never say you hate anyone. You never know when they could become your friend. People like Harley hold stupid grudges and never can let them go. That's a lesson he'll never understand. May dropped the bleeding girl back down and stood up, a look of great fear placing her former rage. She looked down at her hands, and then to the beaten girl who lay in the grass before her. Carolyn's daughter began to hyperventilate. Oh, what have I done? She panicked. What have I done to her? The former Rocket Trio caught May as she began stepping backwards. Pikachu leapt to her shoulder and began trying to console her. I did something terrible! She continued looking at her hands. I attacked her! I don't know what came over me! Scott kneeled down and began helping Greta to her feet. Are you gonna be okay? He asked her. Will be once this headache is gone. Greta felt places on her head where the coordinator had unloaded onto her. Greta, May stepped forward. I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry for it. Before the arena tycoon could award him, May bowed sharply close to the ground. Please forgive me for what I did. She began to sniffle. I'm sorry. She struggled to get out between her increasing sobs. The arena tycoon stood stunned at the strange girl. She looked into the coordinator's sapphire eyes and at the clear tears that slid down her face, only to be quickly replaced. An anger for being attacked by May that was beginning to grow had its life snuffed out as Greta began to feel warmness in her own stomach. I can't be mad at a crying girl, Greta sighed against her better judgment. And I guess I can see why you'd be angry with me. No! May managed to get out between her tears. What I did was horrible! Being sorry isn't good enough. May lifted herself up and stood in front of Greta. Please, hit me back. Greta blinked. What? I want you to get even with me, May said, continuing to cry. I deserve much worse than what you could do to me for acting like that. I can't be sorry enough. As May's babble degraded back into harsh sobs, Greta let out a sigh. She stretched her arms out of her head and stepped over to the girl. May cringed as the arena tycoon lowered her arms. Greta wrapped her arms around May and pulled the girl in tightly. Shh. She tried to comfort the distraught girl while her own cheeks began to feel hot. It's okay. You're fine. You don't have to cry. May's intense sobbing began to slow down as Greta rubbed her back and continued whispering in her ear. Eventually, May stopped sobbing and realized what was happening, quickly pushed herself out of Greta's arms. The arena tycoon stood there, blushing. What? May stood back, her personal space invaded in ways she never thought another girl would. Thanks. Greta smiled. I can see why Ash is so caught up in you. Well, why's that? May shot back, still frightened. Well, other than being built better than some other girls? Greta shot her gaze away from the group who gathered before her. You're really unique. I mean, you went from beating me up to crying over me in less than 5 seconds. May's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, I just remembered something that Ash had said. Your heart's really big, May. I mean, I wouldn't have said that when you were beating on me, but I can see it now. Greta's eyes darted back to hers. I also felt your heart beat while you were crying. What do you mean my heart is big? You cared for me, even though I've done some pretty rotten stuff to Ash, admittedly. And look, you've even got those bozos with you, the brain said, pointing to the trio. They've been harassing you since day one, and you're letting them come with you? Everyone can change, May responded calmly, both hands over her heart. Everyone can be either good or bad. They just have to choose which one they want to be. So, you forgave them? Greta asked knowingly. To which May nodded. They really want to help me. I trust in them. James placed his finger on his cheek. I guess we can all have poets inside of us. But some of us don't keep our meows shut long enough for anything they say to be considered poetic, the Scratch Cat Pokemon noted. And what is that supposed to mean? Jessie grabbed Meowth and finally shook him, knowing that she was the target of his snide remark. May, Scott, and Greta all had a nice, healthy laugh at the antics of the three friends. Hearing the laughter, Jessie dropped her angry expression and burst into a bit of giggling herself. James and Meowth soon followed her. After the laughing subsided, all eyes returned to Greta. Are you sure you're all right? May asked her. This is nothing, she laughed. I've gotten worse beatings with training with my Pokemon. But that doesn't answer an important question, Scott said. Are you with us or them? What do you mean? Greta swallowed the saliva in her mouth. I mean, are you gonna keep helping Team Rocket, or are you gonna help us set this straight? Scott clarified. I thought they were Team Rocket, Greta said, pointing to Jessie, James, and Meowth. James sighed. Another misinformed twerp, he said dejectedly. What's the world coming to? Meowth shook his head. They've apparently been canned, May said. They want to help after all the bad stuff that happened. I also bet it's because they saw Ash firsthand, Greta said offhandedly. May swallowed, remembering what the Rockets told her about the boy. We have to help him, she said. I'll help you, don't worry, Greta said. You can't lose with me on your side. I think this one's had way too many knocks in the noggin, James whispered back to his former Rocket teammates. Why would you help us? May asked. That seems kinda... Look, I have my reasons, okay? Just let me help you split Ash and Annabelle up. I mean, save Ash. Greta stumbled verbally, her face turning a hot pink. They're together? May exclaimed, color draining from her face. No, wait! Greta called her, trying her best not to let the girl faint. They're not really together, but if we don't stop them, they just might, since he thinks you're dead. Well, then we gotta do something, May shouted. We gotta stop them from succeeding with their plan! Which is? James said, drawing a blank. I'll explain again for the newcomers, Scott said. Team Rocket is planning to get their own network machine set up and running, so they can quickly send Pokemon from other regions here. If they get the Sapphire, they'll be able to finish it. What this means for Ash is that he and Annabelle probably moved out somewhere, far away from where we could ever reach them again. What that means for the Sevii Islands is that Team Rocket could tighten their grip here, ruining the lifestyles of everyone here. I can't let them take Annabelle away from me, Greta panics. And I gotta save Ash, too! Faye sighed, clenching her fist. Scott smiled. Well, I guess we have a new ally then, he said. Now we just have to get inside here. Jesse and James volunteered to open the door, but despite their best efforts, it wouldn't budge. Wait, take a look at the door. The 6 people and 2 Pokemon all turned to the giant door as instructed. There were 9 round nubs on it set in some sort of pattern. What do those mean? May asked, furrowing her eyebrows in frustration. Meowth, Greta called. Can you cut the door with your claws? Meowth blinked. What? He looked at the door, then at a small pause. Oh wow, I could, but my claws wouldn't even scratch it. Doesn't matter. Just do it. Just cut it. Shrugging, Meowth walked up to the giant metal door. Sending his claws, Meowth dragged his paw against it. A moment passed, and he retracted his claws and let his paw fall to his side. The ground started to shake, and the door opened up in front of them. James blinked. How did that happen? What did Meowth do? The message there means cut, Greta explained. We had to cut the door to cause it to open. That's a rather strange device, Jesse muttered. And how did you read it? Well, this is an ancient ruin, right? Greta said. The people that used this building long ago used Braille as their language. As for how I knew it, well, I had a friend who taught me a long time ago. She shot a gaze at Scott, who only smiled back. May didn't catch the subtext. We gotta keep moving, she rallied her new group. Let's get in there and get that sapphire from Lucy. Pikachu! And with refreshed determination, May led her new party of 6 into the ruins of the dotted hole, knowing full well that one of their most powerful adversaries waited inside. Oh boy! Giovanni is a master manipulator. That is true, Aiden. The real question is, though, who does Ash believe when they ultimately all come together? That is a good question, isn't it? Very good question, isn't it? And how quickly does he snap back to reality? That is a very good question, actually, and I think that is something that the fic actually addresses, believe it or not. Oh boy, and the answer is interesting. Let me tell you that much. And yeah, man, that's a great idea. Try and fight the martial arts master. Listen, she wasn't thinking. She was extremely angry. And hey, she kind of held her own. She turned size faster than a coin. Wow, I love that expression. That's such a good expression. Yeah, it is cool because the games you actually do need to cut to get there. Yes, that is true. Can confirm. Since I played it myself. But Braille is not ancient. There's no way that an ancient civilization could have used Braille as a language if Braille is actually a cipher for, well, Latin characters. You know? So I don't know where Greta got the impression that it's from an ancient civilization. Must have been an ancient civilization that spoke English, I guess. See, you get twisted up about like move details that battles get wrong, while you know I yeah, you know I get twisted up and like, how could that be an ancient language if it's one, it's not a language, and 2, it's not ancient. But anyway, any hoozles. We are getting... Oh, wow. I have to, like, move, like, 3 pages here. Oh, boy. Whew. Okay, we are now ready for chapter 32. Chapter 32, Between a Brock and a Hard Place. Also, my only guess is there because Brielle is tied up with the Reggies who are tied to ancient civilization. True! Maybe that is true. But even so, that does bring up, you know, a question. You know what I mean? Anyway. I know, it's like an anachronism, you know? Anyway. Chapter 32, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. The dotted hole, he discovered, wasn't so much a hole as it was a cavern. A cavern with branching paths. The cave had blue stones jutting from the ground. Scott advised the group to watch their step after Jesse, James, and Meowth all piled upon each other after one missed step. A large man reached into his pocket, pulled out a small book of matches. He reached into his other pocket, pulled out a folded piece of paper. He struck the match against the book, and it lit the paper on fire. Was that important? May asked, trying to examine whatever it was that he was holding. He shrugged. Just a brochure for the battle frontier, he said. Nothing I don't have hundreds of. Well, if you two are done talking, Greta tried to rush ahead. Why don't we... Greta stopped, talking to get a view of the cave. May recognized the sight since she saw something similar inside Mount Ember. As the fire grew and illuminated the room, the group could see many small sapphires embedded in walls and ceiling of the cave. She blinked with amazement at the small stones, how they twinkled like dark stars in a red sky. May turned to the wall next to her and saw, jutting out at her, a small sapphire that could fit in the palm of her hand. It was jagged and unrefined, but didn't seem to be very attached to the wall from which it hung. It gave her a warm feeling when she held it with her in her hand. With a short tug, she pulled the sapphire out of the wall and held it in her hands, looking down at it. May, we need to keep moving, Scott said, pushing ahead. If we don't move fast, I might be able to get the sapphire and sneak out of here. She slid the small gemstone in her pack, and nodded. Right. The Pokemon coordinator quickly took the lead of the party once again. She rushed headlong down the tunnel amidst the sparkling stones. It wasn't very long, however, before she came to a fork in the path. Ah, great, May huffed. Which way do we go now? We could always split up, Jesse offered. That way we'll be sure to cover any base. I don't recommend that, Scott said. This cave has a mysterious quality. If you go the wrong way, you'll end up at the entrance before too long. How do you know? Jesse turned to him angrily. Because I live just up the road, he said, as plain as the expression on his face. Besides, Greta asked, we may need all the strength we can get if we're going to fight anyone down here. Then which way would we go? They asked again. Look there. Scott pointed to the stone wall that separated the cave into its two distinct paths. May looked closer to the wall. A series of dots sat on it, staring back at her. She recognized the pattern as the language that was on the stone door earlier. It's Braille again, isn't it? She asked. That's right, Scott said. And it should tell us the direction. It should tell us where to go. Greta stepped forward to check it out. It says we should go left, she noted. Are you sure? May said, blinking. Greta smiled. Would I steer you wrong? May's expression changed to an uneasy one. I mean, would I steer you wrong with this much on the line? Greta elaborated. Hey, with what's going on, I've gotta help, right? May smiled. I'll trust you, Greta, he said. Lead the way. What important news did you have for us? Annabelle asked. The brain had returned to Ash's room, the food a while ago, and the two had already eaten. Evergreen kept his announcement for when they were finished. I've discovered where Scott has been hiding out, he said. Ash sat up. Really? You found him? Evergreen nodded. He's been under our noses this whole time, secretly hiding away on Sevii Island. His house is just outside the town there. Ash clenched his fists, causing Evergreen to smile. You want to go there, don't you, Ash? Annabelle asked. Or you want to... Not Annabelle, Evergreen. You want to go there, don't you, Ash? Ash slowly, almost hesitantly, nodded. Something's got to be done. There are many things one can do once they've found their enemy's stronghold, Evergreen stated. Well, I think it needs to be completely and entirely annihilated, Ash huffed, his eyes shrinking again. Annabelle shivered at the sight. That can be done. Evergreen smiled in such a way that caused Annabelle to shiver again. Fire is very effective at this. But your only guess is there because Braille. Wait, oh, I already read that. Like, gosh dang it! I thought I saw a new one, like a new chat message there, and I thought, okay, I'll read this after I get to a good part to stop, and then now I'm at a good part to stop, and I'm just gonna shut up. No, get back to the cartoon. Oi. It says right this time, Greta shouted back as she ran ahead of the rest of the group. May easily kept up with her, with Pikachu on her shoulder, no less, as did Jesse and James. Nyelth and Scott managed to stay close, but they were at the tail end of the line. Greta darted down the path that forked to the right and bumped right into something, knocking them both down. The other figure rolled for a bit, and stopped and groaned. What in the world just crashed into me? Whined a voice that boomed from the cavern. Greta held her head and sat up. Who was the dummy? She grunted, setting up. It was only a moment before their eyes met. Tucker! Greta, what are you doing here? Tucker said, jumping up. You're supposed to be guarding the entrance! I was, but they, she said, pointing to May and the others, forced me to retreat here until I could get back up. Well, they seem to have more numbers than you, Tucker noted, looking over the party before his eyes settled on the large man in the back. A decidedly repulsive sneer graced the face of the dome ace. I never expected you to show up after everything that's gone down. Scott's normally cheery disposition turned serious. Tucker, step aside, he ordered, his former underling. We need to get through here. Scott's, and if I refuse to move? Tucker shot back. We've got two frontier brains here, Tucker said, smiling at Greta. All you have is a little girl and some bumblers. Greta! They stepped forward, stomping her toned leg. What are you doing? She's done fleeing from you, you brat! Tucker turned to the girl with Pikachu. And now I'm positive that we'll be able to stop you where you stand. Pikachu leapt from May's shoulder and sparked at Tucker, growling and taking a defensive stance. Pikachu, May whispered, be careful. Oh, do you miss your trainer, Pikachu? Tucker asked. Although I'm sure he's getting cozy with Annabelle right now. May's jaw dropped, and the colors on her face retreated again. No! Ash would never... We all have to move on. We all have to move on, May. Tucker continued, demoralizing her. Ash just moved on quicker than we all thought he would. You don't even know Ash! May began shouting at him, her voice echoing through the cavern. May, calm down. Scott grabbed her left arm in his large hand. He's baiting you into battling him, and against both him and Greta, we can't win. Says who? May's angry, tearful gaze turned back towards Tucker and Greta. I know I can take him! And now you're forgetting that you have friends to help you here, Scott continued. Your anger is clouding your judgment. What can I do then? May whispered back, trying to keep her feelings in check. Just wait for them to make the first mistake. He remained serious. Then you'll have an opening. Oh, please. Tucker rolled his eyes at Scott. I can hear you clear as day. What makes you think I'll even make a mistake now? Because you've already made one, Scott said, smirking. What? Tucker, surprised, began to look around the small chamber they were in, finally setting his eyes on Greta. You don't mean... Greta, with lightning-quick speed, crouched down and swept her leg around Tucker's feet, knocking the large man onto his bottom. She then leapt around and wrapped her arms around his neck, putting him in a simple chokehold. Go! Greta struggled against Tucker as the man began flailing and trying to pull the girl off of him. At the end of the cavern shouldn't be that far from here, and the sapphire should be there. Just keep going. I'll take care of this clown. Greta, you're really on our side? May gasped, still trying to grasp the situation that was unfolding before her. Of course! She grunted, retightening her grip. All for the sake of saving Ash and Annabelle from Giovanni, right? May stopped for a moment before darting forward and calling Jesse, James, and Meowth, and Scott to follow behind her. See, I told you Greta changed sides faster than the corner. Oh, never mind, you take it back. See? See? You just gotta... See? Fooled you! To quote Dark Helmet from Spaceballs. Her blue eyes began sparkling at the huge stone. Hey, Brock! Lucy! I found it! A big one! The tanned Pokemon breeder looked across the dimly lit chamber at Cindy and the wall she and Happiny had been chipping away at. Let me see. Brock got up from where he was ogling Lucy instead of digging to go sit near the young girl. Hey, Lucy, I think she's right this time! She better be, Lucy sighed. This place is so tapped out of sapphires, I was beginning to think that there were none of value left. None of value? Brock raised an eyebrow. You know what I mean, Lucy stuttered, distracted by Brock's eyes. I mean, what big enough that Team Rocket would want? Oh, right. Brock nodded. He turned back to the wall. Bonsai! He called his Pokemon for the ball. Can you help us here? In a flash, the short brown Pokemon was hopping happily before his trainer. Bonsai, 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 Bonsai! He giggled. Bonsai, just chip away at it bit by bit, okay? Brock encouraged his Pokemon. Small rock type nodded and began hitting the wall around the sapphire with the top sphere on his head. Great, Lucy said, smiling to him. Good thinking, Brock. Wait! A voice familiar in Brock's ears cried out, echoing throughout the cave. Okay, I wasn't sure before, Brock said, but now I know there's someone in this cave beside us. What do you mean? Lucy swallowed hard, because she recognized the voice as well. It means we should prepare for the... we should prepare for the worst, Brock said, grimacing to Lucy and Cindy. We may have to fight a battle in this in this small room. Why prepare for the worst when you can prepare for trouble? The leader of the former Rocket Trio called out, leaping gracefully into the room. And since we're all here, go ahead and make it double! The blue-haired poetic member stepped forward, taking a rose out and holding it in his hands. Team Rocket! Brock stood up and stepped in front of the girls. What are you two doing here? The duo stopped short, shooting short glances about the room. Oh, right. Jessie blinked. Sorry, it's a bad habit of ours. What is? Brock blared. Following us around? We don't even have Pikachu! What are you doing here? I am bad at looking for things alphabetically. Okay. A winded May finally stumbled into the chamber, standing behind Jessie and James. Meowth was at her side, and Scott followed in behind her. Didn't I say to wait? May huffed. Where did you two think you were running off to? May! Brock shouted, relief in his voice. May smiled as she ran out from her group out to the breeder. Brock! He caught her in a hug. I'm so glad to see you're back. You're all right, Brock, May said. It's what us big brothers do, he said, smiling back. Now, can you help me take care of Team Rocket? May immediately fell back. Brock, there's some things we've got to talk about. What do you mean? He asked, becoming suspicious. May stepped back further, behind Jessie and James. May, what are you doing? Get away from them! Twerp. Jessie stepped forward, addressing Brock. You're on the wrong side. Like I believe Team Rocket after everything that's gone on. Brock growled. You all kidnapped Ash and have been using the Frontier Brands to achieve your own selfish goals. Brock, stop! They're not with Team Rocket anymore. They've been fired! They stepped next to James, where Jessie was standing moments before. Literally, the trio sighed. May, you're on their side too? Brock exclaimed. Why are you helping Team Rocket? Would things be made better if I stepped up? Scott pushed past May and James, standing next to Jessie. Would you believe that I'm not really a criminal mastermind? He joked to Brock. But Lucy said that you were just using the situation to line your own pockets, Brock said in surprise. If I was, then wouldn't I have Team Rocket just come here? Why don't I have Team Rocket just come here and take the Sapphire? Scott reasoned. He's trying to throw you, Brock! Lucy stepped forward. Scott's bribed May into joining him, probably even blackmailing her in return for Ash, and he's gone and joined up with Team Rocket! Are you gonna believe her story? Lucy, Brock swallowed. She's the real bad guy! Mouth leapt up, tired of remaining silent. She's one of the Frontier Brains working for the for Team Rocket! What Meow said is true, Brock. May nodded. Pikachu nodding with her. Lucy has been communicating with Tucker this whole time. We even ran into him on our way in here. She plans on getting you to hand over the sapphire to the boss of Team Rocket. Brock turned to her, not wanting to believe. Lucy, is this true? I thought you were... Lucy turned away. I am, Brock. But you don't understand. Tell me! Brock stepped forward and grabbed her hands. Just tell me the truth and I'll believe you. Brock, no! May shouted. You'd help her even if it means turning your back on your friends? How do I know you're not the ones being manipulated? Brock asked her. You could just as easily be lying. What about Ash? May shouted. What about saving him? Did Lucy even talk about saving Ash? Brock remembered his best friend and longtime traveling partner. His face grim, he looked back up to Lucy. Lucy, is what they're saying true? Lucy's eyes never met with Brock's as he tried to look into hers. Are you really helping Team Rocket? Brock, it's more... Lucy struggled to say. If I don't get the sapphire back, my reputation will be ruined. Everyone will know Queen Lucy is a criminal. My followers at the battle pike will abandon me. It'll be horrible. Brock stepped backwards towards May and her party. So it's all about your reputation? All about you? Brock, I do love you! Lucy's eyes began to water. I didn't want you to get involved. But when you did, I wanted you to stay by my side. Not this. You keep saying I, Lucy. Brock swallowed, repressing his urge to comfort the lady. Bonsly, Cindy, Happy, get over here and bring the sapphire. Cindy, while paying attention to the conversation, was helping Bonsly get the sapphire out of the wall. Right, Brock, she shouted, pulling the large stone out of the wall. She began to dash across the chamber, but the sapphire was cumbersome and caused her to lose her balance. She tripped over Happy, dropping the sapphire and causing it to slide across the relatively smooth floor to May's feet. May picked up the large stone with some difficulty and clutched it protectively. She smiled. Looks like your luck has run out, Lucy. We've got the sapphire now. Lucy smiled back. My luck hasn't run out just yet, May. Reaching her hand down, she picked up Cindy by the back of her denim skirt, completely holding the girl off the ground. Hey! Cindy struggled against the woman. Let me go! If you want your little friend back, you better give me the sapphire and let me leave, Lucy threatened. You wouldn't want her to get taken away like Ash was, would you? May began clenching her teeth. I won't hand it over without a fight, Lucy. She smiled. A battle, then. If I win, you will accept my terms. And if I win, May challenged, you'll let Cindy go and leave here empty-handed. Fine. One-on-one, then. Lucy grinned while reaching for a Pokeball. Are you ready, little girl? No, May, Brock said, stepping up between the two of them. I'll face her. Dun, dun, dun! Base movie, Spaceballs, oh yeah! Oh, you! Oh my gosh. But yeah, the plot thickens! The plot thickens! Oh boy. Crazy, right? Crazy. Oh, that zero should be there. Chapter 33, The Poison Tale of Queen Lucy. Brock looked across the cavern at the girl he had rather strong feelings for. Beautiful black hair went down to her waist, her eyes appearing to dance even in the dimness of the cavern they were currently in. Her curves were in all the right places to arouse interest from the Pokemon breeder. But Brock knew that her beauty was hiding a greedy, self-absorbed individual. Thank you, Aiden, for the stretch and the hydrate, actually. Yeah, my throat is actually starting to feel a little dry. Ugh. Ah, thank you for that. And thank you for the stretch! I definitely stretch. Brock, are you sure? May asked him. You're gonna fight Lucy? Brock, please, Lucy whispered.
I don't want to fight you.
Then don't, and let Cindy go, he said. We don't have to fight, but if we are, then I'll have to face you.
But I can't lose what I have.
Lucy pulled Cindy close to her. Choose what is more important to you, Lucy, Brock calmly told her. Lucy looked back at the girl she held restrained, as Cindy struggled to free herself. Letting go of the girl for only a second, she shoved Cindy to the ground and placed her heeled foot onto the girl's back. Listening gasps from May, Pikachu, and Meowth. I guess you leave me no choice. Lucy winced, keeping her gaze off Brock. Pulling her Pokeball seemingly out of nowhere, she lobbed the orb into the air, Survivor appearing in a flash of light. As May and Scott stepped forward to watch the battle, James grabbed Jesse's forearm and shook his head. Jesse frowned for only a moment. I know this isn't time for my Survivor grudge match. I just wish it was. Bonsly, let's battle! Brock said, his eyes focused on the Fang Snake Pokemon. The small bonsai Pokemon hobbled in front of Brock, between him and the poison type. Bonsly!
Brock, please. I don't want to hurt your baby Pokemon.
Lucy closed her eyes and turned her head away. Bonsly, use fake tears! Brock commanded. The rock-type Pokemon began crying in the middle of the battle. Lucy's Viper let her jaw drop at the sight.
Brock, no!
Bonsly, use takedown! The rock-type Pokemon leapt through the air and crashed into Survivor's head. Lucy's Pokemon tumbled across the rock wall, knocking a few stones loose. Alright then, she growled. You want to do it this way? I have no choice. Survivor, use Poison Tail! Bonsly, dodge and use takedown! The Fang Snake Pokemon slithered across the ground back at Bonsly. She vigorously raked the ground beneath it with her tail. The baby Pokemon, however, dexterously leapt over it, then leapt up into the Survivor's jaw. May blinked from behind the battle. Who knew that a baby Pokemon could put up such a good fight? Pikachu nodded and agreed. While Bonsly seemed no worse for wear, Survivor was getting winded and annoyed at the small Pokemon. Survivor, close up its escape with Flamethrower! Bonsly! Shouted Brock. Get out of the way! Survivor began spewing flames from its mouth at the Bonsly Pokemon. Although Bonsly was able to evade the flames, by evading he was being forced towards Survivor, who was aiming the flames just over and behind the stout rock Pokemon. Now, Poison Tail! Just when Bonsly hopped into range, Survivor brought her tail around and crashed it into the Pokemon. Bonsly was tossed up into the air, spinning rapidly while crying out, Bonsly, hang on! Now, grasp that bite-sized punk in your fangs, Survivor! The edges of Lucy's mouth turned up into a grin. Survivor coiled up before springing into the air, catching Brock's baby Pokemon inside her fangs. Bonsly cried out as Survivor began diving mouth first into the ground, intent on crashing Bonsly into the dust. Bonsly, use Flail! Brock called from the side to his small brown Pokemon. Bonsly began shaking wildly in Survivor's grip. The Fang Snake Pokemon's eyes were knocked around by the force of the shaking, throwing its trajectory off. Bonsly managed to gain enough levers so that just before crashing into the ground, he flipped Survivor around and crashed her into the ground instead. The dust kicked up by the crash settled, and Bonsly stood on top of the sprawled out poison type. Bonsly! He huffed at the face of Survivor. The cave stood in silence for only a moment before Lucy recalled her Survivor back into its Pokeball. Great, Cindy said, pushing herself up the ground before Lucy pushed her back down with her foot. No! Lucy shouted. You forget that I still have this little ace up my sleeve. Brock stepped forward. Lucy, I don't want to hurt more of your Pokemon. Please just surrender peacefully. Lucy ground her heel into Sandy's back, causing the girl to scream. No, I won't! I have the hostage! You can't do a thing to me! You get back the Sapphire, or I'll just keep pressing my heel here into this brat's back until it punctures! Lucy, stop! Brock shouted. Think about what you're doing! Lucy looked away from Brock as she dug her heel into Cindy's back. Cindy cried out in pain, and her Happiny began to cry as well. Jessie tackled through May, knocking the coordinator and Pikachu off the ground and causing her to throw the Sapphire into the air. The woman kept charging into Lucy, knocking her into the cave wall. As Jessie held the Pike Queen against the wall, James leapt into action, scooped up the Sapphire before it could crash into the ground. Don't worry, James smiled at the others. I got this one! What are you doing, you idiot? Lucy spat into Jessie's face. You can steal Pokemon and rare jewels, but picking out a kid is really low, Jessie spat back just as fiercely. That's right! Meow shouted from behind the group. Only where not able to go that low, and only for special occasions. Wow, about that. You two could give that gemstone back to the boss and get back on his good side, Lucy said. And what makes you think we want to do that? Jessie shouted back. These former members of Team Rocket are under new management. With that, she dove onto Lucy, pinning her to the ground. May and Scott quickly stepped over to Cindy. Are you all right? Cindy sat back up, and Happiny quickly hopped onto her embrace. Drying her tears on Happiny, she choked out, I guess so, to her friends. James, Meowth! Jessie called out to them while grappling with the frontier brain. Start digging! James tossed the sapphire to Scott and quickly brandished a shovel seemingly out of nowhere. Meowth quickly did that likewise. The two of them dove into the ground behind Lucy, and a flurry of dirt began piling up around the newly formed hole. Lucy let out a smirk and began lifting Jessie off of her. Do you really think that you're gonna trap me in a hole? She grunted as she heaved the former rocket. Hurry up, you two! Jessie began panicking. I'm not gonna be able to hold her for much longer! Done! The digging duo hopped out of the hole. But too late! Lucy shouted. She threw Jessie off of her and onto Wobbuffet. The rocket crashed into her Pokemon's face, causing him to bend backwards. But just as Wobbuffet was starting to fall over, his skin began glowing bright red. He shouted, snapping back upright and flinging Jessie back into her attacker. Lucy was caught completely off guard, and the rocket crashed headfirst into Lucy, knocking her into the hole dug by James and Meowth. As Jessie and Lucy began falling into the hole, James and Meowth deftly grabbed for her feet. The former Rocket and Scratch Cat Pokemon grabbed her by the ankles and dug their ankles in, causing Jessie to swing into the side of the hole. Jessie groaned in pain as Meowth and James scrambled to pull her up. Jessie's a lot heavier than I remember! Meowth heaved as he pulled. Silence! James cut him off before he said anything else. Jessie let out a scream. She's pulling back, you two! She's cutting on my beautiful hair! Turning to Scott, May asked him, well, what can we do? Scott turned her back to her. You're the leader of this group, May. You have to come up with something. Thinking quickly, May reached into her pack and pulled out one of Ash's Pokeballs. I hope this is the right one. She winced as she lobbed into the air. Totodile, use water gun! The blue and red lure balls spun into the air and opened up, and in a flash of light, Ash's Totodile appeared and spun around in the air. Taking a deep breath, he spewed out water from his mouth into the hole dug by Team Rocket. The water drenched Lucy's back and splashed in Jessie's face. Lucy grunted as her hands began slipping on Jessie's now wet hair. She began trying to grasp some of it tightly, but she continued to slip up as James and Meowth pulled her sharply out. Lucy's grip failed her, and she fell backwards into the puddle of water forming on the bottom of the hole. Jessie was quickly pulled up and into James and Meowth, causing the trio to tumble across the cave floor. Lucy shook her daze and stood up. She began reaching for the edge of the hole, but her view was quickly darkened as the four members of Team Rocket threw a metal lid over the hole. May gawked at them for only a moment. What are you three doing? She shouted. Learning from past mistakes? Meowth offered as an explanation. If we put a lid on her, she'll keep her lid just, replied Jessie, whose wet hair hadn't yet returned to its original shape. Just a few more bolts in there and... Jane said, beginning to turn his wretch. Suddenly, the lid was blown off by a strong gust of wind, knocking Jessie, James, and Meowth back into the cave wall. May stepped forward in front of the group. Pikachu ran around her and stood between her and the hole in the ground, his cheeks sparking. Rising out of the hole was Lucy. She stood atop her pale-colored Milotic with a look on her face that could paralyze as well as any attack. Milotic was emptying water from her mouth into the hole, causing her and her trainer to rise. It will not end this way! Lucy shouted. I won't let it! Milotic smashed the ground in front of her with Iron Tail, mimicking her trainer's rage. Lucy hopped off her Pokemon. Milotic, use Twister on the lot of them! Milotic raised her fan-like tail, and another gust of wind shot out. The wind blew straight for May. Pikachu leapt up as quick as he could and took the attack. Pikachu! May called for him. Are you alright? Yeah, are you alright for taking a base 20 move? Head on. Pikachu let out a low growl as he skidded across the ground on all 4 feet. His cheeks sparked and he leapt forward again. Lucy smirked. I never thought I'd have to fight that Pikachu again. It's a shame his talented trainer isn't here. At they, May clenched her teeth. Milotic, use Hydro Pump on Pikachu! Pikachu, use Quick Attack! Pikachu waited for Milotic to move first. The water type opened her mouth and let out a jet of pressurized water. Pikachu definitely jumped over it and ran as quickly as he could atop the hydro pump. He slammed his body into Milotic's face. Now Thunderbolt! Strike away with Iron Tail! With his face next to Milotic's, Pikachu began sparking his cheeks in preparation to attack. Milotic swung her tail down, snapping Pikachu into the soggy ground next to her. Pikachu discharged his electricity, but the Iron Tail protected Milotic from the attack. More pressure, Milotic! Finish off that Pokemon for good! Lucy snarled. Pikachu, push back with your Iron Tail! May called in desperation. Pikachu's tail began to glow as he struggled against Milotic's tail. Milotic pressed down even harder and slammed Pikachu into the ground again. Do it! Lucy shouted. Pikachu, do something! May cried. As Pikachu's tail returned to its original shade, it began sparking. He lowered his tail into the ground and shot a lightning bolt into it. The force of the lightning's impact shattered the ground, and the current fled into Milotic and Lucy. Pikachu groaned with all of his force as he unleashed every bit of energy he had pent up. The water beneath Milotic exploded, launching her and Lucy through the top of the cave into the air. They began shouting something, but over the sudden trembling of the cave, no one could hear it. May quickly ran up to the tired Pikachu and scooted him up in her arms. Pikachu, are you alright? Brock grabbed May by the arm. May, we've got to get out of here! Scott and Cindy have already started running towards the entrance. May nodded and began running with Brock to the cave, carrying an exhausted Pikachu in her arms. You still got some things that could help Pikachu feel better, right, Brock? She asked him. We haven't been apart that long, May, he said. Of course I do. Let's focus on getting out of here first. May and Brock kept running out into progressively larger tunnels as they neared the entrance. The quaking cavern continued to collapse around them as they ran. Oh, there's the exit! May shouted in relief as a pale light came into view. Just before she and Brock could reach it, the exit collapsed before their eyes. Oh no! The coordinator cried out. Now what are we gonna do? The rocks before their eyes suddenly shattered, and a tall Pokemon with a red head stood before them. Come on! Greta shouted. Get out of there! May and Brock quickly jumped through the hole made by Greta's Medicham. And just behind them, the remains of the dotted hole collapsed where they had once stood. The group stood in the moonlight for only a moment as Brock used a potion from his bag on Pikachu, whom May placed on the ground. The mouse Pokemon shook as the spray medicine was applied, but soon returned to his cheeky self. May invited Pikachu back onto her shoulder. Well, so much for the dotted hole, Scott said, looking at the pile of rubble. Such a shame. At least we have the sapphire, Jessie said, as she, James, and Meow stepped out of the bushes. You guys! May said, smiling. How did you get out of there? Meow shrugged. Your guess is as good as ours. The writer didn't mention it. Greta ignored Meow's comment. Now we have to hide it somewhere so we can protect it. Since my house is nearby, Scott volunteered, we can hide it there for tonight before moving it someplace even safer tomorrow. The group agreed with Scott's reasoning and began headed back towards Scott's house, which stood on the outskirts of town. While they walked back, May caught Brock up on the situation. She told him about how Ash had been forced to battle Team Rocket using his Charizard. She recalled that since Jessie, James, and Meowth were defeated, their boss didn't want them in Team Rocket anymore. Scott interrupted and told Brock about the use of the large sapphire they recovered. That Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, needed it to complete a network machine that would allow him to strengthen his hold on the Sevii Islands. Pikachu's nose perked up as they walked through the forest. He turned to Meowth. He turned to Meowth as if to say, wait, do you smell that? Meowth raised an eyebrow and sniffed the air himself. Hey, you're right, I smell that too! Pikachu leapt from May's shoulder and dashed ahead through the forest. With Meowth following close behind. Pikachu, wait up! May called, with Brock and Scott close behind. Meowth, what did you smell? Jessie and James shouted as they ran behind. Pikachu and Meowth stopped with their mouths agape as they climbed over the hill, staring at the orange glow. When May saw it, she covered her mouth. A building in the distance was aflame. Scott huffed over the ridge and caught sight of the blaze. Oh no, that's my house! Let's hurry, Brock said. May, Pikachu, Meowth, Brock, Greta, and Scott dashed up just as Jessie and James arrived. Where's the fire, you twerps? Jessie moaned as she continued following them. Just a small break, please, James whined as he tagged behind Jessie. It was only a small run before the three figures came into view. No, before three figures came into view. The largest looked to be a Pokemon, large and reptilian. His gaze was on the fire that burned before him. May ran up a bit further, just behind Pikachu and Meowth. More details came into view. A small flame clicked at the end of the Pokemon's tail. The smaller of the two remaining figures seemed to be leaning towards the one who stood in the middle, but didn't make physical contact. The light from the fire still obscured the figure in the middle. As May and her party drew ever closer, the large Pokemon turned his head to look at them. The middle figure looked up at the Pokemon, then turned his gaze into the night towards the Pokemon coordinator. May gasped at what she saw. His clothes were tattered and torn, a large gash in front of his sweatshirt, allowing May to see the black shirt he wore underneath. His hair was greasy, and even more unkempt than usual. His pant legs were torn at various intervals, and both knees were blown out. His backpack was also missing, as was the normally warm look on his face. His eyes were sharp and cold, piercing May's heart like arrowheads. But she recognized him. She'd never forget him. Tears of joy in her eyes, she began dashing ahead of Pikachu and Meowth, straight towards Ash Ketchum. I don't know why that showed up again. Those zeros showed up again. Sorry about those zeros. He saw it was almost 3 hours. You're like, better make sure he's taking care of himself. Well, thank you, Aiden. Someone has to make sure that I'm taking care of myself, right? Of all the Pokemon you have to battle with, you pick your weakest. Well, to be fair, it didn't have a type disadvantage. And Bonsly did put up a good fight. So, Bonsly is just built different. Was it base 40? I thought it was base 20. What? I thought it was base 20. Was I wrong all this time? Okay, apparently it is. Okay, it is base 40. What did I think it was base 20? Was I thinking of a different attack? Ha! Well, alrighty then. Ignore me. He did have a stat disadvantage, true, but it's okay, he's built different. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was base 20. I really don't know. Astonished, maybe, or original leech life? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was Astonished. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what was up with that. Crazy. Okay, and also since this is running out. Oh boy. Wow, I think. Wow, we are actually approaching the last 2 chapters that PikamasterADV ever wrote.
You know what that means? Fish!
Yes! Fish! Wonder how Ash is gonna react. Oh boy! Does he ever? Does he ever? Yeah, we are actually almost at the end of what he wrote. Which means we're about to get to the parts that I wrote. And I think we will actually end on the first chapter that I wrote, because it does kind of end on a cliffhanger a little bit. Though it's also longer, and also because it's longer fair than before, so like, we're not gonna have time to read all of what I wrote. That's gonna take like maybe... That would take like maybe 3 or 4 hours to do by itself. Does he actually finish the story? He didn't finish the story, actually. That's the thing. This is actually an abandoned fic, but I ended up finishing it myself.
because I wanted the closure, and I think I did a pretty good job of it, personally. Personally, I think I did a pretty good job. But I'll let you be the judge of that. Yeah, boy! But anyway, chapter 34, From Zero to Hero. Oh wait, did I say from 0 to hero? I meant from hero to 0. I said that backwards. It was him. It was him. After all this time, after all this worry, after everything she'd heard, here he was. Even the roaring flame behind him couldn't deter her. May threw her arms around the boy. Ash, it's you! It's really you! I'm so happy! Ash remained still and silent, only looking down at the green bandana that struggled against his chest. Pikachu! Shouted his joyous Pokemon as he leapt from the ground to his partner's right shoulder. Pikachu quickly began nuzzling Ash's cheek with his own. Ash let out a gasp. Annabelle, who stood to his side, only remained silent. May looked up. Ash, you're happy to see me, right? Ash? The look on his face was one of fear. No, he whispered. I can't be seeing this. You're not here. You're dead. Both of you. May smiled back at him. We survived, Ash. We were saved, and we've come back to you. Pikachu, he added, grasping Ash's head from behind for the first time in a while. Ash began squeaking. It wasn't long before he exploded into a fit of rolling laughter. He pulled Pikachu off his head and squeezed both May and the Pokemon tightly in his embrace. His exaggerated laughter quickly turned to tears. Pikachu! May! You're both alive! I'm so happy! May smiled as she looked up at Ash's smiling, weeping face. He looked back at her, but then something caught his eye above her head. Something that caused his eyes to revert to their cold look. The Pokemon coordinator turned her head and saw that Brock, Cindy, Scott, Jesse, James, Meowth, and Greta had all arrived. Defensively pushing May and Pikachu behind him, Ash stepped forward. You! He roared in a most un-Ash-like tone. What are you doing here? All three former members of Team Rocket leapt all over each other, screaming in fear. Even May and Pikachu were taken aback. Pikachu, he whispered. Ash, Brock said, stepping forward. Just settle down! Everything can be explained with time. Brock, get away from them! He called out to the breeder. You can't let them get too close! They might try to hurt you too! Ash, you're making a mistake, Brock replied, stepping between him and the group that gathered around Scott. Step aside, Brock, Ash warned. I don't want you to get caught up in this attack. May, tell him! Brock called out to her. Tell him what he's doing is tell him that he's doing the wrong thing! May remained silent as Annabelle had been since the May had remained silent as Annabelle had been since the coordinator appeared. But Annabelle remained silent no longer. Ash, those are the people who try to take everything away from you. They almost did, but only by a lucky break were you more fortunate. You have to stop them before they take everything you care about away! Charizard, get ready to use Flamethrower! Ash told his Pokemon. On all of them, if Brock doesn't want to move. Cindy let out a gasp of fright as Greta stepped forward. Wait! No way! You don't have the guts! Annabelle was shocked. Greta, you turncoat! You've joined them too?! Like you gave me a choice, the Arena Tycoon grumbled. What did you say? Annabelle shouted, not hearing Greta's words. Last chance, Brock, Ash warned. I'm taking them out. I don't want you to be hurt too. Ash, think about what you're doing! Brock beseeched him. You're going to order your Pokemon to attack people who aren't defending themselves! Ash glared. I'm surprised, Brock. You'd really take the side of that murderer and thief over your friend? Ash, you don't know the truth! Scott shouted. May, tell him! Tell him to stop this madness!
Ash shot a look back at May, who stood petrified before the blazing building. Enough of this. May's here because she was fleeing from you. That's what's really going on. Charizard, use flamethrower. Don't miss a single one. Pikachu! May shouted, tossing him into the air. Use Thunderbolt on Charizard! Pikachu! He shouted, letting the electricity arc from his body into Charizard's. Just as the flame Pokemon was preparing to launch his flames at those who stood before him. The strike hit Charizard unexpectedly and knocked the flying-type Pokemon to his forequarters in one shot. Ash turned around in shock, his eyes narrow as he glared at them. May! Pikachu! What did you just do? May and Pikachu ran between Rock and Charizard. I can't stand here any longer and listen to this! They shouted, her arms spread apart. She sighed and let her arms fall to her side. What happened, Ash? What happened to you over the course of these few days? What happened? Ash responded with rage. What happened? I saw everything I've ever worked for die right before me! I trained with Charizard. I trained with the only one I had left. I did it to avenge Pikachu! To avenge you! Has that been what's been driving you these days? Revenge? They shouted back. There's no need for revenge, Ash! Everything's fine! Everything isn't fine, Annabelle said, leaping into the argument. Those rockets behind you are trying to steal that gemstone! You're just gonna let them get away! We were fired! Jesse, James, and Meowth all shouted in unison before sulking. Ah, that's it! My mime! But what about Scott? Ash shouted. He tried to get you killed! He almost succeeded! That was Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket's doing! Rock shouted. When Team Rocket attacked them, they were trying to steal Pikachu! They were fired after you were defeating them using Charizard! After? Ash gasped. Don't listen, Ash! Animal grabbed his shoulder. They're trying to trick you! Remember, everyone has to be punished for what they've done. What if someone else dies because of your inaction? So that's it. Ash turned his cold gaze at May and her group. You're all turning against me. Scott's tricked you all, and now I have to make you see the truth. Ash, what's wrong with you? Cindy shouted, her throat clogged with sobbing. You've never been like this! Why are you trying to attack us? Before Ash could respond, Annabelle stepped up. Look, only Scott needs to suffer. If the rest of you leave, you'll be spared. Is that why my house is ablaze? Scott asked. Were you trying to get me when I wouldn't be expecting it? May? Rock? Cindy? Ash addressed them as kindly as he could manage. I don't want to hurt you. Please, step aside. Coddling her happily, Cindy stepped up next to Brock. Ash, please think about this. I have, he replied. I've thought it through for the past 4 days. He turned his gaze to Scott. I thought about how all this is your fault, and how you have to pay for what you've done. Why? May asked him. Why do you have to do this? It's just like Annabelle said, Ash replied to her calmly. He almost took you and Pikachu away from me. No way I'd never be able to get you back. He's gotta pay for that. May furrowed her eyebrows like she often did. Shouldn't you be angry with Team Rocket? I mean, they're the ones who attacked me. Jesse, James, and Meowth all fell to their knees. Please don't give him any ideas, they pleaded. We've been through it once already. Lava that. Mime. I already gave them the reward, Ash answered. I gotta give the brains behind the thing his reward too. Hey, Greta spoke up. It's Team Rocket you want to thrash. You should turn right around and go fight that boss of yours. He's the real Rocket. Like you'd tell the truth to anyone. Annabelle huffed, rolling her eyes. Annabelle, Greta whispered, her gusto evaporating. Hey, I thought you two were friends! May shouted at Annabelle. We were friends, May, Salon Maiden responded. Just like we could have been friends. But you had to go and butt in too far, just like she has. I can't help it! Greta whined to herself. I have every right to butt in! May shouted, her anger rising. That's my boyfriend! This is my business! If he's your boyfriend, then why are you trying to stop him? Annabelle spat. Shouldn't you be sporting him like a good girlfriend? You're just jealous that he is my boyfriend! May shouted, knocking Pikachu out of the way as he stomped into her. I can't help it that I love him! Annabelle shouted in response. The entire group all fell silent. Only the sound of crackling flames could be heard. Ash looked up in surprise. May's mouth fell open. Greta looked like she was about to get sick. Annabelle stepped over to Ash. It's true, she said, her face flushing. I love you, Ash. I get it now. He turned to her and glared. I understand fully. Annabelle swallowed. What do you understand? Ash kneeled next to Charizard. Are you okay? He asked. Charizard extended his wings and stood up, letting out a roar. Higabee! The musk Pokemon called to his trainer. Ash, what are you doing? May asked, stepping forward. He turned to her, his eyes still sharp. I need to go talk to Evergreen myself. Evergreen? May repeated softly. He's the one who helped me train, Ash explained, as he began climbing onto Charizard's back. I have to go ask him about all of this. About what, Ash? May ran up to him and grabbed his hand. What do you have to ask him about? He didn't know you were alive. He was so sure, but now I'm not so sure about him. So I'm gonna go ask him myself. Ash, that's dangerous! Let me come with you! He shook his head. If he's as dangerous as you all are saying, then you need to stay here so you don't get hurt. Pikachu? Pikachu said, looking up at the boy. You too, Pikachu. Look after May. May clenched her teeth, trying to think of a way to convince him otherwise. But won't you need some sort of backup? At least the rest of your Pokemon! May pulled his leg. Do you have him? He asked, eyes widening. She reached into her pack and pulled out the 6 Pokeballs belonging to Ash. There. Totodile, Cyndaquil, Muck, Sceptile, Ipom, and Charizard's Pokeballs. She listed them as she dropped the shrunken balls into his hand. Please be careful, Ash, she said in a hushed voice. Don't do anything too crazy. He smiled at her, though it was more out of arrogance than it normally would have been. Don't worry, May. I'll be okay as long as I have Charizard and my other Pokemon. Annabelle ran up to Ash's side. Ash, take me with you! I can help! I know stuff about Evergreen that you don't! I know enough for now, Ash spat at her. Sorry. Looking for something. I'm leaving. I'll be back by morning, at latest. He ceased addressing the people and turned his mouth to Charizard. Let's go. Back to the battle fortress. Flapping his great wings, Ash's Charizard took off from the blazing house and began flying away into the inky dark sky. Annabelle chased after him as he quickly disappeared. No, Ash! Please! Please, take me with you! She ran only a short distance before Ash completely disappeared into the night sky, at which she fell to her hands and knees. Please, she whispered. Greta stepped away from the crowd and kneeled down next to her. Annabelle, are you alright? She asked the lavender-haired maiden. He left me, she replied, her gaze stuck to the ground. He left me. Okay. The blonde tried an encouraging smile. She began rubbing the other girl's back in an attempt to console her. I'm here. I'll be here for you. Annabelle raised an arm up and shoved Greta away. The salon maiden stood up and turned to face May. The Pokemon coordinator wasn't sure if it was the building blazing behind her or if the anger in the heart of the frontier brain was the cause of the deranged look on her face. You! It's all your fault! If you had just stayed dead, Ash would have stayed with me! We could have been happy! May stepped back in shock. Annabelle, what are you... I hate you! I hate you so much! She screamed. I wish I could hate you back into that grave you crawled out of! She reached at her side and yanked out a Pokeball. Alakazam, let's go! She flung the ball at the ground, and in a brilliant flash of light, her Psy Pokemon stood ready. Blast them! Use Psy Beam! May had to react quickly. She reached into her pack and tossed out a Pokemon of her own. Beautiful, I blocked with Psychic! Alakazam crossed the spoons he held in his hands and launched a beam that rapidly changed colors as it flew closer to May. The young coordinator's Pokeball snapped open, and May's Beautifly quickly took to wing. Small butterfly Pokemon began emitting a blue glow and deflected the rainbow beam into the inferno of Scott's house. The owner of the battle frontier groaned. It's already a pile of ash. You don't have to destroy it further. Annabelle paid him no mind. I'll crush you! I'll crush you like you crushed my hopes of a future with the man I love! Beautify, she's lost it! We better be careful! They called out to her Pokemon. Alakazam, swat that bug with Psychic! Alakazam's eyes and body began emitting a blue glow, similar to the one Beautifly emitted earlier. Beautifly cried out in pain as Alakazam's mental power began pulling her apart. Beautifly, can you move at all? Beautifly responded by moving her long mouth up and down. Great! Use string shot at Alakazam to bind its arms together! Beautifly aimed her mouth towards the yellow Pokemon and shot a long, thin string in Alakazam's crossed arms. The string snapped around Alakazam's hands, binding them tightly together. Alakazam? Annabelle shouted, can you move your arms? Brock snapped his fingers. That's it! Cindy looked up at him. What's it? Alakazam may be a powerful Pokemon, but most of that power is from its mind, Brock explained. Alakazam's muscles are so weak, it has to use its psychic power to even move around. Oh, hi, Tiny! Hi, how are you doing? Oh, by the way, I have shoutouts to give. Okay, Aiden and Tiny. The shout-out overlay is not working, so we're gonna have to make do with those. But yeah, how are you doing? Of course, you're welcome, Tiny. You're welcome. Now we're reading a Pokemon fanfic right now, and we're getting close to the part where I start taking over the writing. So I'm very looking forward to that. How are you doing today? And yes, of course. Gotta shout out the homies, like I always say. You're invested? Wait, you're invested? Oh, you're missing a lot of context then. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so some drama's happening right now. Something kind of crazy is happening. So, yeah. But yeah, for those who don't know Tiny's great. Play Spoon, and they're frustratingly good at it too. I don't like it. Because I played with you and opened before, and you were annoying to play against. Never again, please. You hear Brock and Alakazam, that's all you need. I mean, true, fair. So, you know, it's okay, I forgive you. I'll forgive you this time. All right. But yeah, so anyway, I might as well continue the story here while this intense Kingdom Hearts music plays, because yeah, if this music gives you any indication of how intense this thing is happening, then nothing will. But yes, here we go. Let's continue. Alakazam! Annabelle cried to her Pokemon. Try to break it with your psychic power! Beautifly, while he's open, use Silver Wind! May shouted. Alakazam's arms began glowing a deep blue as the strings Beautifly planted began to tear, while from above, Beautifly hovered in and began flapping her wings as rapidly as possible. Scales from her beautiful wings flew into the gusts of wind she created with each flap. The scale-colored wind slammed into Alakazam, knocking the Psy Pokemon into his back with hands free. Alakazam, to your feet! Beautifly, use Tackle! Just as Alakazam began climbing to his feet, Beautifly crashed into his chest at high speed. The smaller Pokemon rebounded off his body and flew mere feet above him. Alakazam, toss that bug into the fire with Psychic! Beautifly, try a Gust attack! Beautifly floated up higher and attempted to flap her wings for the gust. However, a blue glow overcame her body and caused her to stiffen. The butterfly Pokemon cried out in pain as the attack took hold. No, Beautifly! They shouted to her. Toss her! Now! Annabelle commanded. Alakazam focused his mind, and with a wave of one of the swings he held, flung Beautifly backwards into the still crackling remains of Scott's home. Beautifly! May cried as her Pokemon disappeared into the flames. Alakazam, recover! Annabelle told him. And get ready for round 2! Recover? That's it! May gasped. She turned to the burning house. Beautifly! Morning sun! A small burning Pokemon floated out of the flames of the burning building. The butterfly Pokemon spread her wings wide, shaking the flames from her body. Her brightly colored wings began glowing over the flames, the glory of a sunrise. It's not finished yet! Annabelle clenched her teeth. Beautifly, you string shot at Alakazam! Well, that's not gonna work again! Annabelle laughed manically. Beautifly fired another sticky thread from her mouth. The thread adhered to Alakazam's left leg, but didn't seem to hinder the Pokemon in the slightest. Ha! So much for that! Annabelle mocked. Alakazam, shoot that bug down with Psybeam! Beautifly tried to dodge it, but hold on to the string! Alakazam crossed his arms again and fired a beam of light at Beautifly. The bug-flying Pokemon dodged to the side, nimbly dodging the beam. Fire again! Keep shooting! Alakazam fired 2 more beams at May's Pokemon. Beautifly was able to fly above one, but she was smacked right in the face by the other, knocking her down a few feet. She desperately clung to the string she held in her mouth. Beautifly, hang on! Balance yourself! Beautifly flipped herself forward so she was facing her foe again. Great! Now yank out that string! What? Annabelle gasped. Beautifly began retracting the string shot, yanking Alakazam off balance and dragging him a few yards through the grass. Alakazam, stand up! Beautifly getting close and give Alakazam a silver wind he won't soon forget! As she retracted the string, Beautifly began diving forward. She stopped just short of ramming into Alakazam and hovered in air before him, only long enough for a look of dread to overcome the Psy Pokemon. Beautifly flapped her wings as fast as her body could manage. The scale-filled gust blasted Alakazam right in the face and enveloped both Pokemon in a dazzling silver light. Beautifly floated backwards from her foe and hovered in the air above May. Alakazam only writhed on the ground in pain. Kazam! He managed to grunt as he lost consciousness. If you think this is over, little girl, Annabelle shouted, you're sadly mistaken! She pulled her Pokeball up and shot a red beam of light at Alakazam, sending the Pokemon back into his ball to rest. Just as quickly as she put Alakazam away, she brandished another Pokeball and tossed it up. Metagross, you're up! The Pokeball snapped open, and Annabelle's huge iron-like Pokemon appeared. Beautifly, return! May quickly raised her Pokeball up and brought her butterfly Pokemon back into her Pokeball. Pika Pika! Ash's Pokemon stepped forward and sparked, ready to replace Beautifly for May. No, Pikachu, I can handle this, May said, stepping in front of the electric Pokemon. This is my battle. Pika? He said, looking up at May, confused. Pika-ka. I've got to do this myself, May affirmed, nodding. If anyone else helps me defeat her, it won't mean a thing. I have to teach her something with this battle. I have to show her what I've learned from this. Pika-ka. So you know, honor before reason, you know? Right? Honor before reason, right? Blaziken, I choose you! May tossed her starter's Pokeball into the air. The Blaze Pokemon materialized before her trainer and immediately took a fighting pose. So a rematch from the contest, huh? Annabelle said with a smirk. You won't have that Charizard to protect you this time, either. You won't have that Charizard to protect you this time. May smirked back. Yeah, but you don't have backup either. What did you mean, Annabelle asked? That you have something to teach me? You can't hate anyone, Annabelle, he replied. Not me, not Greta, not anyone. Ash taught me that. Anyone can become your friend. That's such naive talk, I'm getting sick, Annabelle retorted. Let's hurry up and get this round going. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick, May ordered. May's fighting-type Pokemon began dashing quickly at her opponent and leapt close to the ground. She flipped, extended her talon outward as it burst into flame. Metagross, Iron Defense! Annabelle countered. Metagross's body shimmered as it exuded light for just a moment. The talon came crashing down into Metagross's head, but the Steel-type Pokemon seemed unaffected. No way! May shouted. Now Meteor Mash! Annabelle communicated with her Pokemon telepathically. Metagross brought its head up and smashed Blaziken in the side with the force of a comet. Blaziken did her best to block the attack with her arms, but the force of the attack was so great that she ended up tumbling across the ground before coming back to her feet. She's using her telepathy to talk to Metagross, Cindy shouted. Watch out, May! Happy, happy! The small Pokemon also cried out. That's what I want her to do, May said, smiling. If she can do that, that means she's calm enough to think this through, which means I can still reach her. Blaziken, use Fire Spin! Blaziken let out a shout as the swirling flames flew out of her mouth and surrounded Metagross. Metagross, throw those flames back at the Psychic! Annabelle shouted mentally. Groaning from the flames, the cross on the face of Metagross began glowing blue. The flames that surrounded his body flew off and back into the face of Blaziken. May's Pokemon stood her ground as the flames enveloped her body. With a flex of her muscles, the fire spin was dispelled from around her. Blaziken looked up, and with her blue eyes at her opponent, and smirked. Metagross smirked back at its opponent with dark red eyes. Blaziken, Sky Uppercut! Metagross, Meteor Mash! Blaziken shot forward with her claws low to the ground. She leapt forward, and her claw began glowing as she brought it up towards Metagross. Metagross, in kind, lifted its heavy leg into the air. The metal claw at the end of the iron leg began glowing as the iron leg Pokemon smashed its appendage into Blaziken's rising fist. The attacks clashed, Blaziken's fist catching Metagross's. Both Pokemon struggled against each other, neither conceding an inch. Sparks began flying off from the clashing attacks, brightening the mostly dark battleground that was only otherwise lit by the flames that still billowed behind May. Now's your chance, Metagross! Annabelle shouted. Use Hyper Beam! Metagross opened its gaping mouth as Blaziken began pulling her arm back for a defensive stance. However, it was already too late. Metagross fired the brightly covered beam of energy, point blank, into Blaziken's chest, sending his May starter Pokemon flying across the field, ripping up the ground as she scraped against it. Blaziken, are you alright? May called, her voice racked with worry. Blaziken lay down for only a moment before rising to her feet. As she rose, the ends of her feathers seemed to catch fire. The burning aura enveloped Blaziken's entire body, revitalizing the tired Pokemon. Was that Blaze? Greta said, blinking. Scott nodded. Blaziken's special characteristic that gives her the last push she needs to come through the battle. They better make this next move count. Blaziken, knock Metagross into the sky with Sky Uppercut! May shouted, raising her fist into the air, miming her Pokemon's gesture. Oh no! Metagross is immobilized because of Hyper Beam! Annabelle cried to herself. Blaziken leapt over next to Metagross, landing in a crouch. Her fist began to glow as she slammed it into Metagross's underside, flinging the huge steel type into the air. Follow up with Blaze Kick! Blaziken leapt up into the air, just above Metagross. She somersaulted forward, bringing her blazing talons into the skull of her adversary. Blaziken allowed gravity to carry them down to the ground, keeping her scorching hot talon on Metagross. Finish it off with Overheat! Metagross hit the ground with a loud crash, picking up dust from all around it. As Blaziken kicked off, she flipped again and launched a white-hot flame from her mouth at the iron-like Pokemon, completely enveloping the foe's Pokemon in flames. Blaziken stood at her trainer's side as the flames that burned around Metagross died down. The iron-legged Pokemon groaned to its feet. It smiled and nodded to face Blaziken, and then fell to the ground. I'm so glad I was able to use that song. Oh, I've been looking forward to this part for a long time, actually. I miss that song. I miss hearing that song. Annabelle's eyes widened as she timidly lifted her Pokeball to bring Metagross back into the safety of its Pokeball. Annabelle, are you ready to stop? May asked calmly, recalling her Pokemon back into her Pokeball as well. Do you understand how your hatred is only pushing everyone away? Shut up! Annabelle screamed, lost to all reason. I'm not gonna be beaten by someone who pretends to be a noble hero! I'm the hero this time! Ash is with me! I'll protect him from all the pain that you'll inflict! May shook her head. Annabelle, you still don't understand, do you? You're the one who doesn't understand! Annabelle shouted, tears beginning to stream down her face. I have to protect Ash! He'll never get hurt like that again! May let out a short gasp. What do you mean like that? I saw May, Annabelle sobbed. I saw where his shoulders were scarred for your sake! May felt like the breath had been knocked out of her. You saw? May spoke slowly. You saw that? Annabelle nodded, wiping the tears from her face. That's why I have to protect him from you. You just bring misfortune and pain. You don't deserve him! May closed her eyes and smiled. Annabelle, you still don't understand. It's because of that day that Ash and I even came together in the first place. Shut up! I'll end your lies! Annabelle roared back. Sorry, switching tabs again. Okay, Missy 2.0, calm down there. Oh my gosh! Shut up! I'll end your lies! Annabelle roared. I lost my place again. She pulled out her last Pokeball and tossed it up. Espeon, go! A light flashed from across the battlefield, and the lavender-colored Pokemon stood, her dark eyes following on May across the battlefield. May thought quickly. Blaziken and Beautifly are too tired to fight that Pokemon, and Eevee isn't strong enough yet. Munchlax is hindered by the lack of the sun for his solar beams, so at least one choice left. Skitty, take the stage! May tossed her Pokeball up. The pink kitten Pokemon appeared with a spin and a smile as she landed in the grass. You're fighting my Pokemon with a kitten? Annabelle shouted. Are you mocking me? May smiled. It's the only way you'll learn, Annabelle. Skitty, use Blizzard! Espeon, dodge! Skitty opened her small mouth and exhaled a flurry of ice and wind. Espeon jumped to the side, nimbly dodging the ferocious attack. Espeon, use Quick Attack! The sun Pokemon shot forward more quickly than Skitty could see and tackled into her. The kitten Pokemon bounced cutely across the ground, but Annabelle's Pokemon was not amused. Skitty used Double Slap! Skitty leapt up over Espeon's head and slapped at the Psychic type's face with her tail, landing several clean hits before she landed on Espeon's face and leapt off, away from May. Espeon turned around to face Skitty. Espeon, use Psychic! Turn that worthless Pokemon to the side! The red jewel in Espeon's forehead began to glowing the same blue glow that each on Annabelle's Pokemon used throughout the battle. Skitty kicked in the air as she was lifted off the ground. With a swish of her tail, Espeon threw the smaller Pokemon several meters away from where she previously stood. Skitty, use Assist! Skitty raised her glowing paw, and from it came 3 stings that shot outward. Caught by surprise, Espeon still stood as the strings wrapped around her, hampering her movement. Skitty began dashing towards her opponent as fast as she could. Espeon, use Zap Cannon on Skitty! Skitty, block it with Blizzard! Espeon stood still as she formed the ball of lightning above her head. At the same time, Skitty took in a deep breath as she ran. Espeon howled as the ball lightning was launched from her forehead. As the ball came closer, Skitty stopped in her tracks and unleashed a huge blizzard from her mouth. The ice and wind pushed back against the ball of energy and eventually overcame it. The wintry attack cut against Espeon, sending chills throughout the sun Pokemon's body. A large ice blue orb now sat where the attacks had connected. May blinked. What the? Did Skitty's blizzard freeze the Zap Cannon? Annabelle gasped. May decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Skitty, use Double Slap to knock that ice ball back into Espeon! Skitty leapt up and smacked the ball of ice with her tail as instructed. The frozen orb slid across the ground quickly towards Espeon. Break that ball of ice with Iron Tail! Annabelle shouted back. Her Pokemon jumped into the air and did a flip. As her tail came down, it began glowing white. The iron-hard tail smashed through the ball of ice, destroying it completely. A loud piercing "Nyah!" was the last thing in the ears of Annabelle as May Skitty leapt into the air and crashed into her Pokemon with a powerful tackle. Great job, Skitty! May praised. Espeon, smack it back with Iron Tail! Espeon hit the ground with a thud. She stood up and smacked Skitty away with her glowing tail, causing the kitten Pokemon to bounce along the ground. Espeon, finish that Skitty off with Zap Cannon! Annabelle roared. End this battle! Skitty, use Assist! Skitty's paw glowed for only a moment, and then she began sprinting towards Espeon. The sun Pokemon began forming another orb of lightning above her head, aimed at Skitty. Cindy blinked. What's Skitty doing? No, broadcast. It can't be. Nya, 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 nya. Skitty began chanting as she began leaving behind a white streak in her wake. Greta blinked herself. No way. Is that? Scott asked, his voice tapering off. Nya, 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 nya. The kitten Pokemon continued to chant. A dazzling gold aura of electric power began flooding over her being. All the while, Skitty continued dashing head-on to Espeon. Volt Tackle? Annabelle gasped. Espeon focused her energy into the attack. The ball of lightning was launched straight at the oncoming normal type. Skitty nimbly somersaulted over the energy ball and charged forward into Espeon, not missing a beat. Espeon howled as the electric charge transferred from Skitty's small body to her own. The pink Pokemon rebounded from the attack and tumbled across the arena, lying on her back and lying unconscious. Espeon still felt the snap and crack of the electricity on her body as her legs failed her, and she tumbled to the ground. Annabelle stumbled across the grass over to where her Pokemon lie. Switching tabs again. Please hold. Annabelle herself fell to her knees and picked the sun Pokemon up. It was unreal, she whispered, still not fully believing what happened. May walked over to Annabelle, carrying the worn-out Skitty in her hands. Annabelle, are you alright? She looked up to May, solemnly looking into the coordinator's sapphire eyes. How couldn't I have seen? Annabelle, May said, words getting caught in her throat. The Frontier Brain stood up, holding Espeon in her arms. Your strength, and his. Annabelle looked up into May's eyes. Strange. Even though he wasn't here, it's like I lost him all over again. May raised both of her eyebrows. What are you saying? What do you mean? Annabelle smiled. I'm such an idiot, she said to herself. Greta stepped over, concerned. Annabelle, wait! Are you feeling okay? Annabelle nodded. I am. Thank you for asking. The Salon Maiden turned back to May, kind look on her face. Thanks for showing me. I understand now.
Well, could somebody let the rest of us in on it?
Cindy shouted, her tone laden with sarcasm.
We aren't all metaphysical, cosmological bootologists like you twerps are,
Jessie spouted off. Annabelle let out a small chuckle. I really hated you, May. Part of me probably still does. She sighed with a smile. But in that battle, you showed me that if I was going to hate on one person, I would have to hate everyone around them, including people really close to me. So, thanks. You too. Thank you, May. Thank you, Pikachu. May smiled. You're welcome, Annabelle. Pika Pika! The mouse Pokemon leapt to May's shoulder. Annabelle reached out and scratched Pikachu on his head. Hey! A gruff voice came from behind the group. We can't have you kids standing around this fire! A man in a long yellow coat and a red helmet began waving his arms about. Get away! This is dangerous work for us firefighters! As though they were signaled by the strange man's flailing gestures, several men leapt from the shade close to the now smoldering blaze. They tossed open several Pokeballs, and various water-type Pokemon appeared from their containers. The Pokemon fired their water guns into the blaze, the force of which destroyed what little remained of Scott's old home, rendering it a pile of wet ashes and smashed wood. The owner of the Battle Frontier groaned as he gazed upon its destruction. Now it's completely gone, he sighed. Brock gave him a pat on the back. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he'll be able to get a new home after this whole mess is handled. It's easy for you to say, Scott sighed from behind his sunglasses. You're not a homeowner. Yeah, as a homeowner myself, I can confirm. May perked up. Hey, can we stay the night at the Pokemon Center? We can stay the night at the Pokemon Center, Scott. Cheer up! Hooray! Jesse, James, and Meow shouted enthusiastically. Free eats, warm baths, soft pillows! Ah, the thing! Mine! May smiled and turned to Greta and Annabelle. You two are coming with us, right? She asked. Annabelle and Greta blinked. What? Annabelle sounded confused. After I just battled you? You want me to come with you? I'll need all the help I can get, May simply stated. She began walking towards the Pokemon Center. If I'm gonna go help Ash. Ah! And there we go! That fight was a treat, wasn't it? I got to use some of my favorite songs! I mean, I use some of my favorite songs all the time. Like, you're listening to one of them now. Espeon is a dang cat tail. She really lost her rocker. Yeah, she's cracked. She's gone nuts. Jafar! Jafar! Get a grip! Good grip. But yeah, now that fight's over, now we head over to the... We'd head over to chapter 35. The Man with a Plan. Oh boy. Alright, that's chapter 36, not 35. Ooh, which one do I use here? I have to make another choice about what song to use. Do we do Persona 5 or Three Houses? Which one? Well, let's see. Actually, you know what? Let's try this. Hey, you love listening. Ah, I'm so happy to hear that, Tiny. I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, actually, you know what? I think I'll do Persona 5, actually. Scales of the Goddesses kind of... I mean, I do like that song a lot, but it sounds kind of... tragic and sorrowful, kind of. Whereas Break It Down is like... You know, it's like this. You know, it's nice and... You know, it's nice and, you know... nice and chill. Less tragic. Also, I love that big man emote. Tiny. I love it. I love that man with all my heart. and soul and strength. Okay, chapter 35, The Man with the Plan. And you're welcome. Dinner was eaten in silence, and very quickly. May had a lot she wanted to talk about. She seated everyone at a table on the far side of the Pokemon Center's cafeteria. Since the Pokemon Center shared the cafeteria with the hospital in the same building, the room was quite a bit larger than an ordinary cafeteria. This suited May well, though, as she didn't want anyone to overhear what she and her friends were going to discuss. Jessie, James, and Meowth continued to eat even after the rest of the group had finished. May looked across the table at the group that had been assembled. She had received the help and inside information that could only be supplied by Scott, the owner of the Battle Frontier. He had given her the hope that Ash Ketchum still lived. She had also been joined by 3 of the most persistent people she ever knew. The talents of Jessie, James, and the talking Meowth that accompanied them were often used against her, but now they were on the same side, fighting for the same thing. Her cause was also receiving the aid of 2 of the powerful Frontier Brains, although one wasn't exactly sure why she had been invited to help, and the other hadn't been given a reason for wanting to help. But there they sat, side by side, waiting for May to start speaking. And closest to where she stepped were 2 close friends of hers. The older one had been helping her with her own Pokemon journey practically from the beginning, and the young girl reminded her so much of her brother, who was back home and not having to deal with this whole situation. On her shoulder, of course, was the avatar for her beloved. He smiled when she looked up at him, his dark eyes happily sparkling and contrasting with his bright fur. "So, May," Annabelle asked, "what are we going to do? You said you wanted to help Ash." May nodded as Pikachu leapt from her shoulder and sat on the table. "That's right. When Ash left to go see that Evergreen, or Giovanni, or whoever, I knew that I just couldn't let him go, but there's no way to get him to let me go with him. So, I decided to just follow him afterwards." "Didn't he already want everyone to stay here so though he wouldn't get put in danger?" Rock asked her. "That's why nearly all of us are going," she grinned. "There's safety in numbers." Rock smiled back. "Not that I ever thought that you wouldn't chase after him, of course." "Nearly all, huh?" Annabelle lowered her eyelids. "Who wasn't invited to this little party you're planning?" "Well, I had to think about it." May raised an index finger to her chin. "But I decided that we should leave Scott and Cindy behind." The young girl stood up on her chair. "That's not fair! Why don't I get to come?" Scott put his large hand on the girl's head. "I'm sure May has a good reason now, Cindy." "Well, if we all go, we'll basically be bringing the Sapphire to them, right?" May said. "We'll need someone to watch over it and stay away. I thought Scott could take the Sapphire to Celio on one island." "You still haven't said why I can't come!" Cindy shouted. "If what Ash says is true, then it could be very dangerous," Cindy, May replied. "For your mother's sake, I don't want to put you in that danger." "Just so you know, he isn't blowing smoke," Annabelle added. "The fortress is designed as a gauntlet of Pokemon battles. Who knows how many opponents we'll have, or even who they'll be. You should just stay with Scott." "I've got Pokemon! I can help!" she continued to shout. "Sorry, kid," Greta said, looking across the table to her, "but Annabelle's got the right idea here. There may be strength in numbers, but we'll only be as strong as our weakest link." "But she continued fighting for a chance. "I won't be dead weight, I promise. Just let me come, please. I'll work harder than I've ever worked before." May's face softened. "All right, you can come with us, Cindy." The child leapt into the air. "All right!" "But you've got to stick near me or Brock, okay?" He finished. "Protecting you while we're in there running this gauntlet is going to be priority number 2. Priority number 1 is saving Ash," Annabelle guessed. May smiled widely. "Yup! If I can reach him, I know that I'll be able to convince him to come back with us." "Pika!" The Electrotype shared her enthusiasm. "And I'm still going to one island then?" Scott asked. "Right," May said, looking to him. "If we take the Sapphire with us, we'll basically be handing it over to them. They could hold any of us hostage and force us to give it to them." "But what about if they attack me while the rest of you are gone?" Scott asked. "Won't leaving an opening be just as bad as taking it with us? It'd at least be protected if we took it with us." That's why we're leaving for the fortress tonight," May replied. Meowth nearly spat out the noodles he was eating. "Tonight? Is that handkerchief on too tight?" "That's where you all come in," May addressed the trio. "You always have balloons to make your getaways in. You gotta have at least one more that we can take to the island tonight before they have a chance to get to prepare for us." "That's a good strategy," Greta said. "Take the fight to them before they have a chance to get their defense up." And since Ash is already back there, I bet they're expecting us to arrive soon, Brock noted. If we want our element of surprise, we're gonna have to get going early. So, you'll have one more balloon, right? The Pokemon coordinator asked, returning to Jesse, James, and Meowth. James began stuttering. Oh, well, it's just that... I'll go get it. James and Meowth looked over at Jessie. She turned her head to her partners. I said I'll go get it. Jessie, it's our very last one, and we don't have a penny to our name otherwise, James explained to her. Jimmy's right, Jess, Meowth followed up. If it goes down, we're stranded wherever it is. We don't have the money to get tickets or nothing. Look, you two, Jessie responded. We said we'd help May in whatever way we could. If we don't use everything we have, we'll be breaking our word. You've never had a problem doing that before, James sighed. What was that? The female third of the trio screeched. Nothing at all, he smiled, waving his hands defensively. Let's all go get that balloon. It's gonna be a while before we see a Pokemon Center, I bet. May spoke to everyone at the table. If we're going to the Battle Fortress, we should make sure our Pokemon are in perfect health before we leave. Jessie reached into her pockets and dropped 3 Pokeballs in front of Meowth. Here, Meowth. While James and I are preparing the balloon, take our Pokemon to Nurse Joy and make sure they're fighting fit. James reached into his pockets and dropped his 2 Pokeballs in front of Meowth as well. Take care, Meowth. It should take us very long before we're able to rejoin you. Got it! Stratch Cat nodded. Jessie turned to the rest of the group. We'll be getting the balloon ready. If you all really want to go tonight, we better hurry. Right, everyone said in unison. May led the group back to the lobby of the dual-purpose building. The rather scatterbrained Nurse Joy that May dealt with earlier sat on the front counter, twirling her finger through her hair. Nurse Joy! Brock shouted, leaving to the front of the group. How long has it been since I've set eyes on beauty such as yours? Joy's wide eyes stared blankly at Brock without the slightest hint of recollection. Wait, she cautioned. I can remember this. Nurse Joy turned around and began ruffling through her desk drawer, searching for something to jog her memory. Cindy stepped forward, reached out for Brock's ear, and yanked him down. A swing and a miss, Cindy sighed as she pulled him across the floor by his ear. Joy turned around and looked very confused. I'm sure there was someone here just a second ago, she whispered to herself. Hello, Nurse Joy, May said with a smile as she stepped up to the counter, filling the void left by Brock. Oh, Seashore Girl! Oh, back to the Pokemon Center! Nurse Joy began to babble. Are you going to be staying with us for another 4 days? May sighed to herself. And she said it with such a bright smile, too. Joy blinked. Huh? My friends are leaving on a trip tonight, she began explaining. Can you do a quick check on our Pokemon to make sure they're in perfect health? Okies, she said, smiling. May handed Pikachu to Joy from her shoulder and dropped her 5 Pokeballs onto the counter. Brock walked up next, still holding his pained ear. He handed his 4 Pokeballs to the nurse and allowed his hand to linger on hers. Joy began blushing profusely as he took the Pokeballs from the breeder. Cindy yanked Brock down once again and handed her Aunt 7 Pokeballs, as well as dropping Meowth on the counter. Hey, you can't fool me! Joy snapped at the little girl. Trainers can only carry 6 Pokemon. What are you doing here with 8? Meowth swallowed sharply. I'm holding on to these for some friends of ours, Cindy said, narrowing her gaze as she glared up at the woman behind the counter. Joy glared back at her. You know, I think I've seen that face somewhere before, she responded. Annabelle and Greta stepped between the child and her relation and set their Pokeballs on the desk. Please take care of ours too, Nurse Joy. Joy forgot what she had been trying to think about previously. Okay, I'll get right on it. She scooped out the Pokeballs into her arms and headed behind a door directly behind her. Through the automatic glass doors behind them, Jessie and James came to the Pokemon Center. The leader of the trio approached. We're all ready for the trip, she started. But remember that this is a balloon and not a jetliner. It may still take us several hours to get there. That's fine, they replied, as long as it'd be faster than waiting for a boat. And it is, James said, smiling, rubbing his hands together. We'll be getting there probably around the same time the ports open in the morning. He looked around the crowd. We seem to be short one furry friend, he noted, trying to see if Meowth was hiding somewhere. I handed him to Nurse Joy, Cindy said. I figured that he'd need a checkup too. Okay, all done, Joy said, walking out of the back room with a box of Pokeballs. May blinked. All done? That was quick. Isn't technology great? Joy laughed. We're Meowth and Pikachu, Annabelle said, staring blankly at the box. Pikachu's head sprung from underneath the pile of Pokeballs, with Meowth sprouting next to him. Pikachu, he sighed. Talk about careless, Meowth sighed. May took the box from Nurse Joy. We'll handle it from here. Thank you, Nurse Joy. No problem! She smiled back cheerfully. When you need to take a long nap again, just let me know, okay? May sighed, slumping over and nearly dropping the box. Alright. May carried the box outside. And under Brock's careful eye, everyone got their Pokeballs back. Dropping her 5 Pokeballs into her pack, and lifting Pikachu under her shoulder, May turned to her comrades. Is everyone ready? With a bright flash, Cindy's Happy appeared from the Pokeball. From her Pokeball. Happy! She cooed, leaping into her trainer's arms. Brock smiled at the girl as she hushed the baby Pokemon. Yeah, we're ready. Where's the last balloon, Jessie? We're left in the middle of that group of trees, Jessie pointed. We better hurry if we're gonna make it. Mr. James and Meowth led the way through the trees. May blinked for a moment when she set her eyes on the large balloon. It was fully inflated, its color almost blending in with the night sky. The bright red R in his chest stood in contrast to the otherwise subdued blue hue. The balloon figure's mouth was open and had one of its lanky arms in a salute. Hey, Cindy said, blinking. That balloon just looks like Buffett! The patient Pokemon interjected, saluting right next to the small girl. So the last balloon was your backup Wobbuffet balloon? Brock asked, turning to James. Right, he said. Oh, Wob's always been sort of our fallback when he works. Seemed fitting that we'd have a few balloons in his image. Wobbuffet! He again announced, leaping over next to James. A Pokeball in James's belt snapped open, and Mime Jr. mimicked Wobbuffet from the shoulder of his trainer. Jessie approached the balloon and opened the basket. Alright, it's gonna be a tight squeeze with everyone in there, so let's just load up as soon as we can. May furrowed her eyebrows at the rather modest-sized basket. I guess it's standing room only, huh? She said with a frown. He sighed in unison with May. May boarded the balloon with Pikachu on her shoulder. Come on, everyone, let's get going! Brock, Cindy, and Happy got on next. Are you sure there's even room for us on there? Annabelle said, having her doubts. I don't think we'll all be able to get on there. If it'll save us some room, Cindy piped up, I could just ride Mom's Skarmory. I fly around her all the time, so this little island hop shouldn't be anything. That sounds like a good idea, Greta said. We should also let Meowth ride with you, just to give a bit more room for the people in the basket. Meowth grunted. I don't take up that much room. But space is limited as it is, Meowth, Jessie said. Just ride with the kid. It won't take long for us to get there anyway. All right, Meowth groaned, accepting Jessie's order. Happy, Cindy said, talking to her Pokemon. Why don't you hang out in your ball for a little bit while we get moving? Happy, she chirped. Cindy lifted up the red and white sphere and set the Playhouse Pokemon inside. Annabelle and Greta stood as close to May and the others as they could without forcing anyone over the edge. Wait, I lost my place. Greta stood almost directly in front of Annabelle, her back pressing against the Salon Maiden's chest. Annabelle grunted in discomfort while the darkness hid Greta's small pigment change. Finally, Jessie and James stepped onto the basket and closed the side. Are we all set to go? James asked to all the passengers. I guess, Annabelle grunted. Let's get this over with. I'm gonna suffocate at this rate. Hey, Scott, he called to him. Make sure you protect that sapphire. We'll come back with Ash. Good luck, May, Scott said, giving her a thumbs up. I'll be waiting to see that kid again. All right, Brock, Jessie called. Now that we've said our goodbyes, pull the rope that stokes the engine. All right, he grunted, pushing the shorter Frontier Brains out of the way as he reached up and pulled down sharply on the rope. May felt squashed in the corner until Brock's moving slightly forward gave her a small moment to breathe. The balloon began rising into the air and drifting away from Scott and out of the clearing. Just as suddenly as she was given room to breathe, Brock stepped back, almost crushing her against the corner of the basket. On the ground below, Cindy's Skarmory began flapping her wings and took to the sky, following behind the Wobbuffet balloon. Meowth held on tightly to Cindy's waist and struggled not to look at the ground. Cindy huffed. Oh, don't be such a fraidy cat, she mocked him. You fly all the time, don't you? Yeah, Meowth gulped. But most of the time I got full walls surrounding me. Skarmory rode the air currents and caught up with the balloon. May had struggled and turned around so that she could breathe the fresh air from up in the air. The sky was clear, and she could see the reflection of the crescent moon on the ocean below. The entire scene was as peaceful as riding a hot air balloon with 5 other people could be. Pikachu let out a yawn and curled up against May's shoulder. The coordinator smiled and scratched the electric type's head. Have a good rest, Pikachu, she whispered to him. After which, she let out a yawn of her own. I've been waking up for a while past my regular bedtime, she muttered, letting her eyelids slip. I'll just take a quick nap while we float to the... She whispered to herself, pausing to yawn. Battle Fortress. She leaned her back against Brock's and quickly drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow would be a busy day. And with that, we are now at the last chapter that PikamasterADV had written. And in fact, here's a little bit of trivia for you, kind of. So, I have to pull up this chapter from the Wayback Machine because 2 years ago, PikamasterADV actually went into the last post that held the last chapter and modified it to give it a non-ending. Basically declaring, in a way, that he was done and he had no intent of finishing the story. Very tragic. But the Wayback Machine exists, and so I can just, look at this. Yeah, it really is crazy because he was actually really close to the end. But hey, it gave me more work to do. As I say, it gives me job security. To make matters worse, it's a two-parter that he started writing. Presumably part 2 is going to be the end, but when I took over, part 2 was not the end. There was still quite a bit to go. But, that's me. Alright, chapter 36. Parting is Such Sweet Sorrow, part 1. And therefore, and also, as I stated before, the very last chapter that PikamasterADV wrote of the story. May's eyes flicked open. The bright orange sun sat as a semicircle on the horizon. Its long rays stretched out across the sky, painting the clouds with oranges and yellows. Below the balloon, the color of the sea seemed muted against the overwhelming brightness of the sun. May squinted her eyes and whined. It's too early, she whispered to herself. Are you gonna get up, May? Cindy called her from out front. We're practically there. What? May yawned. We're almost there? May used her hand to feel the shoulder that Pikachu had fallen asleep on the night before. Finding it bare, she turned her head to the left and right to search among the heads of the rest of the passengers. The small Pokemon had, apparently, wandered across the shoulders of the others and had found Jessie's hair particularly comfortable. He had furled up in her long locks and went to sleep. Jessie herself, however, was snoring thunderously, keeping anyone except May from being able to get any rest beyond shutting their eyes. Jessie, wake up, pleaded James. It's time for us to start descending. Just a few more minutes, Jessie yawned. But you're crushing me, the blue-haired man whined, then trapped between his friend and the two frontier brains. Can't you just get up now? Oh, fine, the red-haired woman grumbled as she stood straight up and leaned back, pressing her partner even closer to the girls who were caught in the middle. As James, Greta, and Annabelle fought each other for the right to expand their lungs the most, May looked down to her right at what was most assuredly their destination. On the far side of the island, there sat what looked like a small city. She could even pick out the Pokemon Center from this height. Closer to them, and where they were trying to land, however, was a much... It looked like she could even pick out the Pokemon Center from this height. Closer to them than where they were trying to land, however, was a much different picture than a sparse, quaint town. The building looked like it was ripped out of a blockbuster film, May thought. It was a castle, all colored the pitchiest black May had ever seen. All along the top of the building's walls were tall, sharp spikes of shivering ebony. The castle was surrounded by a tall wall, also made of black stone. Atop the castle sat the intimidating form of the battle pyramid. May remembered the tall, dark shape well, but it was the first time she had ever seen it from the sky. She turned to her allies. So the battle pyramid sits on top of the battle fortress? She asked Annabelle, speaking over Brock. That's right, the lavender-haired maiden responded. Giovanni uses the fortress as his base of operations in the Sevii Islands. Since Brandon is one of his underlings, having the pyramid land on the fortress allows for more direct transport of Pokemon. Or prisoners, Greta added. Ash had no idea where he was until he was told. There's no windows or anything, so even if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. I hope he's okay, Cindy sighed, flying close by the balloon. Focus more on flying than worrying about the twipe! Now panicked, gripping into Cindy tightly. We're coming in for a landing, Jessie said. Brock, pull the other rope to let out the hot air. Right, Brock nodded. He pushed through the frontier brains again and pulled out a second rope. A hole in the top of the lava pit balloon opened up, and the balloon began floating gently downward into the forest in front of the fortress. Jessie spotted a sizable clearing not far from the entrance and instructed James to land the craft. The Pokemon trainers who were stuck in the basket all night took a moment to stretch out as they walked around the clearing. Cindy landed shortly thereafter, and Meowth was thankful to have something under his feet again. Even in this clearing, though, May and Pikachu could see the top of the battle pyramid looming over them. After a few moments, May began leading the group through the small forested area in front of the battle fortress. May swallowed her fear as they finally stepped out in front of the intimidating structure. The group found themselves standing in front of what appeared to be the main gate. It seemed to glare down at May, its bars like long, thin teeth, permanently stretched out in a frightening, eerie smile. Its shining, featureless face wrapped around the building as the black walls surrounded the fortress. May timidly stepped towards the gate and pulled back on the bars, which held fast to their position. The coordinator let out a growl. The gate's locked. How are we supposed to get in? Wait. Annabelle stepped towards the right side of the gate. She flipped open an unseen panel on the flat wall, exposing the keypad. She flicked a few keys on the pad and looked at the gate expectantly. A few moments of empty silence passed before the salon-mated frowned. Did they change the passcode? Here, let me give it a try, Greta said, pulling her sleeve back. She stepped up to the keypad and began punching in another passcode. After a few clicks, the gate sprang to life, opening inward towards the main building. Hey, great work, Greta! May clasped her hands together and laughed. Greta swallowed sharply. I didn't finish inputting the code, she managed to get out. Which means, deduced Brock, that someone is expecting us. May's cheer disappeared as she looked towards the building. Its exterior was extremely ornate. Unlike the plain outer perimeter, the fortress is made of stones of various unpredictable sizes. From below the large pyramid, it seemed like the battle fortress was simply a tall black box that was used as a landing site for the other facility. Looking ahead, May noticed that the door to the fortress was open, with a faint light shining from inside. May looked to the Pokemon on her shoulder, swallowed her fear, remembering something that was told her months ago. Knowing her own Pokemon would be afraid if she herself let the building scare her, she put on her bravest face and turned to her compatriots. Are we ready? She asked them. Let's go, May, Brock nodded. Let's go save Ash! Cindy cheered. For honor! James shouted. For glory! Jessie responded. For a twipe! Meowth finished. For camels! Said Cosmo. If we're gonna save Ash, we'll need all work together, Annabelle said. We'll all have to work as hard as we can. You've got to get May to Ash, right? Greta asked. Just gotta focus on that objective. The rest will be cake. With her whole team behind her, May stepped into the battle fortress. Inside the open door, May quickly realized where she stood. Even with just the faint light from outside lighting the room. She could tell that the markings on the floor meant that trainers would battle here. The faint light that had shone from the outside seemed to vanish as May and her friends entered the room. Suddenly, the lights in the ceiling all turned on simultaneously. They blinked for a bit at the change in the lighting. Before she could say anything, a voice called out from the door on the opposite side of the room. "Prepare for trouble!" shouted a woman, clad in black, as she stepped out of the shade of the doorway on the opposite side of the room. Following her out of the doorway was a man, also in black. He followed up her line by saying, "And make it double!" As soon as he stepped through the door, it slammed down behind him, closing off the path. May quickly took a look around the room. There were no stands for crowds to sit in to watch the battles. The floor was covered in dirt, as is usual for Pokemon battlefields, but the walls were made of a blue-tinted steel. Before she could make any further notes about the room, the duo shouted, "Now here's our mission, so you better listen!" May directed her attention to the woman across the room from her. She was dressed like Jessie was, except her outfit seemed like a negative, with a black blouse and skirt and white gloves and boots. The only thing that remained constant was the red R on her chest. Her blonde hair was in 2 ponytails, and large earrings hung from their ears. The man who was opposite her similarly looked like a negative of James. His hair was much more neatly trimmed and turquoise in color, but he wore the same outfit and boots that the other man wore, only with the colors reversed. The duo continued uninhibited. "To infect the world with devastation," the woman began, reciting the motto. "To blight all peoples in every nation," the man joined in. "To denounce the goodness of truth and love," the woman thrust her arm outward. "To extend our reach to the stars above." "Cassidy, and Butch, of course. We're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Surrender to us now, or you'll surely lose the fight," Butch finished, also turning his back to his partner. "I know who you are," May shouted, annoyed at their time-wasting display. "Cassidy and Brian, right?" Butch's face turned bright red. "The name is Butch!" he shouted at the top of his like, "Not Brian! We've run into your boyfriend enough that he should have told you my name, and I just said it a few seconds ago! Did you listen to our motto?" Cassidy surveyed the trainers who entered the other side. "Look there, Butch. Seems like there are some trainers in our midst." Butch was about to shout at Cassidy for messing up his name, but realized that she had said it properly. "You're right!" He smiled, recognizing the familiar trio. "Although I guess traitors is the wrong word. They were fired, remember?" "Oh, how could I have forgotten?" Cassidy mocked them. "And yes, it's Cassidy and Butch, yes." "Well, it sounds just like Butch? Yes, that's intentional. I'm trying my best." Yeah, I love that they kept the thing going. "You want to make something of it?" Jessie growled at the other woman. "Wah, not that!" The Pokemon appeared next to his trainer. Cassidy cackled in response at a pitch that hurt Pikachu's ears. "You're way out of your league, girly," Cassidy taunted. "You should have just stayed away. If the boss learns that you're here, he won't let such disobedience go unpunished." "Just get out of the way, you two," Annabelle shouted. "We don't have time for business. We don't have business with the likes of you." Butch shook his finger at the Frontier Brain. "That's not how it's gonna work, Toy," he sneered. "If you want to get through the door, someone's gonna have to battle us." Jessie stepped forward. "I'll take that Casa Ding Dong on!" The red-haired woman's blue eyes burned intensely. "Come on, James, you can fight Butters." "It's not Butters, it's Butch! I just yelled at the Toy about this thing!" Butch's chest heaved as he glared furiously at Jessie and James. "I'm ready to get this started!" He produced a Pokeball from his pants pocket and pitched it forward. "Mighty Anna, go!" The Pokeball stepped open, and one flash of light later, a canine Pokemon stood between May's group and the Rocket duo. His fur was wild and black, the red irises trained on James. "I guess I'd better give you a hand then," Cassidy smiled. "Let's go, Houndour!" Cassidy's Pokeball snapped open, and a smaller dog-like Pokemon stood next to Mighty Ina. His underside was a vibrant red that contrasted with his dark underside. Both Pokemon barked at Jessie and James. "Are you sure you want to fight them?" May asked Jessie and James as they stepped forward from the group. "Those two have had this coming for a long time," Jessie said, her gaze not faltering from her rival. James let out a sigh. "I don't really have anything against these guys personally. I'm just along for the ride." "Hey!" Meowth jumped forward. "Don't forget me!" "So it's the whole dopey trio," Butch said with a smile. "I was wondering when that worthless Meowth would open his big trap again," Cassidy laughed. "I've had it with both of you!" Jessie yelled. "We're going to clean your clocks!" Jessie brought out her Pokeball and tossed it. So Viper, let's go! James smiled at the Pokeball he lifted out of his pocket. Cacnea, it's your turn too! Their Pokeballs opened up, and the two Pokemon from Hoenn appeared next to each other. Cacnea turned from her forward trajectory and gave James a strong, prickly hug. May let out a gasp when she saw the door behind Butch and Cassidy open. James pulled Cacnea from his face and threw her back into the fray. The four Pokemon stood against each other and glared, waiting for a command to start the battle. Houndour! Cassidy shouted. Use Flamethrower! Cacnea, blood it with Sandstorm! James countered. Mightyena, use Poison Fang on Cacnea, quickly! Seviper! Jessie thrust her hand out. Use your strongest Poison Tail on Mightyena! Houndour opened his small mouth, and a torrent of orange and yellow flames shot across the battlefield. The cactus Pokemon spun around and generated winds that began filling the room with sand. The flames hit the sand and were dispersed harmlessly. Mightyena began running through the sand, the winds cutting against them. Seeing what he thought was the form of the Pokemon, he leapt forward, and came into contact only with the glowing purple tail of Jessie's Fang Snake Pokemon. May, Annabelle whispered slowly, we need to make a break for that door while the battle's going on. Why? May asked. Shouldn't we support Jessie and James? That's not how it works in the Battle Fortress. Annabelle replied. Doors only open while the Pokemon are battling. You end up having to leave some Pokemon behind to fight alone against the opponents inside. May's eyes widened. That's horrible! You have to abandon the Pokemon? It's a cruel facility, Annabelle sighed, but then smiled. But we have the advantage. With so much help, we'll be able to get you far into the fortress by leaving people behind instead of weakening your party. May's eyes remained wide. You're asking me to abandon my friends in a place like this where I can't help them? I can't do that! You have to, Greta spoke, walking close. Don't worry, I'm ready to do whatever it takes. Brock put his hands on May's shoulders. We're a team, May, but we all know that you and Pikachu are the only ones who will be able to reach Ash, so we've got to do whatever we can to get him. May fought back some tears, looked up at the breeder. Thanks, Brock. What are you waiting for? Jessie shouted. Go on, twerps! James nodded. We can handle these fools. You really think you can beat us? Cassidy shouted in reply. Something must have broke after the champion clobbered you. May let out a short gasp. The champion? We're not afraid of you! Jessie fought back. Meowth leapt forward. That's right! We're good guys now! Ah, about that! He nodded in agreement. May dashed along the edge of the arena with Pikachu firmly holding onto her shoulder. Brock and City followed close behind, with Annabelle and Greta bringing up the rear. The four battling Pokemon continued exchanging blows. Cacnea slammed her arms into Houndour's side, who held her in his mouth. Seviper wrapped around Mightyena and began constricting. They stood in the doorway behind Butch and Cassidy. Come on, let's hurry! He called the others, shooting wary glances at the Team Rocket members in the battle. Brock and Cindy hustled through the door. Annabelle and Greta followed closely behind, but didn't seem worried about any stray blows. As soon as Greta and Annabelle were past the threshold, they looked back to Jessie and James. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to help them. Brock grabbed her arm and yanked her through the door, and as soon as she was out of the doorway, the sliding steel door slammed shut. Silence filled the air for a moment as May fell to her knees. No, she whispered. Then, raising a shout, no! We can't leave them! This is how it happened to Ash! We split up and something terrible happened to him! She stood up and began pounding on the door, her hands balled into tight fists. We have to go back and save them! We can open this door! May, City whispered to herself. Pikachu, he cooed in her ear. Brock grabbed May by her arms and pulled her away from the door. May, come on, he whispered gently. It won't open from the side, Annabelle said, trying to console her. Only the Frontier Brain in charge of this facility can do that. Giovanni! May choked back tears, refusing to cry. Is this how he fights? He divides up friends and family and lives and picks on us when we're at our weakest? She sniffled and looked back at the metal door. I will save Ash from him. And then, when it's all over, it'll be okay, just like Ash would say. They took a moment to look around the room. It was quite dark, with only a single light filtering down from above. The walls seemed like the same cold, muted blue steel like I had seen in the previous room. A staircase, with each made of a wire mesh, climbed the walls around the room. May turned, her back now to the door, and stepped towards closely behind her, with the Frontier Brains keeping their distance as they followed. Oh wait, no, I skipped a line. And stepped towards her right, where the staircase began. She began climbing the stairs, It's creating a resounding metallic echo that caused the coordinator to shudder. Rockin' City followed closely behind her, with the Frontier Brains keeping their distance as they followed. Hey, Annabelle, Greta whispered to the lavender-haired girl. What'd you think of what May said? Annabelle blinked. What May said? What do you mean? She said that after she rescues Ash, everything's gonna be fine, Greta replied. What's gonna happen to us? I did some pretty bad stuff to him. Will it really be okay? Annabelle raised a concerned eyebrow. Are you feeling alright, Greta? You normally don't worry about how people react until you've already acted. I know, Annie, Greta averted her gaze, but this entire thing has me thinking, you know? The arena tycoon took a moment to gather herself. I'm not even sure why you're here. I thought you liked Ash. If you join Team Rocket and we stay with these guys, wouldn't it be better for you and him in the long run? Annabelle shook her head. I think I understand now, she replied. I do have feelings for Ash, but at the same time, I've seen how much May cares for him. Knowing how much he loves her back, the worst thing I could do would be to break them up. So, Greta continued looking away. Are you over Ash, then? Annabelle sighed. Just about. I still think about him sometimes, but I know we're not meant to be. Is there anyone else you've got your eye on? The normally timid tycoon, or the normally non-timid tycoon asked the maiden. That's a weird question for you to be asking, Greta, Annabelle giggled. I'm not sure of everything yet, but everything will be alright in the end. I'm sure of that. She shot a smile at the blonde girl. Come on, we're lagging behind. Let's catch up. Giving Greta a friendly slap on the back, Annabelle began climbing up the dark stairs more rapidly. Greta stood still for a moment. Everything will be alright, huh? She asked herself. Then she began chasing after her friend up the dark stairway. And that is the last chapter that PikamasterADV had written. So, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to finish the stream by reading the first chapter of the denouement that I have written. But before I do that, I'm gonna take a short break. I need to go to the bathroom, and I also probably need to replace this chapter a little bit because I did make some technical fixes. Oh wait, okay, well that should be there. I did make some technical fixes that I do need to apply, and yeah, I want to make sure that everything is good and ready for reading. So I'll be right back. Get some drinks and stuff because this is gonna take about 40 minutes. This last part's gonna take about 40 minutes. I know, it's a long time. I know. I'm sorry, but you know, it's what we do. All right, see you in a bit. Okay. I have returned. I have returned. Now, okay, now what I need to do over the next couple seconds, or next couple minutes here, okay. Alright, so I need to do some, quick stuff. Doc manager. There's stories. Okay, go to the denouement. Content chapters. Export it. Alright. Okay, now I need to go to Google Docs. To look at the chapter that I have written. And I kind of want to run it through... I kind of want to run the original through Meld. Oh boy. And compare here. Yeah, there are definitely a little things that I made. Did I even make a whole lot of images? I mean, I guess I did a little bit. Okay, yeah. Alright, so... now I need a copy of text. I need to document this edit. I made a few minor fixes. Okay, not save my italics. That's a problem. I did not save my italics. Okay. Sorry, this is gonna take a little bit here. Yeah, let's reload it. There's gotta be a better way for me to do this, honestly. honestly. Dock manager. Okay, sorry this is taking so long. Sorry, this is taking so long. But it didn't save my italics, and italics are important. Italics are important! I mean, for me, anyway. Okay, chapter 7. Okay, file. Download as Word document. Chapter 7. Upload a file. Browse. 7. Docx format. Submit. Edit. I hate it. Okay. How about this? Okay, then I will remove that. Edit view. It still didn't say my italics. Okay, you know what? Screw this. Screw this noise. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to use... I am going to use both the original and the new one to I'm gonna read off the new one but use the original for you know, the soundtrack stuff. Okay, here we go. And I guess what I should do is I should probably change back to this scene. Okay, screw the keyword thing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll pee on you, I guess. Okay. All right, so now I actually do have to update the stream thing. So yeah, so the title needs to change. And now we update it to chapter 37, part 2.
Oh boy, here we go! I'm ready. Y'all ready? I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready. I think I'm ready, maybe. Alright. Okay. Here we go. May's Crush, Final Frontier, denouement. By me! Chapter 37, Parting is Such Sweet Sorrow, Part 2. The gravity of that night thus far weighed heavily on Ash's heart as he re-entered the mysterious man's office once more. His mind raced with the same thoughts over and over again, and no matter how many times he revisited them, he could never completely wrap his head around it all. The Team Rocket trio, whom he had not long ago consigned to death, had miraculously survived Charizard's attack. Again. And not only that, but they had also been teaming up with the friends he had been separated from for about a week. On top of that, Annabelle had confessed her love to him, and it turned out that Scott wasn't the murderous money grubber he had been programmed to accept, or so he claimed. Most importantly, they were alive. His Pokemon, his best friend Pikachu, and the girl he loved, none of them had died after all. In the course of a single night, his emotional range went from pure hatred and rage, to fear, to mirth, to happiness, to sorrow, to rage again, and then to understanding. Sliding across the entire spectrum of human emotion in only a few minutes' time was a peculiar sensation that he was not used to, but it was, he had to admit, a nice change of pace from the monotonous despair he had been feeling for days at a time. That sensation had given him pause in his instinct to kill. Doubt welled up in him. He had questions that needed answers. And so his clouded heart led him back to the battle fortress once more to interrogate the man who had helped him seek revenge. After dismounting his trusty Charizard and leaving him to kill time in the basement, he made his way to the main elevator and retraced his steps back to Evergreen's office. The path was simple enough, and it helped that the fortress's layout was painfully rudimentary. Each floor having a straightforward set of doorways, all of them clearly marked, the one claimed by Evergreen being the only one with a double door set. The door slid open easily, slamming when they hit the doorstops, and he stepped inside to greet a dimly lit desk in the back of a large leather swivel chair. Evergreen, I'm back. Chair spun to face him, and sitting in it was a towering, chiseled man, comfortably leaning into his palm. His dark hair blended in with the shadows, tempting Ash to doubt whether or not he even had hair to begin with. But that he did, slicked with an expensive gel that sometimes was the only glimmer of light in the poorly lit room. Ah, Ash, the man said, his lips curled into a slight frown. You're back earlier than I expected. Why hasn't Annabelle returned with you? She had to stay behind. We found Scott's hideout. It was on Sevii Island, like you told us. Evergreen's frown turned into a warm smile. Good. And? It's burned to ashes. Let's say he won't ruin people's lives ever again. The older man laughed and got out of his chair. Good! Very good indeed! You've done the right thing. Now no one else will have to suffer your kind of loss at his hand. He walked up to the tattered and singed champion and placed a firm grip of assurance on his shoulder. It's cathartic, isn't it, to see justice done? It wasn't. Not just because he thought it was overkill in retrospect, but also because May was actually alive. The warmth of her skin, the scent of her hair, the softness of her clothes, it was all real. There was no justice to serve, just an aborted assassination attempt and an unnecessary arson. Finding himself unable to own up, however, he silently nodded. Evergreen ceased his firm grip on Ash's shoulder and practically skipped back to his chair, an apparent spring in his step that the pallet trainer had never had the opportunity to witness. It made it uncomfortable to see any semblance of the man's professionalism fall away like a silk veil, but just as soon as he landed in the plush leather seat, the giddy schoolboy image had dissipated. Ash's discomfort still remained, however. You made shorter work of Scott than I anticipated, so I think you deserve a long-awaited night of rest. Wouldn't you agree? Ash's stomach rumbled loudly, as was routine after what seemed like every 15-minute interval.
and he missed having clean clothes and a warm shower. But he knew those luxuries would have to wait. Sure, he began. But before I turn in for the night, there's something that's been bothering me. Ice jingled in Evergreen's glass as it pounded the mahogany coaster on his desk. Its contents otherwise consumed completely. Still having second thoughts about being judged, jury, and executioner? He asked the tattered lad standing across the room. Don't doubt yourself about that. It had to be done. Ash's eyes narrowed. Did it, though? Evergreen looked nonplussed, his eyes narrowing in kind. What do you mean? I mean, you were so sure that May and Pikachu were dead. Evergreen chuckled. Surely you must be sleep-deprived. You haven't forgotten the video already, have you? Those members of Team Rocket fired that rocket launcher and blew your beloved to smithereens! But did they really? Evergreen's frown returned, his chuckle replaced by agitation. Of course they did! He answered with his voice raised far beyond what was really necessary in such close quarters. You saw how they were unable to capture a simple Pikachu! Isn't that hard to believe they couldn't handle that bazooka either? And then it hit him. Ash knew something sounded fishy as soon as he heard the other side of the story. And now, like an interrogator grilling a suspect under a hot lamp, he raised his own voice to counter. How did you know that they were just trying to capture Pikachu? That video had no sound! That moment he saw that video was, after all, forever burned into Ash's mind, and he revised it each and every day he trained from then on. It was the perfect fuel for his motivation, and there was no way he'd remember a detail of a video that horrifying. A supposed outsider would have seen Jesse in the video attempt to grab May first, and reasonably assumed the trio was attempting to kidnap them all. But singling out a simple Pikachu as the sole target? Evergreen was silent, unless one were to count the stunned sputtering of one who just realized he had made a grave slip of the tongue. His eye twitched, and his mouth hung open as though his jaw were locked in place. And then, Ash cracked a genuine grin for what felt like the first time in weeks. He got him. I saw May just now, and Pikachu too. They're still alive. Evergreen growled. Impossible! How could anyone have survived an attack like that? If you don't believe me, Ash said with a smile, then how do you explain this? With a swift sleight of hand, he took all the Pokeballs around his belt and released his party. 5 flashes of light brightening up the dark ambiance for a brief moment. The partners that he had once thought he'd lost in the explosion stood before the two, restraining themselves to celebrate their master's return, to instead keep a close eye on the man cloaked in the shadows. Evergreen's face said it all. Shock, dumbfoundedness, and, most of all, complete silence. Had Ash not known any better, he would have assumed that the man had choked on a piece of fruit and was paralyzed from fear. It's like you said, Ash continued. May did have my Pokemon with her, and if she really were killed, then they would have been dead with her. But my Pokemon are alive and are well right in front of you. Evergreen closed his eyes, pensive. His growling from before turned to a low hum, and he rubbed his chin with one of his free hands. So not only did you off the one who would surely take another life without your intervention, you discovered that everyone was most important to you had to survive the attack after all? What jubilation! I toast to your good fortune, sir. He leaned forward and refilled his glass with a transparent amber liquid from a pitcher on his desk, and then raised it, uttering a slancha before taking a sip. I mean, this is cause for celebration, no? Scott's dead, and you have your loved one back, and your Pokemon to boot. What more could you ask for? Ash took a step forward, taking care not accidentally step on Totodile's tail. Well, I never actually said I killed Scott. Evergreen spit his drink on the floor and violently swiped away the excess dribble from his chin. What? Scott's still alive? And that's not all, Ash continued. I heard what he and my friends had to say, and what they said completely contradicts everything that you've told me. Evergreen's eyes narrowed into a glare. Oh? What did you hear? Where to begin? Ash regaled him at length about how he learned that the Team Rocket trio had apparently been fired conveniently after he blasted them off that final time. That May, Scott, and even Greta had unilaterally condemned what he was trying to accomplish. and that Greta accused his boss of being the real Rocket. With all of Ash's report laid bare, the older man said nothing, or at least nothing substantial. You couldn't tell if he had simply no idea how to rebut what he said, or if he was fighting every urge to strangle him to death. Regardless of what it was, however, nary a word passed his lips in objection, and that was about all Ash felt fit to hear. Evergreen, Ash pressed, his volume back to a reasonable level, but as adamant as before. Just who are you, really? And then, laughter. A loud, guttural uproar of laughter blasted into the room, amplified by dark metal walls and the relative lack of decor. Evergreen's eyes were clamped shut, his shoulders were heaving, and Ash could have sworn that tears were welling up in his eyes. The noise pierced everyone else through the soul, and Cyndaquil shuddered with a squeak and took a few steps back, mitigated by a quick pat of reassurance from the big jaw Pokemon standing next to him. Absurd! Evergreen finally said after a minute and taking a few minutes to gasp for air. You doubt your convictions so easily? How daft are you to reject your feelings based on sheer hearsay? Ash didn't budge. I guess I am dense. After all, you had me going long enough to almost turn Charizard against my friends. Evergreen tisked, unforthcoming with the rebuttal once more. So, answer my question, Evergreen. Who are you, really? The trio stared at each other for what felt like minutes, the only movement that each could claim being the occasional twitch in their lips and the need to deeply breathe. Ash dared not take his eyes off the man behind the desk, not even for a moment, lest any sign of weakness give him the excuse to dismiss the boy's accusation as just a side effect of recovering from a vivid fever dream. Finally, though, Evergreen swiveled his chair away, and a few seconds later, he stood and walked around the desk to face the trainer's released Pokemon. His height was staggering, intimidating all but the aloof Sceptile crossing his arms and chewing on the twig in his mouth. But Ash and his Pokemon still stood their ground, albeit taking a wider stance, as though the older man could knock them all away with a single kick. To the confusion of them all, however, he was not ready to pounce, but had instead started clapping. Bravo, Ash, Evergreen said, clapping slowly a few more times before eventually putting his hands into his pants pockets. It's clear that bluffs at this point will have little effect on you anymore. Wait, Ash replied, raising an eyebrow, perplexed. Are you giving up? I guess a trainer of merit such as yourself, what choice do I have? He raised his hands as though he was being read his rights during a rest. All your Pokemon are out and battle ready, while I'm here in a corner completely unarmed. So I suppose you've earned the satisfaction of figuring out this little puzzle. So, you're confessing then? Greta was telling the truth about you? Just so, Evergreen finally admitted. But instead of wearing a frown like before, he cracked a grin, brimming with confidence. Wait, that's the wrong tab. Sorry, technical difficulties. So, I can finally drop this little charade. I am Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Just then, a memory for one of Ash's previous adventures flickered through his mind, and even more started to make sense. His jaw dropped when his mind made the connection, soon followed by an accusatory pointer finger. I knew you seemed familiar to me when I first saw you! You're the one who attacked me and our friends at Mount Cana a few years ago, weren't you? Mount Cana? In Johto? The boss asked, his face contorted with a look of amusement. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ash then bit his tongue, remembering the promise he made to Mewtwo all those years ago. He feared Giovanni would press further, or even read his mind to discern the artificial Pokemon's whereabouts. But fortunately, he apparently brushed the issue aside. And so Ash could finally exhale when the imposing man continued his monologue instead. But I can vouch for your friend's truthfulness, including that brat traitor Greta. Yes, I've been the benefactor for the Battle Frontier all this time. And those Team Rocket goons he dispatched so easily were under my orders. So, that talk of you saying there was no benefactor? That Scott was the culprit to May's attempted murder? Everything was
All lies, yes. And you fall for them hook, line, and sinker.
The teenager growled in frustration, but otherwise let Giovanni continue.
Now, I assure you that the explosion was far from what I had intended to happen to your beloved girlfriend, Ash. But you so easily took the video and my word at face value that it was beyond trivial to recruit you for my cause and assassinate Scott. I couldn't have an easier time if I had brainwashed you. But why? Ash asked, something still not quite adding up. What did Scott even do? You said he changed and that you didn't know when he'd make his move or whatever, but if that was all lies, then why? Well, I did tell the truth about one thing. We met once before, he and I. Not as friends, of course, but more like business partners. He practically crawled to me, begging for me to supply the resources he needed to get his unprofitable child fantasy off the ground. So, the battle frontier isn't profitable after all either? Giovanni chuckled. Profitable? His revenue can barely cover the pens he needs for his accounting tables. So like all this effort to get him killed, what did he do to you? Simple, really. An informant of mine caught wind that he was planning to sabotage my work. So it was just a breach of contract violation that needed resolving, nothing more. And by informant, I guess you mean Brandon, right? You guessed correctly. He kept me abreast of all goings-on in Kanto and the Sevii Islands where my Delibird could not. And he kept me well informed of Scott specifically. My services don't come cheap, and he requested a large loan on top of that. If I didn't make sure he was on top of repayment, then, well, that just wouldn't do, would it? Which brings me to the asking price. Hiring the frontier brings you doing your dirty work, you mean? Oh, you make it sound underhanded when you put it that way, but yes. Although I do lament Scott's hiring standards. Giovanni crossed his arms, almost as though he were pouting. He has an eye for talent for Pokemon battling, without question, but a lot of them have absolute horrid teamwork ethic. Some even like that eccentric tactician. Tucker, was it? Couldn't even procure the ruby without making a scene and attempting to get you killed. So that was you too, huh? Like I said before, it was never my intention for you and your friends to come to harm. I even took the liberty of having Brandon intervene before he made everything worse. Visions of the beams of light that had saved them on Mount Ember earlier had returned to his memory. So that really was Brandon after all. I mean, sure, if worse came to worse, we could have hidden your bodies for a while, but with Scott not out and aware of what was happening, the secret wouldn't last for long. He would have reported it to the authorities, the Force would have found us out, and then any hope of having a mesh of Team Rocket-owned network machines would have been dashed within the week. That's your end goal, then? Ash asked. That's why you had Celio's network machine destroyed, so you could see how it works and use the Ruby and Sapphire to build your own. Giovanni smiled, genuinely impressed. I must say, young man, you are impeccably on point today. Now, if I had known he would have been that much trouble, I would have never asked for that Tucker fellow to assist Annabelle in that mission in the first place. He turned to face the wall, finding the empty space in between apparently fascinating. Speaking of Annabelle, she's a special one. Ash squinted, the suspicion growing. What about Annabelle? What about Annabelle? Giovanni parroted, facing the younger trainer with incredulity. You should know by now her special gift. Her ability lets her know what people in Pokemon alike are thinking. Well, yeah, Ash responded, not quite sure where he was getting at, something so well known. It's what makes her such a tough trainer to beat. Yes, she's a powerful one, that Annabelle, but she has no ambition to speak of whatsoever. She'd rather use her ability to talk to flowers or snooping on you while you dream and other such frivolities. Ash flushed deep red when that visual popped into his head. He somehow resisted the urge to cower behind his hands in the embarrassment of having his intimate dreams of May washed by someone else. But he couldn't dam the gates of his mouth pouring out strings of incomplete gibberish. Giovanni, on the other hand, found the boy's show of vulnerability amusing. He chuckled, prompting the other to flush such a deeper shade of red that he began to sweat profusely. The girl is like a termite. She would rather enjoy a simple life and submit herself to the whims of her primal urges. She can't even fathom what sort of wonders she's capable of. Were it not only for an ability to simply sit back a bit and observe the wonders she's made simply by living. But I am no termite like she is. Unlike her, I have observed her from afar and can see what she can do. And also unlike her, I can fathom her flower's true form. Fathom what could be done when her limits are broken. And share that gift with others. Ash gulped, afraid of where the line of discussion was going. What do you mean? Giovanni smiled fiercely.
and Ash's fear grew twofold. Why don't I show you? He reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a rebreather device. Then, after a loud beep sounded from his sleeve, clouds of mist hissed from the air vents overhead. A grayish gas quickly filled the room, and as soon as Ash accidentally caught a whiff of it, he immediately felt his limbs begin to fail him. His eyes grew heavy, his mind blanked, and he could do little but struggle against his impending fight against gravity before hitting the ground in a heap. His Pokemon didn't fare much better, all of them toppling over and out like lights in 5 seconds flat. His head gained the density of lead, and his neck felt it was going to snap from supporting its weight. His arms shaking, struggling to keep his chest from touching the floor, he could utter only a few words before even his vocal cords ceased function. What are you doing? You'll soon see, my friend. Ash's arms gave way, the floor victorious. It wasn't long before his vision had failed him, as well, darkness completely taking over and leaving only his hearing. He could hear footsteps approaching, the sound of his Pokemon being recalled, and a murmur of something like, "Bring me 6 of the devices, now!" But soon, even his hearing began to fade, and the hissing from above softened to an inaudible level. In the end, all he could manage to hear was an imaginary soothing hum, lulling him to sleep. It was just as well, he thought. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to just rest his eyes a little bit. Oh, wow, you're just using an expression about having something up his sleeve, but I guess he actually did. Yeah, he did have something up his sleeve! Yeah, he did! He sure did have something up his sleeve! Mm-hmm. Something's happening! Something's happening! Metallic footsteps echoed in the corridor as May and the remainder of her party made a second climb up the staircase. Greta and Annabelle lagged behind her for a moment to talk about this and that, but May was too focused on making sure she didn't make a false step and fall face first to really catch the gist of their short-lived conversation. Before long, all that remained was the hollow clanging of feet on metal as they climbed. Besides that, no one uttered a word, save for Cindy breaking the silence with a sneeze and Happiny giggling in amusement. The tension that followed thickened the air as though it were salt water, and each successive step grew harder and harder to make. There was no snide remark from Meowth, no angry outburst from Jessie, nor even a resigned James to shrug in response to lighten the mood. Never did May ever imagine that it would ever feel just so empty without them there alongside her. Part of her even preferred them attempting to catch Pikachu again, because even then she knew it would only be a matter of time before she saw them again after their inevitable blast-off. She sighed, realizing her difficulty in coming to grips with the fact that they had to make the difficult choice to leave them behind. Noting her distress, Brock reached out from behind and gave her a quick squeeze on the shoulder. "Are you alright, May?" he asked her aloud, officially breaking the self-imposed moratorium on speech. She briefly hummed a yes in reply, but then regressed in laying bare her inner conflict once more, even almost laughing at herself mockingly for saying that she had actually missed Team Rocket for once. Brock laughed in agreement. "It's certainly not the same without them here, that's for sure." May sighed again, her self-doubt resurfacing. "Brock, do you really think it'll be all okay?" "Come on, May, of course it will. We have more scraps than this. Remember that whole affair with Lucario and the Tree of Beginning?" "Well, yeah, but I don't know. For some reason, it just feels like the stakes are higher this time, you know?" Brock took a moment to look behind to make sure Cindy, Greta, and Annabelle were still caught up before taking more steps up. "It is hard to shake that feeling, I agree. But everything will be alright. We'll see them again. Whether we want to or not," he finished with a grin, which May shared. The group climbed for a few minutes before reaching the end, culminating in another large room. It was dark, with only a single light to speak of at the near end, which had to have just spanned at least 100 meters before reaching another large dark blue wall. Just like the battlefield for it too had a large metal door securely shut. May, being the vanguard of the group, was the first to take a step on the soft earth. As soon as her foot touched the ground, the sound of a large array of spotlights turning on filled the room and startled everyone. There was no space allocated for spectators, just like before, and instead there was large empty space with white markings on the ground indicating the boundaries of the field of play, as well as the designated spaces for the opposing trainers themselves. A loud metallic groaning sounded from the other end of the arena as the door slowly rose. May gulped loudly, bracing herself in anticipation as she saw a low shadowy figure limp out into the light, the door closing behind her. The figure sported dark tattered pants and a yellow diamond belt pattern, thin and tall. Her height was aggrandized by a pair of its height was aggrandized by a pair of scuffed purple heels. The form was alluring, sporting a midriff and long yet seemingly unkempt black hair. The figure's face was twisted in rage and pain, its teeth clenched and hands balled into fists as it stomped over to the designated space across from them. May gasped when she recognized it, and Brock soon followed with a growl filled with betrayal and pain of his own. Lucy, it's you. A tear rolled down Lucy's face when she locked onto Brock's eyes, her face relaxing a bit. Brock, you have returned. May stepped forward. What are you doing here? The last time we saw you, you got blasted off like your Team Rocket minions, Lucy interrupted scornfully. You're not dreaming. I lived. Surely you, of all people, know how likely surviving a massive explosion is, yeah? May raised her finger to object, but immediately bit her tongue when she realized that the older woman kind of had a point. Oish! Greta interjected, standing rude at May's side. Don't you think you've done enough? What do you think you're doing standing there? Isn't it obvious? I'm your next opponent in this little gauntlet. May stared at the woman, stunned at her determination. In this state? You can barely walk! Your concern is appreciated, Lucy growled, but my Pokemon and I are all I need. Watch! She tossed a Pokeball forward, a bright flash of light revealing her Milotic, still bruised and scorched from their last encounter, but still formidable nevertheless. Like her trainer, she glared at her opposition with the same crazed expression. May shuddered and closed her eyes in fear for a few moments before steeling herself again. So which among you will offer yourself as a sacrifice to the Pike Queen? She faced Greta and Annabelle and pointed. Why not you traitors? Done with fighting off accusations, Greta rolled up her sleeves and stomped her foot aggressively. Yeah, we'll bash your heads in if that's what you want. Bring it! That was when Brock stepped up to her and held her back with a firm grip. No, he said. I'll do it. I'll face Lucy again. All brains within earshot gaped at him, and his suggestion did also elicit quite a negative reaction from the others, and May in particular. Not you too, Brock! She cried. It was hard enough leaving Team Rocket behind, but now I have to leave my big brother behind too? Hiku joined in to support May, jumping on her shoulder in the loudest coherent objection he could make. I have to agree with May on this one, said Greta, yanking her hand away from Brock's grip. Maybe I'm just biased and really just want to give her what for by myself, but that's insane. Brock's solemn, firm expression remained. Maybe so, under different circumstances, he replied. But I don't know this place like you guys do, so May will need all the brainpower she can to navigate it. And besides, his tough look then melted into a wry smile. If we're only as strong as our weakest link in this place, as you said. And let's be honest here, I'm no frontier brain. But Brock raised his hand to silence the Petalburg girl. If you want to reach Ash, you'll need backup. And I mean strong backup. You understand, right? She cursed under her breath, fighting back tears once more. She knew he was right, but she would never admit it. In the Battle Fortress, it was the optimal strategy. The doors didn't discriminate based on how strong or weak the challengers were. If a battle was being fought, be it a competition or a curb stomp, they would open without hesitation. So it only made logical sense to weed out the weakest first and leave the strongest for the final battle. Don't worry, May. I'll be fine, I promise. Given how she looks, I think I'd really give her a run for her money, even. May didn't have the will to argue with such conviction. Not when she had to muster all the strength she could just to prevent herself from crying and to look brave for everyone. Judging how the others were taking it, it didn't look like Annabelle and Greta were going to argue much more against it either. Greta still scowled, but she agreed with Brock's calculus and stepped away to give the former Pewter City gym leader some space. He faced her, ignoring the irrational pitter-patter of his heart racing at the sight of his opponent. Lucy, on the other hand, had less restraint, and instead resorted to avoiding eye contact completely. You're a horrible man, forcing me to fight you again. Do you enjoy watching me suffer? Brock frowned. You made the decision to suffer on your own. I have nothing more to say to you. He reached for his belt and chucked a Pokeball of his own. Go for it, Steelix! There was another flash of light, and a large iron snake materialized in front of them, a metallic roar filling the vast stadium. Use Dig! Dirt and stones were expelled into the air as Steelix obediently dove into the soil. Before he could make a second command, though, he turned to May. Now go! The door's opening! Sure enough, a rumble besides the tremors caused by Steelix's attack could be felt coming from the other end of the room. The door slowly rose, and after a few seconds, it was completely open. And that was when May knew the countdown had begun. Greta and Annabelle had already made a beeline for the exit, and were halfway across the field before May realized she had been paralyzed from guilt. She knew she had to move quickly before the doors closed permanently, but her legs wouldn't budge, and she couldn't even look away from the battle unfolding. Milotic, wait for it to resurface, and then use Water Pulse! The epicenter of quakes from Steelix moved closer and closer to the tender Pokemon until it finally shot out from the ground, barely grazing it. Then, as commanded, Milotic charged up a wave of water and shot it out at the vulnerable snake. It was significantly less lucky than its aquatic counterpart, as it took the shot head-on. Another roar filled the stadium, this time from pain. May flinched at the sight, and she still just couldn't look away. That is, until she felt her hand jerk away and pulled her to the side. The impulse was enough to get her to look, and she found that it was Annabelle of all people who ran back to fetch her. She snapped out of her trance and followed the brain as fast as her legs could carry her, until she realized something. Wait, not yet! She looked back behind her to find Cindy, standing next to Brock. Cindy, come on! We need to go! The blue-haired girl shook her head furiously. No way! I want to see him kick this bitch's ass after what she did to me in that cave! Happiny chirped in agreement. May didn't have a chance to voice a response before she felt her hand get yanked again. Instead, all she could do was look back and scream, You two better be careful, you got that? A few seconds later, May and Annabelle had caught up with Greta and walked over the threshold of the door. May looked behind her again to get one last look at Brock and Cindy before she and they were separated. The young girl was very into watching the battle play out, but both she and Brock did manage to find a quick moment to watch the trio exit the room and sadly wave them off. May raised her hand to wave them goodbye in turn, but then the door immediately slammed downward, completely cutting them off from the room behind them. None of them could hear any sound or feel any shock waves from the fiercely fighting Pokemon. It was almost as though they found themselves in a different world, without any means of contact whatsoever with the outside realm. And once more, May felt an overwhelming rush of loneliness. She fell to her knees and let a couple of tears flow, trying her best not to sob. Pikachu cooed in her ear to soothe her, which helped a little bit, but her guilt still remained unassuaged. Not again, she whispered to no one in particular. I still can't believe they make us do this to each other. It is what it is, Greta huffed, crossing her arms. It's awful, but it's the only way forward. Annabelle offered her hand to May to lift her up, which she accepted hesitantly. While she felt she could trust the other two girls there with her, she still had to admit she wasn't as comfortable with them as she was with the others. It was probably to be expected, given that she traveled with Brock and got hounded by Team Rock for literal years before. With Annabelle and Greta, on the other hand, wow, the black eye on the latter's face spoke for itself. The feeling of being trapped in an unfamiliar place with unfamiliar people weighed hard on her mind, making an especially significant tribulation even more trying. The feeling of being trapped... Oh, I already read that, sorry. The three waited a few moments for their eyes to adjust to the dim lighting before silently climbing the third staircase that stood in their way. The only thing staving off May's claustrophobia was the promise that she would see her friends again, and the determination that she would save the boy she loved. It was a thin thread that anchored her, but it tugged her along and lifted her lead-plated feet all the same. And so and she and the others continued to climb, with both hope of what was to come and also dread of what they still had to face. And that is the end of Chapter 37.
the first chapter that I wrote, by the way, for the denouement. What do you think so far? Is this is it good? Is it good? Like, is it good? Also, I love that you thought that the 999 music was perfect for that. Thank you. Thank you. And that's my goat, but wasn't a good idea, Brock. Ludicolo or Marshtomp would have been a better matchup. Well, remember, Aiden, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to win that battle. He just needs to have the fight start so that the door would open. It really doesn't matter. TBH. So yeah. The results of that fight don't matter. What matters is getting everyone else through that door. And so they did. So Brock did his job. And of course, Cindy had to stay behind and get satisfaction of watching someone who dug her heel into her back before. In retrospect, I probably should have had it so that, you know, Cindy would also release Skarmory and also fight alongside him. But, I mean, c'est la vie, you know, hindsight's 2020, but also, like, You wouldn't be able to see that fight anyway because May would have walked forward, and I did not have the patience to write more fighting than I needed to. And boy, do I write a lot of fighting that's coming up. It's just a lot, you know? That would have been BA as heck if that happened, you're not gonna lie. I know, that is true, but low-key, well, actually, no, high-key. I actually high-key writing fight scenes. So, there will be plenty of fight scenes ahead, but know that I did not really enjoy the experience of doing it. I just wanted to get the story moving. Battles, in my opinion, are like... They're really dull to write, honestly. Like... So, like, compared to, like, dialogue and stuff, it's, like, very little actually happens, and yet you're describing a lot that only takes place, like, within a few seconds of each other, and it's just... Ugh. I really do not enjoy it all that much. But I guess you'll see, like... Apparently people said that I do a really good job of doing it, which... I don't know why! They said they were exciting to read, but I'm like, and that it was one of my best skills, and I'm like, well, that's disappointing. I hate writing battle scenes. I want, like, the dialogue and stuff to be one of the best, like, one of my best skills. But I guess apparently that's not the case, but, well, anyway. But still, that is, I feel like writing a fight scene, you almost have to be narrating it while you're fighting it to keep the suspense and the hype going. Yeah, basically. So it's like, comparatively speaking, the pacing is like... It's very different because, like, you're doing, like... Because, again, you're describing a whole bunch of stuff that happens within only a few seconds of each other. So, like... If you don't want the scene to, like, be really, really short, you're going to be describing a lot of different things in a lot of different ways. I mean, ideally in different ways, you know, to keep it interesting, but yeah, so yeah, that's the first chapter of the denouement. And, we have, 5 more chapters of this until the end. Like, actually, as far as, like, chapters go, like, this first one is really not too long. I guess, comparatively speaking. I mean, it's, okay. I mean, okay, it is longer than most other chapters in the original story, like, by a factor of 2. And the one after this one is even shorter than that. It's like, oh, maybe 30 minutes or so. But there will be chapters coming up that will last upwards of like 50 minutes to even an hour. So, yeah, prepare for that. The next one is definitely going to be a bit of a long one as well. So, but until then, I hope that I'm at least, I hope that my writing actually at least compares. I mean, personally, I think it does. I put a lot more effort into the description and made it sound a lot less choppy. So, you know, go me, I guess. All right, so I am going to end that here. I mean, expectedly, because, you know, it's been 5.5 hours. Honestly, if you didn't say anything, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Really? Okay, that's a good sign, actually. That's a good sign. Because that means it's like, hey, it's like the author is still there. Definitely less choppy. I'm glad that you noticed that. Yeah. I'm glad. Because yeah, I did want it to be like, you know, much like, you know, how it was originally written too. Like, I wanted to keep people in character and all that. So anyway, thanks for the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Yeah, thank you, Aiden. You too. Oh, but before I go, fun fact. So, when I released the first chapter of the denouement, which is, you know, Parting of Such Sweet Sorrow, Part 2, apparently, it was Community Weekend in Pokemon Go, and there were shinies for days, in my own words. The day I read this chapter, for Mochi's Storytime, there was Pokemon Go Fest. So, it's like, Pokemon Go is like, always pops back in, you know what I mean? Always pops back in. Yeah, what a quinky dink, right? And also, when I wrote that chapter, apparently Smash Ultimate came out that following Friday, so that was definitely a life-changing event. All right, but anyway, yeah. So I'm not gonna raid out. I really need to de-stream. Like, I just wanna relax and eat and and stuff. My battery's kind of drained right now. I streamed about 5.5 hours. Ugh. And thank you for watching, everybody. This was fun stuff. Yes, make sure you eat. I will eat. Don't you worry, Aiden. I do plan on eating. Good stuff. Maybe some burritos. Maybe some pizza rolls. The possibilities are endless. But anyway. But until next time, I will hope you all have a good night. Next time on Mochi Storytime, we read Chapter 38, Throwing Down the Gauntlet. I'll take care, everybody. And yes, pizza rolls are based. Anyway, yeah, good night, y'all. I love you. Bye-bye.